So we will begin this first session this morning. And on behalf of the organizing committee of this webinar, the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, I welcome each and every one of you to this morning's session. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to chair this session and to introduce you Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. So before I hand over this time to Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi, I would like to briefly share a background about Sir and the career that he has had. Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi was born in July in 1956. He completed his education in July at the July Government Higher Secondary School. He then went on to complete his bachelor's degree from St. Anthony's College, Shillong, and then went on to complete his master's, his MPhil, and his PhD from the Northeastern Hill University. As a young student, he was very involved with the student politics of that time. He was the president of the Jaintia Students' Union between 1980 to 1983, and he was instrumental in forming the Meghalaya Students' Union in 1980. He then went on to become the Joint Secretary of the Northeast Region Students' Union in 1980. In 1984, Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi joined Synod College as a lecturer in the Department of History, and after more than 20 years, he became the head of the department. He then went on to retire as an associate professor in the year 2017. Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi was very involved in the politics of the state. He had joined the Hill People's Union in 1986 and then was a member of the UDP. Later on in 1999, he joined the Nationalist Congress Party, and he served in the NCP in the capacity of a state president till the year 2012. After the National People's Party emerged in 2012-13, he also became its state president and has been serving since. Today, Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi is the member of the Rajya Sabha. He has also been the deputy chairman of the Meghalaya State Planning Board. He was the chairman of the Meghalaya Tourism Development Corporation and also the chairman of the Forest Development Corporation of Meghalaya. He is also today a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Rural Development. With these few words, on behalf of the entire organizing team of this webinar, I welcome you, sir, and I hand over this time to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Charles Ruben Lingdo. And also, I'm very grateful to the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, for giving me this opportunity to present these papers of mine. So, well, thank you very much. Well, I'll go straight away. Well, my topic for discussion today is on the Meghalaya electoral politics in 50 years of statehood. Well, you know, Meghalaya became a full-fledged state on the midnight of January. I'm giving the date 20th and 21st, 1972. Why I'm doing this? Because, you know, Captain Sangma tendered the resignation of his Council of Ministers at 11:30 p.m. on the 20th of January, 1972. Then at 12 midnight, Captain Sangma and his whole Council of Ministers, they were sworn in. They were sworn in at the 12th of midnight. So, which mean just like, India attained its independence or achieved its independence 12 midnight, we got our statehood on the 12th of midnight. And Captain Williamson Sangma, he was the chief minister. Then there was Mr. Stanley Didi Nichols-Roy, Mr. Bibi Lingdo, Mr. Edwinson Barrett, Mr. Sanford Kimarak. They were all cabinet ministers in the ministry of Captain Sangma. And Mr. Didi Pute, he was the Minister of State. So this is the first ministry when we achieve our statehood. And immediately, 2 months, I think, later on, the general election was held in March 1972. And in this election, the APHLC, which means the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference, which spearheading the statehood movement, contested the election. They secured 32 seats in a house of 60. And Captain Williamson Sangma, the leader of the APHLC, was called upon to form the government. Well, it is important to note that this is the first time and the last time in the history of electoral politics of Meghalaya that a political party with an absolute majority formed the government in the state of Meghalaya. After 1972, no party till date ever get an absolute majority in the election. Well, on the 16th of November 1976, a conference was called by the APHLC at Mendi Pathar. It was known as the Mendi Pathar Conference. And here in this conference, the conference resolved to dissolve the APHLC and merge itself with the Indian National Congress. Well, of course, at a later stage, some of the leaders did not agree to the idea of Captain Sangma and some leaders, so they still retained the APHLC. And Captain Sangma submitted the resignation of the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference Ministry on the 22nd November 1976. And on the same day, Captain Sangma formed the Congress Ministry in Meghalaya. And for the first time, a Congress Ministry was formed in Meghalaya. That was on the 22nd of November 1956. Then, in the general election held in 1978. In this election, no party obtained an absolute majority in the assembly. The INC won 20 seats, the APHLC got 16, HSPDP 14, independent 10. Of the 10 independent, 2 belongs to the PDIC, which means the Public Demand Implementation Committee, which was formed by Professor G.G. Swell. And Professor G.G. Swell has been a parliamentarian. For many years, he's representing Meghalaya in the parliament. Well, since no party obtained an absolute majority, coalition became inevitable. From this time onward, started the era of coalition politics in Meghalaya. Then we have the third general election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. It was held on 17 February 1983. Here also no party obtained an absolute majority in the assembly. The INC, it obtained 25 seats of the 60 seats, followed by the APHLC with 14 seats, and the HSPDP with 15 seats, PDIC 2, and Independent 3. Well, then again we have the next general election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. It was held on 2nd February 1988. Here also no party obtained an absolute majority in the assembly. The INC got 22, the HPU 19, the HSPDP 6, PDIC 2, APHLCA 2 and independent 9. Well, here I'll just give a small explanation about the HPU. You know what happened? A section of the HSPDP plus with the APHLC, they decided to form a new party. And that party was called Hills People Union. That's why the name HPU came in this election. And APHLC-A, you know, some of the leaders from Garo Hills who were in the APHLC, they decided to retain the APHLC, and it was called A because this group was led by Mr. Armisen Marak. So that's why HPU got 19, APHLC-A got 2. Then the fifth general election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, it was held on the 15th February 1993. Well, in this election also, no party obtained an absolute majority. And the strength of the party in the assembly was INC 24, HPU 11, HSPDP 8, APHLC A3, MPPP 2, PDIC 2, Independent 10. Here also a new party was formed in Garo Hills. It was known as the Meghalaya People Progressive Party, and in this election they got 2 seats. Then next we have the 6th general election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. This also resulted in a hung assembly. Well, in the election held on 16 February 1998, the INC, which means the Indian National Congress, secured 25 seats, followed by the UDP with 20 seats, HSPDP 3, PDM 3, BJP 3, GNC 1, and Independent 5. Here also we came across a new party which was known as UDP. And UDP came into being again when the HPU and a section of the HSPDP led by Mr. E.K. Maulong merged together, and they decided to form the United Democratic Party. And when they contested the election in the year 1998, they got 20 seats. Then we have the HSPDP. Then also a new party known as the PDM, which was formed by youth leaders, Saunders Strongkaji, the People's Democratic Movement. They won 2 seats from the Khasi Giant Hills and 1 seat from Garo Hills. Then for the first time that the Bharatiya Janata Party, a national party of India beside Indian National Congress, opened accounts in Meghalaya, and they got 3 MLAs, which means 3 seats. Then we have the GNC, which secured 1 seat. Well, the GNC actually is the Garo National Council. You know, the Garo National Council, it was already there in the Garo Hills. Before the Hill State movement, it was the Garo National Council under the leadership of Captain Sangma, who dominated the politics or the political scenario of the Garo Hills. And with the coming of the Hill State movement, the Garo National Council merged itself into the APHLC. But what happened this time, Mr. Clifford Marak, who used to be in the Hills People Union, they and his group decided for a separate state movement for the Garos. So that's why the GNC was revived by them. So we have the GNC winning 1 seat in this election. Then the 7th general election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly held on the 26th of March 2003. In this election also, it produced the same result. The INC backed 22 seats, followed by NCP with 14 seats, UDP with 9 seats, MDP with 4 seats, HSPDP 2, and then KNAM 2, BJP 2, and Independent 5. No party obtained a majority. And here also we saw a new party coming out in the political fray of Meghalaya, the NCP, the Nationalist Congress Party. This party came to existence in 1999 when Mr. Sharad Pawar, Mr. P.A. Sangma, and Mr. Tariq Anwar, they were expelled from the Congress. So they decided to form the Nationalist Congress Party. And for the first time, the NCP contested the election in Meghalaya and they got 14 seats. Then here we have MDP. The MDP actually is a faction which is a breakaway from the UDP in 1998 for some political difference which I will not mention here. So we have the MDP and the MDP got 4 seats. Then we have the KNAM, which is the Khon Nyautrep National Awakening Movement, which after Mr. Polengdo has stepped down from the leadership as a student leader of the KSU, he decided to form this party. And of course, they won 2 seats. Then of course, the BJP Independent, 2 and 5 each. Then in the 8th general election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, it was held on the 3rd of March 2008. Here also, no party got a majority in the assembly. The result was as follows: the INC 25, the NCP 15, the UDP 11, HSPDP 2, BJP 1, KNAM 1, Independent 5. Then the 9th general election of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. This was held on the 28th of February 2013. Here also, it came out with the same result. This time, the Indian National Congress secured 29 seats, but missed the majority mark by 2 seats. And the Indian National Congress was followed by Independent with 14 seats. For the first time, that Independent got 14 seats in the election to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. And after that, UDP got 8, HSPDP got 4, NPP got 2, NCP 2, and GNC 1. Here also a new party, NPP. You know what happened? I think in the year 2012, August 2012, Mr. P.A. Sangma came out of the NCP because of a political difference with the National President Sharad Pawar and decided to form the National People's Party. And for that reason, here also we have a new party, that is the NPP. So, well, with regards to the electoral politics, I'll stop here in 2013, not proceeding to 2018 because, you know, the term is still going. Okay. So, well, if we look at the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference, pre-1972, you know, the APHLC was, well, I think I came across what you said, that one of the students is giving a paper on the mass movement. The APHLC was a mass movement. People are fighting for a separate statehood. And the objective of the APHLC is to get a separate statehood. And in the beginning, that objective was for all the people, all the hills people of Assam. But later on, with the Mizo and the Mikir Hills leaving the movement, only the Khasi, Jaintia and Garos were left. So that's why ultimately when we get a hill state, it was only the 3 tribes were there. Though at the beginning, the target or the movement was meant for all the hill tribes of Assam. So in 1972, Meghalaya achieved its statehood, and to the people of Meghalaya, the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference after 1972 was no longer a mass movement, but it was just like any other political parties. Because with the getting of statehood, with the coming of election, then this, of course, the HLC did contested the election before 1972, but that time people take it as a mass movement. But after we get our statehood, the people look at the HLC as any other political parties. Well, post 1972, we will look at the causes. Why the people are voting like this? Why after 1972, no party gets an absolute majority? Well, this is, while just doing my study, I found out that the voting pattern, particularly in the Khasi and Jaintia Hills, it's centered around an individual. People do not vote for the party, but they voted for an individual. Even till date, you'll find out that people still go on that trend, voting for an individual. In every constituency, the fight is among the personalities and not the party. Well, it is not possible for me to go through the detail of the constituency result, but for scholars who will be doing research on this, I'll just give you a few examples. For example, you'll find that in a particular term, Mr. A contested from one party, won the election. Next election, he shifted to another party, and still he won the election. Not because of the party, but because of the individual. Then, for example, in 1983, I'll just give you an example of the Juwai seat. Before 1983, the Congress, whoever they fielded as a candidate, always lost the security deposit in the Juwai constituency. But 1983, the Congress fielded Dr. R.C. Lalu and won the seat because he has been a student leader and he is the founder of the Jaintia Student Union. He had involved himself and he's quite a personality of that time. So he won the seat for the Congress in spite of the fact that before 1983, every Congress candidate contested from Juwai lost their security deposit. Then even for the Congress, if you look at the Congress, pre-merger in 1976, the Congress does not have a role that much in Meghalaya. It was only with the merger of Captain Sangma, who was a leader in the Garo Hills, that Congress became a political force to reckon with in Meghalaya. Then, same thing we see with NCP, with the coming out of Mr. P.A. Sangma from the Congress and forming the NCP became a force to reckon with at that particular time in the Garo Hills. But now with the NPP in 2018, I just mentioned 2018 election, the same party which was built by P.A. Sangma became a force in the state of Meghalaya. Well, I'm speaking now from my practical experience in the field. Well, I found out that, not only individual politics, even village politics also played a major role in the electoral process. Well, there's a tendency of villages to give maximum votes to the candidate from their village. So this feeling of, being from the same village. Here, the decision made by such villages was not on the basis of his belonging to any political party, but strictly because the candidate is from the village. And for example, in 1988, I came across a village whose total electorate were 371. Well, they pulled 7% of all the 371 votes, and this 371 votes goes to a particular candidate who belonged there to their village. You just imagine, I saw it myself in my own eyes when the counting was done. 371, all other candidates got 0-0. This can happen in democracy. Then in 1999, I came across a polling station whose total votes were 3,120. You just imagine 3,120, in which the vote cast was 3,117. And out of 3,117 votes cast, 3,116 went in favor of the candidate who belonged to that area. So the outcome was that both the candidates I mentioned above won the election. And well, recently, I don't know, I'll be going. Even this by-election, like in Mauplang constituency, what I heard, I don't know. What I just heard is that Mauplang is NPP, Bla is from Mauplang. Then I think this Kennedy is from Marpisu, something like that, is for him. Maungap is for Eugene. This is there. So I think because of this, that's why we have this fractured mandate. Then not only villages, even Elaka also played their own role in this politics or political game. In the 1988 election, a particular candidate won the election by securing more than 90% of the votes polled in his village. And he won the 1998 election or 1988 election. Then what happened in the same constituency in 1993, the candidate who lost in the 1988 election, he secured more than 90% vote from his Ilaka, which means in this period of time, the candidate who lost in 1988, realizing the strength of the other candidate in his village, start mobilizing the Ilaka that I'm a person from this Ilaka, why we are giving only to this village. Somehow he succeeded and he secured more than 90% of the vote of his Ilaka and won the election. Ilaka means a lordship, which included many villages. So he won the election from that particular constituency. So it's not only villages, it is even Ilaka, not only in region, they played their own role. Well, let us look at the results. What were the results when no party gets a majority? I have made three important observations. First, well, it seems that due to the fractured mandate in Meghalaya, defection were common among the MLAs. And the reason for defection seems to be personal. Because to me, they defected because it is power that induces one to defect. And well, with power, it brings in position and prestige. So this is one of the reasons. But if you ask an MLA who defect, he will not agree with this. If you ask him why you defect, he will say that, I did it for my people of my constituencies, for my constituency I represent. Because his argument was that only by being in the government, he would be able to bring development to his constituency. But you'll find out practically most of these defectors, they defect and became ministers. They defect to the ruling party to become ministers. So, but of course, this is their viewpoint. Well, till 1978, there were no defection in the accepted sense of the term. One party, the CHRSC, in 1972, they got an absolute majority. They had an absolute majority with a recognized leader under Captain Sangma. So it seemed for this reason, pre-1978, you will not find this defection. But from 1978, with no party getting an absolute majority, there were numbers of defections. You know, while doing this study of electoral politics in Meghalaya, well, I found that the definition, I don't know, I may be wrong in this, which I learned in my college days as a student, a past student of political science. You know, they say, with political science define politics like this. Politics is the art and science of government. But when I look at the political scenario of Meghalaya, it seems that this does not apply to Meghalaya. Because if we look at the more than 4 decades of electoral politics in Meghalaya, we will see the result was a fractured mandate, and on many occasions in one term. This is another observation. The fractured mandate, not only that it brings defection, but in one term of 5 years, you'll find that there are 2-3 governments headed by 2-3 chief minister, which means Mr. A, B, C. Not only that, you'll find also that this government will have a jumbo size ministry. You know, that at one point of time, if I'm not mistaken, in 2002, we have 42 ministers with a chief minister. So it's only with the coming of the 10th schedule now that we have only 12 ministers. This is before the 10th schedule. So to me, the politics in Meghalaya is not the politics or not the science and art of government. To me, the politics here is the art of gaining power and the craft of retaining it. Meghalaya had given a new definition to politics, the art of gaining power and the craft of retaining it. Right from the MLA to the leaders, it seems this is the new definition of politics. Well, I did not touch on the government formation because I would not be able to complete it. And then neither do I touch with, you will find a new important thing that came out in our politics is that I didn't touch the role of money and corruption, which I think I leave for future research to be done by our scholars. This also now starts coming into the scene. It's not only start, but I think it's very much here today in the scene of the politics of Meghalaya. So, well, in conclusion, we may say that Khasi and I'm touching Khasi and Jaintia Hills, okay. We may say that in Meghalaya, people were not guided by manifesto of the party. The majority do not have any party affiliation. This is also very interesting. I was just discussing with Ruben and coming from here. If you go through all the 36 constituencies of Meghalaya, of Khasi and Jaintia Hills, you'll find that after the election, nobody is interested in the party or the election. It's only during the election that you'll find people going to the Congress or going to NPP or going to UDP. They have their party affiliation only during the election. After the election, no party affiliation, except for a few, I may say, hardcore or die-hard people like me and Ruben. Except for that, I think there's no other. So this is also one of that we've seen that the people were not guided by this, and they were also not guided by issues. They were not guided by issues. I've seen that practically nobody speaks about issues. If they talk about issues, they talk about only in their particular constituencies, only that, but not on issues and the state as a whole. Nobody will talk about the financial thing of the state or everything. No issue was there. So as a result, because of the pattern of voting as discussed for almost 4 decades. Because of this, no party could get an absolute majority in the state. Because first people voted for an individual, then they are guided by the village politics, Elaka politics, and then they were not affiliated to any party, they have no loyalty to any party, and plus they don't talk on issues. So I think these are the reason that why we are having a fractured mandate in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very interesting presentation that you had made. And you had brought forward some of the very interesting political developments that the state of Meghalaya has passed through. I'm sure that young scholars would have taken note of some of these issues, probably, and especially because they may not be available in books, but through the years of long experience of Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi, we are indeed very honored to hear about them. We have now come to the conclusion of this session, and I hand over this time to Dr. Rosevan Changpliang to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Ruben Lindo, for sharing this session. And on behalf of the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, we are so happy and very glad to hear from Dr. W.R. Kharlukhi again. And his speech and his lecture today, the information that they have given and the observations are so valuable to the listeners. And sir, especially that you have given the new definition of politics in Meghalaya, that is something that is a highlight of the day. So I also thank sir for sparing his valuable time in spite of his busy schedule, but he was able to deliver this lecture, and it was a blessing to all of us who listened to it. And I also thank our principal who joined the session. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time. And also to Sir David Arnold Sandi for convening this session. So with these words, thank you and have a nice day.
So good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here once again. In fact, it's a privilege for me. And while I thank the organizers of the webinar for this second day, and yesterday we had a very fruitful day, I also presented one paper, and right throughout, I think all the sessions were very, very successful. So it's also my privilege, as I told you, to be chairing this session. And for one reason, I'm really thankful to David, because he has chosen this particular platform for me, which according to me is the best one, because it talks about my area of interest. So as we know, environment, I think we're all going to hear a lot about this topic, which is so important, and which is the focus of attention for development planners, for the government, for academicians. And I think it has become the most researched area in academics so far, because all streams and all disciplines, cutting across disciplines, interdisciplinary, at the interdisciplinary level, we can say that environment is really the burning issue today. And from a sociological perspective, because that is the stream to which I belong, we look at this more as a movement, an ongoing movement. And environmental movement, as we all know, is a child of the 60s. But this does not mean that man has not been in interaction, constant struggle with Mother Nature. This has been the order of the day. And despite attempts to curb the issue and bring some solution, there really seems to be no point whereby we could see, a kind of a discourse, a dialogue between humans, and the environment. So this is an ongoing debate. And today we can see, coming closer home to the Northeast, these issues are burning each and every day because of the clash between environment and development. New issues are coming up, like coal mining issue. Then recently we have this Umngot Dam project, which was also another issue. Then we have so many other development issues that are coming up, that are coming in, as a challenge to the development planners. So taking this up, I set the ball rolling, and David has just informed me that the other three paper presenters will be joining in course of time. If they are here, then they can just respond to me. A. Pida Warjari, Ivan Kersiem, and Aksana Marak. Are you there? No, not yet. So anyway, we will not waste any more time. So the rules are the same. We will have 15 minutes for each speaker. We will take up each paper one after another. And at the end of all the paper presentations, we will take up the interactive session. So are you all ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I would like to call upon Dr. Shembhalang Kharwanlang to present his paper. Yes, Shembhalang, you can take over.
Okay, ma'am.
Shembhalang, are you
Yes,
sharing a
ma'am.
PPT?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm trying, ma'am. Try.
Okay.
I don't know, ma'am. I cannot share my screen.
Okay. Have you tried? Did you go?
I'm trying.
Yeah. This is through Google Meet, so it's quite simple.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes,
You have to press the share button. You know that,
yes,
no?
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
yes,
then
yes,
go to your PPT.
yes.
Yeah. Then there is one share now. No. The moment you click on the PPT. Okay. Would you like to wait first? Then I'll call on the second one.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. In the meantime, you try to check what is wrong. So shall I now call upon Daniel Chalam?
Yes, ma'am. So am I
Okay.
audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, just give me a moment while I share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, so a very good morning to everyone, to Ma'am Shangtiang and also to the fellow panelists. So I'm presenting a study on gender and environmental awareness. And this is evidence taken from a contingent valuation experiment that was conducted at the Mauplang Sacred Grove. So as we all know, Meghalaya is no stranger to the conservation strategy that takes the form of the sacred groves. One of the most popular examples, of course, is the Mauplang Sacred Grove that is held by the followers of the Khasi religion. So the people or the followers of the religion believe that a deity named Labasa resides and protects the forest and also the community from any sort of danger or misfortune. But in return, the people must follow one simple rule, and that is not to take anything out of the forest, because this would upset the deity and it would warrant punishment. So due to these beliefs, the sacred groves remain more or less unprotected, and locals often resent any form of formal management, whether by a private entity or by the government. So in the present study, we are interested in looking at gender differences when it comes to willingness to pay towards ecosystem services, and we'll be doing this using a contingent valuation experiment. So what is contingent valuation? It's basically a quasi-experimental setup that involves asking people directly in a survey how much they are willing to pay for an ecosystem service. So the reason why we do this is because generally, environmental goods, they suffer from what we call the public goods problem, which means they don't have a market as such where they can be traded. So in order to come at different willingness to pay measures for environmental services, we have to use something like a stated preference experiment, just like contingent valuation. And we call it contingent valuation because we pretend as if a market exists for ecosystem services, and then we value these ecosystem services based on or contingent on the existence of such a market. So a contingent valuation experiment consists of the following components. Firstly, we must have a clear and believable description of the status quo, which basically is business as usual. And then some policy change that we would like to introduce. And this policy change would be the crux that would help us estimate different willingness to pay for different samples. So in this case, the policy change that we are introducing is formal protection of the sacred grove, whether by the government or by a private entity. That is not in the ambit of the experiment, but this is the policy change that we plan to introduce. And to fund the policy change, we'll be accepting donations in the form of a yearly fee, which will be imposed by the village headman or the Rangbashnang. And this, of course, then apart from this, there'll also be debriefing questions that will help get the participants in the experiment to help them get into the right frame of mind. Then questions that will obviously elicit their preferences, and finally questions on personal information. So now the sample consists of about 107 randomly selected individuals from Mauplang and the adjoining localities such as Maungap and Marbisu. They were interviewed in December of 2017. So as I said before, we need a clear and believable description of the world as it is today. So this hypothetical situation was presented as follows. So we suppose that hypothetically, there will come a time when the world runs out of fuel. So people would resort to using leaf litter and firewood as a cheap alternative for fuel for day-to-day activities. So now in order to introduce the policy change, we present two alternatives to each survey respondent. In alternative A, we assume that if the sacred grove were to go unprotected, then there would be no stopping people or businesses from using the natural resources present within the grove, and also no stopping them from encroaching upon the land and its soil for various purposes. So then we also present alternative B. Alternative B says that if we introduce a protection program that would be funded by voluntary donations from the inhabitants of Mauplang, then this protection program would help prevent an alternative like A from taking place. Then these are the debriefing questions. So questions 1 to 4 basically elicit a response in the form of a Likert scale with 5 points. So strongly disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. While questions 5 to 10 elicit responses in the form of yes and no. Now, the main component of the contingent valuation experiment is the willingness to pay aspect itself. So in order to get the experiment rolling, we start by quoting a randomly selected fee. So we use a random number generator to generate a number between maybe 0 to 1,000. And we quote this fee as we propose it as payment towards the Sacred Grove Protection Program. And then we ask our respondents, are you willing to pay, let's say, 500 rupees or not? So whether it's a yes or a no, we follow these up with reasons for their response. And then over and above the fee that we quote, we then ask if they are willing to pay more than this. So for example, if the fee quoted to a respondent is 500, then we ask them, are you willing to pay more than 500? So if they say 1,000, then we record that information as well. And this is what makes up the entire experiment. Then of course, we also collect information on demographic variables such as gender, age, religion, etc. So in the interest of time, I'll only be focusing on the important results, those that are statistically significant. So out of the entire sample, we see that 86% initially agreed to pay the fee that was quoted to them. And if we break this up into sub-samples, 87% of female respondents initially agreed as compared to 85% of male respondents. Now, this is a difference of 2%, and it is statistically significant at the 1% level using a z-test for difference in proportions. Now, out of the follow-up questions, we again break it up into male and female. So out of all those who agreed to pay the fee, out of those women who agreed to pay the fee, 75% said that it was their responsibility to do so. And in the case of men, this was about 70%. And out of those who did not agree to pay the fee, who basically said no, 86% of both male and female respondents cited that it was due to a lack of income that they couldn't pay the fee. So now let's look at willingness to pay. So for the entire sample, the average willingness to pay is about 376 rupees. If you break it up by gender, it's 304 rupees for female respondents and 449 rupees for male respondents. This is a difference of about 144 rupees, which again is statistically significant at the 1% level using a t-test. But this seems a little peculiar, it seems a little odd because literature generally suggests that women are a little more forthcoming when it comes to any social activities. Like there are papers by Nisi et al. That have verified this also using experiments. So I had a feeling that there was possibly anchoring bias. So anchoring bias generally takes place when people tend to anchor themselves to some piece of information that's presented to them in the beginning. Like in the case of the experiment, I quoted a fee to them first. So it's possible that their willingness to pay may be anchored to that fee that was initially quoted to them. This is also something that generally happens when we bargain in the market. Like sellers would try to quote a very high initial price with the hope that we would anchor ourselves around that price so that the seller would obviously make a gain at the end of the day. So in order to control for this anchoring bias, I run a regression with willingness to pay as my dependent variable, and then fee as an explanatory variable. So the reason I do this is because I want to net the effect that fee can possibly have on willingness to pay. And we can see that it's statistically significant, but we are not interested in the coefficient. Instead, we'll be looking at our constant term. So the constant term in a regression basically tells us the average value of willingness to pay when fee is 0. So basically, we are netting out the effect of anchoring bias. And we see that for female respondents, the average willingness to pay after controlling for bias is 82 rupees. And for male respondents, it is about 159 rupees. So again, we still see the pattern that women pay less on average as compared to men. So let's test the difference. So to do this, we include a gender dummy in the regression as our second explanatory variable. So even though the coefficient of gender is negative at -33, it is statistically insignificant. So this more or less points to the evidence that there's actually no difference between the willingness to pay by men and women, and that on average, they pay about 138.5 rupees. Now, moving on, we would also like to look at other determinants of willingness to pay, apart from, of course, the anchoring bias that we looked at earlier, and gender as well. So now we look at demographic characteristics. So I've only shown the coefficients for residency, education, and expenditure because they are statistically significant, but I've also controlled for variables such as age, religion, distance, own home, etc. So we see that in the case of women, residency and education are statistically significant and positive. So what does this mean? It means that female respondents who live an extra year in the vicinity of the sacred grove are willing to pay about 8.9 rupees more as compared to those who've lived a year less. So which means the longer a woman lives around the sacred grove, the greater is her willingness to pay. Education is also positive, which tells us that with an increase in the educational attainment of a female respondent, willingness to pay also increases by about 47 rupees per level of attainment. In the case of men, however, these variables are statistically insignificant. The only variable that turns out to be significant is expenditure, which makes sense when you look at it from an economics perspective, because this is what we normally call the income effect. But why is it only significant for men? So the reason is possibly because we are living in a patriarchal society. Even though it's matrilineal, we are operating under patriarchy, and we follow the male breadwinner model, where it is men who are generally income earners in the family. So expenditure would possibly be the only variable that they would be concerned with when it comes to willingness to pay for environmental protection services. Finally, we also look at environmental awareness questions as determinants of willingness to pay. So in the case of female respondents, only questions 3 and 8 are significant. So question 3 elicits a response in the form of an agreement as to whether the sacred grove is in a good condition or not. So we see that those who agree that the sacred grove, those female respondents who agree that the sacred grove is in a good condition, they are willing to pay less with each level of agreement, about 60 rupees less. But in terms of prevention of soil loss, so those who agree that the sacred grove helps to prevent soil loss or soil erosion, they're willing to pay more by about 251.89 rupees. In the case of male respondents, however, these variables are insignificant. The only variable that turns out to be significant is the question that asks whether male respondents agree on whether or not the government is involved in social protection, sacred grove protection issues. So we see that this coefficient is positive and statistically significant. So what does it mean? It means that those male respondents who agree that the government is involved in protecting the sacred grove, they are also more likely to pay, and they have a higher willingness to pay by about 114 rupees. So to conclude, what we see from the experiment is that Khasi women are more likely to contribute towards the sacred grove protection program as compared to Khasi men. And we saw that it was a statistically significant difference of about 2 percentage points. And that even though initially we saw that there was a significant difference in the contribution patterns of men and women, this difference becomes insignificant once we control for our anchoring bias, as we did in the regression. Then we've also seen that out of all the women who had initially agreed to pay the fee, 75% stated that it was their responsibility to do so, while the remaining stated that it was either an important program or that it was a good cause. This, of course, is in stark contrast to men whose responsibility only seems to begin wherever the government is involved, as we've seen from our table where the coefficient of question 2 is significant. Now, coupled with the result that education is a significant determinant of willingness to pay for female respondents, this also reinforces the idea that education can go a long way in closing gender gaps. So not just traditional conventional gender gaps that we normally talk about in the labor market, but even in terms of willingness to pay for something like protecting the sacred grove. So to conclude, in the experiment, we had asked men and women in our sample to perform an unfamiliar task. It wasn't something that they're used to. It's not a question that they're faced with every day. And that is to contribute towards the setting up of a formal process of protecting the sacred grove. Moreover, the experiment was conducted in a setting where it wasn't possible to learn any socially desired behavior as such. So therefore, faced with a task that they were acquainted to, the respondents that made a decision for themselves and by themselves, not with any other external influence. So it's not learned behavior that we're seeing, but rather innate preferences. And these innate preferences are the result of decades, if not centuries, of sociology and biology playing a role in the evolution and formation of preferences and institutions. Basically, I would like to conclude that it's possibly matrilineal that has given rise to this difference. And that if matrilineal is an institution that has survived the test of time, it's possibly because of the responsibility that it inculcates in women, just as we've seen in the experiment. And also the fact that it can help bring about coordination and cooperation in decision-making, because in matrilineal, as we know, economic rights are held with women, but social and political rights are held with men. And therefore, this can help bring about this cooperation in decision-making. This would in turn, of course, improve the evolutionary fitness of the institution of matrilineal itself. And with this, we come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for that very detailed statistical data on this exercise that you're talking about, which really is interesting. I mean, for a sociologist like me, this would be, an added information that we could, put in many of our research papers. And I'm glad that you put in the perspective of gender, because we all know that there's this new thing that feminists are talking about, that ecofeminism, the connection between women and nature. And I think the Khasi women exemplify a very, very good example of, this woman-nature interrelationship. And I think from the statistical data that you have given, it clearly shows, that the involvement of women in the community, especially for a institution like the Sacred Grove, which is such an age-old institution, is really commendable. So, okay, it's a good work. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you,
Dr. Shembhalang, are you ready with
Yes,
your
yes.
presentation? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so we will invite Dr. Shembhalang Kharwanlang now for his presentation.
Excuse me, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, yes.
I can't share, ma'am. I know what happened. Earlier I did, but I know what happened now, ma'am.
It's still
Can
showing
I
the
just
problem. Then you
I
can
can just
presentation.
read. I can just
Yes, yes.
read the paper, ma'am.
You
Okay.
can do that, yeah.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
can,
Thank you
it's
so much,
better
ma'am.
you put on your video, Shembhalang.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. At the very onset of the program, I would like to thank the chairperson and the organizer of the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, for giving me this opportunity. Let's come to the introduction. Coal are primarily found in the eastern India, in the state of Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, and predominantly in Northeast region like Assam and Meghalaya. So commercial mining is not practiced in northeastern region because of the terrain unsuitability as well as nature of deposit. The coal found in northeastern region contain a lot of sulfur, which reduce the energy efficiency, and therefore this type of coal considered as a bad quality coal. Rat hole is primarily practiced only in Meghalaya, as the coal seams are very, very thin. Let's come to mining. What is the meaning of mining? Mining is nothing, it's a method of extraction of mineral deep down the earth's surface. So we have different types of mining. We have open cast mining, we have underground mining, then we have the seabed mining, and we have rat hole mining. But I'll be discussing in brief about rat hole mining. What is rat hole mining? Rat hole mining, it involves digging of narrow tunnels, usually 3 to 4 feet, which workers, more often you'll find children. Then we have types of rat hole mining. We have two types. We have side cutting procedure. In this method, narrow tunnel are dug on the slope of the hills, where the workers go inside until they found until they found the seam of coal. Then number two, we have box cutting method. Here you'll find a rectangular opening is made on the top of the hills, varying from 10 to 100 square meter, and through that a vertical pit 100 to 400 meter deep. Once coal seam is found, rat hole size tunnel are dug horizontally. Then come to objective. I have two objectives. Number one, to assess the major environmental concerns associated with mining of coal. Number two, to assess the health hazard related to coal mining activity. We come to the effects of unregulated coal mining. The environmental damage caused by mining activities is as follows: devegetation and defacing landscape. The topsoil as well as the vegetation is removed from the mining area to get access to deposit. Huge quantities of debris along with the big scars spoil the aesthetic value of the region and make it prone to soil erosion. Then number two, we have subsidence of land. Subsidence of mining areas often result in tilting of buildings, cracks in houses, buckling of roads, etc. Then number three, groundwater contamination. Mining disturbs the natural hydrological process. Sulfur, usually present as an impurity in coal, is converted into sulfuric acid through microbial action. And this leach into the groundwater and contaminate it. Then number 4, we have surface water pollution. The mine drainage often contaminates the nearby streams. The acidic water is detrimental to all the aquatic life. Then we come to number D, the threat to life arising out of rat hole mining. The major health impacts. Number 1, because of coal dust. Dust inhalation is one of the common concern for the miners, which lead to various lungs ailments. And number 2, we have noise. Overexposure to excessive noise can result to tinnitus, ringing in the ears, sleeping disturbance, concentration problems, and even permanent hearing. Number 3, musculoskeletal disorder. This refers to any problems affecting bones, muscle, blood vessels, and nerve. Muscular skeletal damage can occur due to trip, fall of heavy lift, and more serious one occur slowly over time. And number 4, thermal stress. Mining environments are often hot and humid. Overexposure to heat and humidity can cause the body to become fatigued and stressed. Then number 5, we have chemical hazards. Risks which includes chemical burns, respiratory problems, and poisoning. Then come to number 2, the socio-economic impacts. Visible increase in corruption, increase in violence and crimes, lack of work security, labor absenteeism, unemployment, loss of traditional knowledge, practice, culture, violation of human rights. Then come to the next one, that will be the suggestion. Restoration of mined areas by revegetating them with appropriate plant species, stabilization of mine land, prevention of toxic drainage, discharge, and so on. Then number 2, we have restoration fees to be imposed to mine owners and stakeholders so that various government departments can generate funds to restore back the mine land to some extent. And number 3, we have safety of the mine workers is usually not a priority subject of rat hole mining. The best possible way is that the mine owners could do is to provide safety gadgets to the miners, like oxygen mask, like helmet, so on. Next one, a major mining accident happened in mine in Khasi, Jaintia Hills district on the 13th December 2018, where 15 miners were trapped under the ground. So to avoid occurrence of such incidents in the future, awareness about the ill effect of unregulated coal mining is prerequisite. Then let's come to the conclusion. In the petition to the NGT, Assam All Dimasa Student Union and Dima Hasao District Committee complained the rat hole mining in Meghalaya that had caused a lot of pollution to Kopli rivers. So that prompted NGT to ban rat hole mining in Meghalaya on the 17th April 2014. So now the Supreme Court order dated 3rd July 2019 lifted the ban on coal mining in Meghalaya imposed by NGT since April 2014, but put in place stringent regulation, which means that all mining will henceforth carried out by mining leaseholder as per the provision of the MMDR Act 1957, then the Mine Act 1952, Environmental Protection Act 1986. So this is about the my paper presentation, where the topic is about the ill effects of unregulated coal mining and the threat to life arising out of rat hole mining. So this is my submission, Madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shambhalang. Of course, it would have been even more interesting, perhaps with your presentation through the PowerPoint, but doesn't matter. You have very well articulated all the points. And yes, your topic will be taken up for discussion towards the end of the presentations. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now I would like to invite, I think this is a joint paper by Mr. Jeremy N. Im and Dr. Richard M. Lingdo, and they are going to present a paper on faunal diversity of Meghalaya, status, threats, and conservation efforts.
Morning, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
I'll just share my screen. Okay, is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Okay, okay. To start off, I would like to give my sincere thanks to Ma'am Champiang for chairing this session. Also to the principal of Synod College for having given me the opportunity to present this paper once again in the college. And a great thanks to Sir David, who has convened this webinar successfully yesterday, and we are sure that it will be successful today itself. And also to all the other organizing members and the stakeholders, faculty members, as well as non-faculty members of the college as well. So to start off, as stated by ma'am, the topic of my presentation today is about the faunal diversity of Meghalaya, wherein we will be looking at its status, the threats, as well as conservation efforts. So without much ado, let's have a brief look first at the introduction. I will not be introducing much more about Meghalaya. We all know that it has been carved out of the state of Assam on 21st January 1972. And what is well known about Meghalaya is that it is a part of the Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. So if we look at this map out here, the area where the arrow indicates is where Meghalaya is, and that entire stretch marked in red along the map in Southeast Asia is the Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. So it is in this region where you'll have a large condensation or accumulation of biodiversity, including plants and animals. However, my talk for today will be based only on animals and not plants. Since Meghalaya is a part of this hotspot, it is therefore home to many species of animals. Lots and lots of animals are there. Most have been discovered, but still many are yet to be discovered. And these animals, not all, but some of them, are endemic to Meghalaya, which means they are found only in Meghalaya and nowhere else in the world. So for example, I've given here the example of an animal whose scientific name is Retrospection shillongensis. And this is the animal, a very small frog, about maybe 2 centimeters long, and usually found in thriving on the leaves at this time of year, between August up to the end of October. It will be found usually during the rainy season. It will come out onto the leaf, and because of its small size, usually it is mistaken to be a youngling or a young frog, but it's not. This is the adult, quite small, and it will easily fit on just a small part of the tip of your finger. Now, this animal was first discovered and reported from the forests of Malki in 1973, and it is endemic. It is found nowhere else in the world, and that can be seen from the fact that it is a part of its scientific name. The specific name is shillongensis, and it is endangered, by the way, because it is found here and nowhere else, so it is highly endangered. Now, looking at this, at the faunal diversity, there are some important dates with regards to this, and these dates are as such. The first description of animals in Meghalaya was during the British rule in 1845. Now, knowing Meghalaya to be an area where there are a large number of animals, our state has become an interest for many naturalists and scientists throughout the world, especially the British, and they had come earlier on to study about the vast fauna as well as the flora of the state. However, we do not have those records. They are not available online, and it's very difficult to procure them. So it was only known that the earliest description of animals from this state was in 1845. It was later until 1916, when the Zoological Survey of India was established in Calcutta, that they actually started documenting about the wildlife found here. And it was in 1919 that the first documentation from the state, at that time still in Assam, was given. And the documentation or the report was about three frog species from Garo Hills. It was only much later, in 1959, that the ZSI from Kolkata decided to establish a Northeastern Regional Center, or NERC, here in Shillong. So the center in Shillong actually looks after the entire Northeast as such. And it is because of the presence of this center now that we actually have got many more documentations of animals that are being reported now. And in 2010, the Meghalaya Biodiversity Board was established, because it was way back in 2002 that the National Biodiversity Board was established with biodiversity acts and rules. And so therefore, in the state of Meghalaya also, this board was established in order to look after everything concerning the biodiversity, be it biodiversity of plants or animals. Now, what we know so far is that the documentation of these animals, the classical method that was carried out right from 1845 up to, let's say, the year 2000 and so, usually was based on the outside appearance of the animal, how the animal looked like, what was its habitat, what was its behavior. And based on similarities found between animal groups on these aspects, their outward appearance, their behavior and all, animals were grouped into specific type. But then in the present day, with modern technology becoming more and more easily available and becoming and the technology making research much faster, therefore newer and more advanced means of describing animals is available. And as it is, our state, as was published in this year itself in a newspaper article, the ZSI NERC had stated that there are still many more species of animals yet to be found. And as it is, Meghalaya has got different types of ecosystems. You've got dense forests, you've got grasslands, you've got the karst ecosystem, the caves, the limestone caves that is, you've got hot springs, and many areas are still unexplored. So there's still a great scope of finding newer animals, maybe animals that have not been reported from India as such, but are found elsewhere in the world, or maybe even new species that have never been reported in any scientific document whatsoever. Now, the fact is that even though our state is a hotspot of biodiversity, we as humans have carried out certain activities that are a threat to animal life. Of course, these activities are carried out mainly for the purpose of development or for enriching our lives, giving us a sense of comfort and luxury, but at the expense of losing the animal forms in the state. And therefore, if this happens, the animal species that are already there and recorded, they may become endangered or may be extinct, or even animal species that have not yet been recorded may be lost forever. So let us say if an animal species is there in a dense forest, but before it could be documented, the forest was laid barren, was brought down, and development took place out there, maybe for construction of road or whatever it may be, that animal species will not thrive. And as it is, animals in the wild are well adapted to their immediate environment, to their immediate surrounding. And their adaptation is such that if we remove that particular surrounding, they will not survive. Because number one, if their food, which is not available, is lost, they will also die out of starvation. And secondly, if their habitat is destroyed, they cannot go and adapt anywhere else, and so therefore they will eventually disappear. This therefore will lead to a disturbance in the natural balance. All of us, we have read at one point of time about man and environment, and we all know that every living organism as well as non-living things are interrelated, and there is a balance between predator and prey in what is called as the natural food chain. If a prey species is removed, the predator species will eventually also decrease in its number, and vice versa as well. So therefore, the balance in nature will be disturbed. And what is going to happen next is that we will be facing another extinction level event of a massive scale. As of now, there have been several, maybe up to 5 or 6 massive extinctions that have taken place on this planet. And perhaps we may be looking at another one very soon in the near future. And we may be losing animals that have been recorded, that have been seen by by people themselves, like the dodo bird, or our future generation will be left with only fossils, and they would just have to imagine how the animal would look like, what its behavior would be, and what its other aspects would also be like. So in order to combat these threats to animal life and in order to preserve animal life as well, what we need are certain conservation strategies which need the help of not only the government but all the people as well. So conservation strategies are the need of the hour if we want to maintain the animal species that are living here. Animals are not just there for the sake of being there. They're not just formed in nature because they have to be there, but they play an essential role in the ecosystem as well. Now, if we look at the second part, if we look at the status of faunal diversity from 1972 till date, I had mentioned earlier on that the first records were from 1845 and the first documented record was from 1919. But since we are talking about 50 years only, therefore I'm looking only from 1972 till date. The earliest report after 1972 was in 1973, where we had a report of the Shillong bush frog or Raorchestes shillongensis, whose picture I had shown earlier, from the forest of Malki. At the same time, in that same year, there was also reports of some species of amphibians from Garo Hills as well. What was bewildering to see was that the records available are only during 2 sessions. One was during the year 1985, 1999, and 2000, which was a document by ZSI. And in these 3 years, the records were given in the form of 10 volumes. And from these 10 volumes, what was found was that the number of animal species recorded in Meghalaya was 5,538. There are no more records after that. I was not able to obtain them from the website of ZSI or from the Ministry of Environment and Forests or from any other website related to animal diversity or even forests. I could not get. But what I could get was that in 2021, a new number has come up, wherein in the state it was recorded that there were about 9,853 animal species, and this was given in 1 volume. I could not get hold of this record because it is quite new, and the excerpts of this I obtained only from the newspapers. So if we look at the difference in the number of animals recorded between the first 10 volumes that were there from 95 to 2000 and 2021, as in the present date now, what we have are a difference of animals increasing by 4,315, whereas the number of years that have gone by is somewhere close to about 23 years. What is sad to say is that in the website of the Forest Department of the government, as well as the Meghalaya Biodiversity Board, the number of animal species that they have presented out there is of the 1995 series. That means they have not updated their documentation or their reports. And as it is, there is no report whatsoever yearly about the number of animal species. So we do not know. And this jump in the number of species recorded is basically thanks to the help of new technologies that are available in obtaining pictures of animals in the wild, or even getting a sample of them and releasing them back without harming them at all. So we hope that in the near future there'll be more people who will be coming up and documenting more animal species. The thing is that these reports are only corroborated by ZSI, whereas we know for sure that there are some individual academicians and scientists who have also made a large number of recordings of new animal species. So these recordings, I do not know whether they have been taken into concern by ZSI because the publications are not available online as such. Per academicians, like for example, we have Dr. Kriyam from Lidkin College, who has made numerous records of bat species and amphibians as well, new species, especially from caves. And then we also have individuals who have also made new records. We'll look at those a little bit later. Now, if you look
Jeremy, sorry
Yes,
to
ma'am.
interrupt you. Sorry to
Yes, ma'am.
interrupt you. Can you just summarize in another, say, 1 minute?
Okay, ma'am, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay. So if we look at the number of new species that have been recorded, these are the numbers as we see. These are only new species. So the numbers have increased. 2018 was the largest number, and in 2020 it was 2015. And these were some species that were new species that were recorded. This one was discovered in 2020. And also, this is a picture of a disc-footed bat, again last year. Now, if you look at the new records, what we have is a maximum number being shown in 2020. New records meaning animals have already been established elsewhere, but new records from the state and from India as well. And this was just recently a micro snail that was rediscovered since 1851, rediscovered back this year from Mouse Mike Cave. And we have animals being put in the IUCN red list, where we have got numbers in near threatened, vulnerable, endangered, and critically endangered. Maximum number, as you can see there, is in the case of mammals. And these are pictures of some animals that are there in the IUCN red list: near threatened, vulnerable, endangered, and critically endangered. Now, if we look at the threats to the fauna diversity, we have got all of these human activities, some of which have been also mentioned by Dr. Shambhalang, as well as by other speakers as well. So all of these leads to loss of animals' habitat, as well as death of animals due to pollution or starvation. So all of these are immediate threats which have to be taken into consideration. And conservation efforts, if we look at, we have got sacred groves, which are traditional method by which we can conserve nature as well as animals in them, community forests, government established protected areas, of which we have got 2 national parks, 4 wildlife sanctuaries, and 23 reserve forests. And also, okay, this is a map showing the distribution of national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. We also have got government and community-run conservation reserves, as well as conservation efforts can be made by creating awareness among the general public as well. So in conclusion, what we know is that Meghalaya, which is blessed with abundant wildlife, because of its diverse ecosystem, needs to be protected from human activities. So more efforts need to be added up for the conservation and preservation of animal life. So with this, this is a picture of Mount Plum Sacred Grove. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Siem. And I believe it was also a presentation in coordination with Dr. Richard Lingdor. So
Yes,
thank
ma'am,
you
yes.
very much. I think your paper is slightly different from the rest because it does give us, that perspective of looking at this human-nature relationship, but from a very different angle. So when we talk about nature, it's not just about trees and tigers and the beautiful surrounding, but deep beneath it, we need to see the, the creatures like the fauna, the flora, and everything. Connecting man with those creatures of the earth is also another perspective that we need to really talk about. So thank you very much for your in-depth study on this. And
Thank
I
you,
believe we will certainly have some interactions on your paper as well. Now, before I move on to the next paper presenter, let me just ask if they are present now, because in the beginning they were not present. Dr. A. Pida Wardri, are you there? Pidarihun, I think she's there. Pidarihun, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you will present next, all right?
Yeah.
Then Mr. Ivan Kersiem, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, so
I'm
you
present.
will present, yes, after Pidarihun. And Aksana Marak, I think you're also there.
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Okay, so we will go in that sequence. Okay, so now I invite A. Pidarihun Wardri to present her paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good. Good morning to everyone. Let me first share my slide. Is it visible?
Not yet.
It's
Not
not
yet.
visible. It's visible.
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. Is it visible now?
Not yet. Oh, yes, it's coming.
Okay. Okay. So, is it visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. The title of the paper that I am going to present is Spatial Temporal Changes in Shillong During the Last 50 Years, a Geographical Study. Historically, Shillong is formerly the capital of Assam till 1972, the year in which Meghalaya attained statehood. It became the capital of Meghalaya and the headquarters of East Khasi Hills district. Since then, it constitutes the most important urban center of the state. The city serves as an important hub for various socio-cultural, economic, and political activities. Here, facilities such as health, education, etc., attracts large number of people from different parts of the state. It is at present the only Class 1 city of the state with a population of 2,67,662 in 2001 and has increased to 3,54,325 in 2011 at a growth rate of 32.37%. The population of Shillong constitutes about 68% of the total urban population of the state. The settlement in the city has been growing and flourishes from time to time, and radical changes has been taken place in the city as it emerged from an administrative town during the British days to a multifunction large urban settlement at present. However, day by day, the city is gradually losing its past glory and pride due to various reasons such as unplanned urbanization, congestion, deterioration of water quality in the streams and rivers. In addition, reduced air quality in sanitary conditions, lack of proper sewerage and sewage treatment plan, increasing number of vehicles coupled with narrow and inadequate road network, and so on and so forth. Like any other urban centers of the country, Shillong as a capital city experienced changes at a faster pace compared to other parts of the state. It is observed that over the years, changes in the city is taking place both in space and time. And it is also obvious that these changes have brought about positive as well as negative impact. Objectives and methodology. The fundamental purpose of this paper is to highlight population change and urban growth in the Shillong city and its surroundings. This paper will also examine the problems associated with these changes. And the methodology includes field observation, collection of relevant data, and application of GIS techniques. In this paper, I would like to focus on two important aspects of changes that is prominent in Shillong city and its surroundings. One is population change, and number two is land use, land cover change. This chart shows the trend of population growth in Shillong during 1901 to 2011. As indicated in the chart, population is growing from time to time in Shillong as the bars in the graph is rising with the passage of time. This table shows the population of Shillong urban agglomeration from 1971 to 2011. It also shows how the area on the Shillong urban agglomeration is expanding from one time to another. In 1971, when we look at the table, in 1971, there were only 4 localities in the Shillong urban agglomeration. That is Shillong Municipality, Shillong Cantonment, Maulai, and Nong Thamai. Whereas in 1981 and 1991, The number of localities under the Shillong urban agglomeration has increased from 4 to 6, with the inclusion of Pintor Umkra and Madanriting. In 2001, there are 7 localities in Shillong urban agglomeration, with the addition of another locality, that is Nongmansang. In 2011, the number of localities in Shillong urban agglomeration have increased to 12. With the inclusion of 5 more localities, that is Maupat, Umpling, Nongsia, Umlinka, and Lao Sotun. With regard to the population in Shillong urban agglomeration, there is a uniformly increase in population during the period of 1971 to 2011, with a growth rate of 4.72%. Here are the maps. I'm going to show you the population map of Shillong urban agglomeration for the year 1971, 81, and 91, and this map. This is the first map showing the population map of 1971, and this is the second map showing the population of Shillong urban agglomeration during the 1981. These are the map showing the distribution of population in Shillong urban agglomeration in the year 1971 and 81. I would like to note here that the colors in the map represent the different category of population in different localities. Red color represents high population. Light red color represents moderate population. Orange color represents low population, and yellow color represents very low population. This map shows the population of this first map shows the population of Shillong urban agglomeration according to 1971 census. The area in the map represented by red color in the map, the areas which is marked by red color in the map is the Shillong municipality, which shows that the population is the highest. It is followed by Nong Thamai, Maulai, and Shillong cantonment. The second map shows the population of Shillong urban agglomeration according to 1981 census. Here, 2 more localities were added in the map, which includes Pintor Umkra and Madanriting. The population of Shillong municipality, which is represented by red color, is high, whereas Maulai shows an increase in population as compared to the 1971 census, followed by other localities. These maps shows the population of Shillong urban agglomeration during the year 1991 and 2011. As shown in the map, the population, when we look at this first map, 1991 census, it shows that the population of Shillong municipality remains high, followed by Nong Thamai and Maulai. Other areas such as Pintor Umkra, Madanriting, Shillong cantonment shows low concentration of population. Now, when we look at the map of population according to 2011 census, the second map, we can see many changes, even the shape of the map and even the population. We will find here that expansion of urban areas with the inclusion of 5 more localities is shown. That is Umlinka, Maupat, Nongse, Lao Sotun, and Umpling were added in this map. So this shows that urban expansion is taking place in Shillong and its surroundings. Again, population of Shillong municipality remains high, and Maulai, Pintor, Umkra, Nong Thamai, and minorities also shows increasing trend. Therefore, it is understood from here that tremendous changes occurred in Shillong urban agglomeration during the period of 1971 to 2011, both in space and time. After independence, Shillong has experienced both horizontal and vertical growth of population. This is mainly due to large number of immigration, expansion of residential areas, development of transportation and commercial facilities, and so on. The expansion of the city in the surrounding towns, that is Nong Thamai, Madanritik, Maulai, Pitharkumkra, is also highly indicative. The increase of population and expansion of Shillong may be attributed to migration of the rural people from different parts of the state and, to some extent, influx of workforce engaged in various activities. Here, now I'm going to discuss the second part of my presentation, that is land use, land cover change in Shillong and its surroundings during the last 50 years. Shillong and its surroundings also experienced changes in terms of land use, land cover during the last 50 years. I have prepared these maps. These maps shows, these are the land use, land cover map extracting from three different time period. Number 1, 1967, number 2, 1985, and number 3, 2020. These maps help us to understand how spatial change occur in Shillong and its surrounding areas. I would like to note here that red color in the map represents settlement and built-up areas. Green color shows forest cover. Here, dark green represents dense forest and light green represents open forest. Yellow color are agricultural lands. Let's first look at the first map. The first map is the base map extracted from topo sheet 78014 surveyed during the year 1966-67.
Amanda, can you please mute yourself, Amanda?
So this map shows the land use, land cover as per 1967 survey. This map shows the distribution of settlement, forest cover, agricultural land, and other land use category as it is. So when we look at the second map, we'll come now to the second map. The second map is the land use, land cover map of 1985. Changes is taking place, but when we compare with the first map of 1967, the rate of changes is comparatively low, or I can say that changes is not so high when we look at this 1985 map. However, when we go to the third map, land use, land cover map of 2020, major changes can be seen in and around Shillong urban area. Number 1, we can find here the expansion of settlement and built-up areas, which is clearly indicated as the area under this category. When we look at the reddish color showing the settlement, we will find that 67 is less. There's a slight increase in 85, whereas in the year 2020, the area on the built-up area and settlement has increased tremendously. Number 2, due to the expansion of built-up area, the area under forest cover is declining. Because of the expansion of settlement and built-up area under forest has been affecting, and it shows a declining trend. Most of the area under dense forest, shown in a map in dark green color, are replaced by open forest. You'll find that in the year 2020, you'll find that the dense forest has been reduced and has been replaced by open forest and grasslands. This shows that...
Excuse me, Hidarihun.
Yes,
please try to summarize it, okay?
Okay. This shows that large-scale deforestation occurred due to urban growth. So if we look at the map closely, it shows that the direction of change or expansion of urban area is towards the north and northeast, where the proposed site of New Shillong is located. Okay, I'll skip this table. The changes has been occurred in Shillong and its surrounding areas during the last 50 years have also brought positive and negative impact. Positive changes. Expansion of Shillong urban agglomeration shows that the city is growing with the passage of time. Presence of various economic and commercial activities and better employment opportunities in and around the city have attracted large number of population from other parts of the state. And from time immemorial, Shillong is an educational hub which attracted large number of young population from rural areas within the state as well as from other neighboring states, resulting in expansion of the city. Then availability of better health facilities, concentration of different government, private institutions in Shillong is also one of the contributing factors for its growth. Shillong is a center of various social and entertainment activities. Therefore, embraces large number of population from different socio-cultural background. Negative changes. The growth of population in the city is very high compared to other urban areas of the state. At present, the city is encountered with the problem of congestions since large number of people migrate to the city for education, health, and political activities. Due to population, large-scale migration of population from within the state and outside the state has resulted to insecurity in the state. So there are also other problems here. I would like to wind up with a conclusion. These types of studies have helped one to realize and understand the overall scenario of Shillong and its surroundings. Such studies have created awareness regarding the vastness of the problem. It is understood from here that solutions to such problem is not easy and may take a longer period of time. People are perhaps intensely debating about the issues in order to arrive at possible legal and non-legal remedies. Hello? Hello? As academicians and scholars, it is felt that these types of studies should be taken up seriously on a regular basis, as such studies can provide useful information and better solution to the problem. As the state of Meghalaya is celebrating 50 years of statehood, it is anticipated that such studies aiming at improving the well-being of Shillong Urban Centre, which is the capital of the state, will be benefited if one seeks for a better living condition for the future. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Pidari, yes,
Can
Pidari.
you hear me?
Yes, yes, we heard
Okay.
you.
So that is
all right.
my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As I said, as we moving on and on from one paper to the next, I think the session is getting more and more interesting. Not just interesting, we are getting so many different perspectives of looking at this environmental issue. And Pidarihun has done a wonderful job of looking at, the dangers of overpopulation and how she has projected the statistical information about the widening of the urban agglomeration in our capital city over the past how many years has been really, really very interesting. Thank you very much, Pidarihun.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let me now invite Mr. Ivanker Kariem Rindem. You are there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so kindly present your paper now.
A very good afternoon to our respected chairperson, Dr. Champiang, to my fellow presenters, and to everyone present.
Just a minute, Ivanker. Just 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
I think Pidarihun, you need to stop presenting. Okay, just click. Yes, right. Okay, Ivanker, you can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. At the onset, I would like to thank the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, and the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, for this opportunity. My paper for today is titled Environmental Ethics in the Sustainable Planning and Development of Meghalaya. Now, in the interest of time, I will now proceed to read certain excerpts from my paper. All right. When we consider the moral right and wrong, it must be understood that it is a social construct. This is because in a natural state, every organism is hardwired for survival, as outlined by the seminal works of Charles Darwin. In most cases, it is not a matter of equality, but resilience and adaptability, which favors the survival and proliferation of successive generations. However, in modern human societies, and especially in a democratic country like India, rights and corresponding duties are bestowed equally upon its citizens. When we come to Meghalaya, we find that it is mainly an agricultural economy with little to no industrial output. This may seem like an anomaly, for the state enjoys a healthy literacy rate of 74%. Now, the case of the palm. With the full force of the pandemic disrupting the daily lives of people in the year 2020 and its threat still looming over the globe in 2021, the world is making a steady comeback. However, xenophobia, especially xenophobia, has grasped the country. This has led to the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which aims to strengthen the nation by means of incentives to produce locally and sustainably to such an extent that it breeds an economy of scale at the national level. That being said, India is the leading importer of edible oil, which accounts for about two-thirds of its consumption. With the forethought of making India self-sufficient in this regard, a proposal was touted by the central government, which envisioned the Northeast as well as the Andaman and Nicobar Islands as potential areas where palm oil plantations would be introduced. While the core idea does seem vital to our well-being, it has faced opposition in the state of Meghalaya due to its proposed implementation program. The opposing factions are led primarily by their fear that the onset of the proposed plantations will wreak havoc on the local flora and fauna, thereby rendering the luscious green hills of Meghalaya denuded and barren. Others are apprehensive of the conglomerates that have been branded along with the proposal for growing the palms. While their views and opinions are valid, we are nonetheless presented with an opportunity to build back better. It may be worth mentioning that the practice of plant breeding is not a new phenomenon in the country, especially since the Green Revolution. However, the National Agricultural Market Initiative, popularly known as ENAM, has still not made its way into the state of Meghalaya. The benefits of wide-scale approaches such as ITC's e-Chopal have also not been introduced in the state, the likes of which may have eased the apprehensions that people might have to such large-scale plantations and their benefits towards community livelihood and well-being. Thus, in order to allay the fears of the people, perhaps a pilot project could be launched to give credibility to the efficacy of such a venture. The use of such areas that are declared barren or wastelands by the appropriate state authorities might be encouraged. Additionally, its supervision might be entrusted to the state authorities in tandem with the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Furthermore, nano-urea, a fertilizer that was recently developed, could be used. In addition to this, suitable crops could be grown alongside the palm, which would ensure the practice of a form of permaculture, thereby protecting the land against soil erosion. Thus, the area may further serve as a carbon sink that additionally contributes to the nation's goal of increasing green cover as part of its Nationally Determined Contributions, or NDC, under the Paris Agreement of 2015. Next, we talk about my next topic of trees and connectivity. Now, Meghalaya boasts of a comparatively good setup of inland road connectivity. These roads serve as a form of lifeline for the state, as it is landlocked and does not have an extensive rail or aviation network. While plans and proposals are underway for the latter, a recent development in the state is the inauguration of groundwork to bring about a four-lane highway over the pre-existing two-lane that connects Shillong and Tamabil, linking Meghalaya with neighboring Bangladesh. Here again, there was a huge public outcry at the deforestation that took place in the Upper Shillong area. The state government quickly reassured people that the concerned authorities had identified and earmarked only 8 heritage trees, which were deemed necessary for removal under the project. In addition to this, the right-of-way has also been reduced to a bare minimum of 24 meters, as opposed to the standard 45 to 60 meters. Conversely, though, according to the Meghalaya Forest Department, a total of 4,447 trees had been given clearance for removal by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for this particular project. Now, it is interesting to note here that the Delhi government had recently brought about a tree transplantation policy, which mandated that when they couldn't be conserved on site, 80% of the trees from the project site would have to be relocated. While experts warn that such a step might incur heavy expenses, the underlying notion is again economics. What does the administration deem valuable at this point, and how can we bridge the gap between the valuation of tangible goods and intangible services that nature freely provides us with? In a bid to tackle vehicular pollution, states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and others have over the years introduced different measures to discourage families and individuals from owning more than one vehicle or certain types of vehicles. The National Green Tribunal reached out to the authorities of 122 cities where the ambient air quality is poor to curtail doling out registration of vehicles without proof of an adequate parking space. The Bombay High Court is also against families owning multiple cars with sufficient parking spaces and supported the BMC's decision to fine people for parking on the roadside. Now, in a move to reduce imports of crude oil and by propagating natural gas as a greener option over petroleum, the Centre has pledged to directly fund the Northeast Gas Grid project of Indradhanush Gas Grid Limited. This is one of the main three pipelines that are being introduced in the country. Now, furthermore, the automobile industry is being included in its flagship production-linked incentive scheme, especially for the development of electric vehicles. Currently, coal is the primary form of fuel in the country. However, in line with its NDCs, India is on track to achieve its goal of generating 40% of its energy requirement from renewable or non-fossil fuel sources. Additionally, a national hydrogen mission has also been flagged off to boost the use of hydrogen as a source of fuel in the near future. However, as the country progresses with innovations that fan the flames of progress, the balance of a sustainable form of development will come not only from technological advancements, but through the daily acts of responsible citizens. Now, in conclusion, I've titled my conclusion Greener Pastures. Now, when we talk about our environment, especially in relation to climate change and economic expansion, it is found that people are hard pressed, especially when they are made to choose between conservation and development, which often results in ambivalence. All of us would like to have access to electricity 24/7, but we frown at the thought of having to mine coal or build dams across our rivers to foster its generation. While nuclear energy is comparatively the cleanest source of energy with a high energy density, we all know the hazards and the risks that are involved with its proliferation. We complain about the inflation of gas and petroleum prices, yet fail to notice that a huge portion of our agricultural produce, which normally goes to waste, can actually be used as sources of biofuel in our DG sets and automobiles. We have extensive lists and appendices for safeguarding plant and animal species, but we deem them a threat to be neutralized when human lives are at stake. Even feral animals become a menace to society when unchecked. For eons, nature has had its own way of balancing its ecosystems, but anthropogenic activities have disturbed this homeostasis. Hence, the obligation of restoring this balance lies upon each of us. For example, a thriving green belt with the boundaries of the proposed highway projects will help in the drawdown of carbon, but they will bloom and blossom if citizens take the added initiative to care for them. The use of the latest gadgets and technologies can be used for development, but we must realize that ethics and morals must be part of its constitution, in a way that they are inculcated right from homes to education institutions. It is not only protests, demands, and rebukes, but suggestions based on shared principles and a collective responsibility That will ensure greener pastures for our future. But the grass is not always greener on the other side of the fence, but where you water it. With that, I conclude my paper.
Thank you very much, Ivan Kerr, for your very timely presentation. Thank you for keeping track of the time. And yes, your paper is indeed very interesting, considering the fact that our development planners and people in power, who are the main stakeholders in planning programs and implementing them in the wider interest of the society, they should take into consideration, as you said, the ethics and morals and be more sensitive, I think, to people's needs. And when we're coming closer home to the Northeast, I think the tribals here in the Northeast have their own set of ethical issues, I think, which the government has to be more sensitive, because we present a very unique lot of community interest that works so much closer to nature. So perhaps if the government would look into all these ethical and moral issues that are so intricately linked with our tribal way of life, that would bring so much of a sustainable development. Thank you, Ivan Kerr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I invite Miss Aksana Marak, who is here, I believe. Yes,
Yeah,
Aksana,
yes,
are
ma'am,
you
I'm
here?
here.
Yeah. So I invite you now to present your paper.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon to everybody. Please excuse my voice. I'm having a very bad cold. Right. Without further ado, I would share my screen. Ma'am, can you see my
Yeah.
screen?
Yes, yes, we can see
All
it.
right. All right. Okay, yeah. Thank you, the chairperson and the organizer, for giving me the opportunity to present my paper, which has been entitled as Environmental Perspectives of Corporate Social Responsibility in Meghalaya. We all know that for the society to progress, there needs to be economic development. But then with economic development, there comes problems, environmental problems, which is not a new thing, okay, which has been a part of the ancient history. But then as we move on to the modern times, this relationship between the human and environmental changes have acquired various new dimensions in the modern times. The intensity and concern of these problems, it has been increased with modern times. The industrial revolution and environment has based on extensive use of natural resources and energy derived from fossil fuels has brought a number of new environmental issues and problems like pollution of the air, water, soil, natural resource depletion, waste disposal, global warming, and the like. And then healthy and sound environment is the basis for all kinds of development. The natural environment is the source of all resources that are needed for the sustenance of life and to fuel the economy. But then studies have shown that most of the environmental damages, they are the results of industrialization and economic activities. Then since the business houses or the corporations or the companies, they are a part of society and environment, they hold a responsibility for the damages they bring about along with their own activity. So I would like to give a little background, but these companies, they have come to realize the damages they are bringing along with their activity, and then they have committed to repercute this or retaliate this damages, which is also known as CSR, or the corporate social responsibility, which is the act of responsibility towards the environment, people, and society by the companies themselves. This CSR, or the corporate social responsibility, it's not a new concept. It has been practiced since the ancient times. but then the concept remains the same. However, there is varied definitions, but then there is no universally accepted definition for the same. But then India became the first country to legalize this social corporate social responsibility with the enactment of the section which talks about the corporate social responsibility, which is present in the section 135 of the Companies Act 2013. So this section says that every company which has a net worth of Indian rupee 500 crore or more, or a turnover of rupees 100 crore or more, or a net profit of rupees 5 crore or more, they have to spend at least 2% of their average profit in the whatever they have made in the previous 3 years on the CSR activities. Yeah, and then they also have listed, apart from this rule, they also have given the list of activities in which the company can invest, or they can put their money on the activities. And then those lists, they have been given in the Schedule 7, which includes activities like eradication of hunger, for the sports-related activity, then research and development, rural development, gender equality, education, protection of natural heritage, and all those such activities that has been listed in the Schedule 7 of the Companies Act 2013. Then they have included various number of, actually there are total number of 10 items, or 10 activities where companies can invest according to their choice. Whichever they prefer, they can take up any activities. Okay, they can invest, or they can they can give amount to any activity listed in this schedule. Apart from that, when you look at, if you see the Schedule 7 of the Act, you would find that the item number 4, it is directed towards the environmental protection and sustainability, right? So which will be a boon that we will see in the coming slides. Okay, but then when you look at Meghalaya, we all know that comparatively to other states, especially to mainland areas, Meghalaya has very less number of large scale profit making companies on that thing. Like many of my presenters beforehand, they have they have said that Meghalaya is a home of rich biodiversity, and then with the but then with the increase of number of we are also witnessing the number of industrial and corporate sector that are coming up, and then urbanization. This fragile environment, they need protection, and then the degrading resources also need to be conserved urgently. So when we are paying homage to economically profitable organizations and economy of the region, there is also an urgent need for environmental protection and conservation. And then with the notification of Companies Act 2013, companies in Meghalaya also have to spend, that is whichever come under the criteria of section 135, they also have to spend at least 2% of the average profit over the preceding years on the CSR activities from the year 2014 itself. So keeping this in mind, my objectives, the objectives of the paper is to understand like how much the companies are aware of the CSR. The companies in Meghalaya, the companies operating in Meghalaya, how much do they understand the CSR, their opinions, their views on the CSR, and also what are the environmental activities under CSR they are doing in the state of Meghalaya. So those are the objectives. The method is very simple. First, we identified the number of companies, and then the list of companies were obtained, and then after that, we also collected the primary data, which was a survey by giving them questionnaires, and then and then personal interviews were there, and also there was face-to-face discussions as well. Then after that, we also collected, since most of the CSR reports were given in the annual reports, so that was collected as the secondary data as well. Since the questionnaire could to support the primary data, we also collected the secondary data through the annual reports. So the study area, I haven't included that because it was in Meghalaya. So all the companies in Meghalaya was taken into account. So using that method, we also there were identification. So the various corporations and companies operating in Meghalaya were identified with the help of the list provided by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, which the one in Shillong, and then also from the Directorate of Commerce and Industries, Government of Meghalaya. Then what happened was there was this whatever the list was there in the provided by the Directorate of Commerce and Industries, that those companies or those corporates, the company's name were also there in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, since the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has most number of companies present there. So in order to avoid any so that we will not so that no companies will be left out, we considered the data provided by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So when after that, we found out that there were 984 corporations in Meghalaya, registered to the ministry. Then out of the listed companies, there were 459 companies that were either strike off or were under the process of doing so, or they were amalgamated or dissolved. Basically, they were inactive. Then the remaining 525 companies, they were active, and then they are consisted of range of corporations belong to different sectors. Okay. And then, but then what happened after that, we found out that 525, they don't come under the section 135 of the Companies Act. That is, they do not make that, they do not make much of the money that is required to be, to be covered under the section 135. So we found out that there were only 27 companies that fulfilled the criteria. Like the other companies, they do not fulfill the criteria of CSR, and then they were filtered, and then the final list of 27. Yes,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Please keep track of time, okay? You have about,
sure.
about 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, so there are like only 27 companies. Okay, final list was count down to 27. From the 27 companies, questionnaires were given, and then personal visits were done, but then only 14 companies responded the questionnaires. So out of that 14 companies, we asked them about their awareness on CSR. So it was found that they were, the maximum number of the companies were aware about the CSR. Okay, and then opinions until like most companies, like 12 companies out of the 14 companies that responded. Okay, 12 companies, they found that whatever activity they are doing on CSR, they were beneficial for the company. Then okay, only one company said it was liability, since the government asked them to do. That's why they are doing. And then the other one, like they said, like they do not say any specific, they do not specify any reason. So, and then we also ask the view, and then on the CSR they have been doing. So 9 companies were satisfied, and then like only 3 companies were extremely satisfied, and then and there were 1 company that was somewhat satisfied, and then the 1 was unsatisfied. Then we also asked like what would be the priority areas of the companies. Then most of them, they say like all the 3, that is since the pillar of CSR is basically the economic, and then society, and then the environment. So like some companies, like 5 companies, they said like economic would be the first priority, that is the economic development of the society. And then all the 3, okay, some like 5 companies they said, and then some environment and society. So and then some they said like 1 company they said like social and economic, and then some they did not comment on that part of the questionnaire. So you can see like environment alone, they do not want to invest on the environment alone. They also want to make the society and other areas their priority for their CSR activity. So yeah, we also ask like what other environmental activities they have been doing under their CSR activity. So most of the companies, almost all the companies, they are engaged in tree plantation. So that is the most preferred activity by all the companies. Apart from that, they also said, okay, they are also engaged in solar lighting installations. Other activities towards environmental sustainability that are taken up by the companies in Meghalaya include installation of solar lighting system. Okay, and then apart from that, management of soil, air, and water, and then the sensitization programs or the awareness programs they are also engaged on. So not much are being done. So when you look at after the study, okay, it was found that the awareness level the quality of awareness level about the CSR is very low, not only by the corporations but also about the general public and other associated groups. It's very limited. But then with increasing environmental problems arising in the state, addressing these issues through CSR activities will benefit the state as well as the corporations. Because healthier the environment, and then healthier the corporations as well, because it is the nature from where we get the raw materials. Then economy of the nation also depends on the sound and healthy environment, as it provides the production of goods and services required to fuel the economy comes from the environment. So even with little number of companies qualifying to carry CSR activities, collective effort of these companies towards sustainability will have vast contribution. And then the CSR activities undertaken by corporations, they are like general type, and then it needs a further refinement. Being an ecologically sensitive, and then I think Sir Jeremy CM has also talked about the environment of the Meghalaya. It's drawing attention. The biodiversity of the state is drawing attention from the scientists, researchers. Then why not encourage these corporate houses to invest some amount on the protection or conservation measures of this biodiversity? So being an ecologically sensitive state, much more activities to improve and conserve its natural environment are a need of the hour, and CSR activities can play a potent role in doing so. Yeah, so that's all. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aksana. And with this, we have come to the end of all the 6 presentations, which I must say were really, really interesting. I, for one, personally have gained a lot more than the chairpersonship that I was here. I was more like a learner. And I think we all had a similar experience, right? We all really had a learning experience listening to all the different perspectives of looking at this human nature relationship. And what I could gather from all the 6 papers was that I think we are living in an age when this human nature relationship needs to be re-explored from a very different perspective, where we are the stakeholders and we are the ones to be held responsible. So yes, conservation, protection, sustainability, these are terms that we often hear whenever we talk about environment and its problems and issues. But since we're all part of a small family here in the Northeast, as I said, where the biodiversity is so rich, and conservation efforts have to be of a very different level, where I think the government, the community, and we as the stakeholders should play a very, very important role. And I would like to conclude by saying that we should always keep in mind what our father of the nation had said. And I think we all know that the earth has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for one man's greed. So I guess we should take up the responsibility in our hands, and we can at least make a change in whatever way we can to save our planet. So now I invite all of you to actively participate. We don't have much time. I know it's past time, but at least 1 or 2 interactions, if we could have, then please do so. Okay, so I open the house for discussions. If any questions, please come up right away. All the paper presenters are here, so they are ready to interact with you. Do we have any? Well, if I may just take the lead, Daniel, can I talk to you, Daniel?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was a little curious to know about this quasi environmental setup. Is it an exercise that has already started, or are you intending what? I mean, I didn't get that part clear.
Okay, so the experimental setup that I use, it's called contingent valuation. It's something which came out in the 2000s. Like it was formalized in the year 2000 by Carson and Arrow and a lot of other economists. So basically, the logic behind contingent valuation is that there's certain types of goods for which a market doesn't exist, like no formal market as such exists. And these can be things like public goods or more particularly environmental goods. So it becomes very difficult because since there's no market for such goods, it becomes difficult to place a price on them. So, and because there's no market, like the market mechanism of revealed preference itself doesn't work. So how do you get people to tell you their preferences? So the best way to do it is by asking them to state directly what their preferences are. So in order to get them into the right frame of mind, first you have to debrief them on the environmental services that you're talking about. So in the case of the Maplang Sacred Grove, I talked about how the groves can regulate air quality, regulate water quality, and even prevent soil erosion. So I talked about this. Then I asked them some questions as well, along as we've seen before, my debriefing questions. And then after that, that's when I posed to them the question that, okay, what if, this situation takes place where the world runs out of fossil fuels and the Sacred Grove being, this biomass of natural resources, what if people start encroaching upon the Sacred Grove for such resources to use as fuel for everyday needs? So that's the situation I presented to them. And then I presented them two alternatives. One being that, if they do nothing about it, then, nothing can stop or prevent the destruction of the grove. But if you do something from today, like contribute towards the setting up of some formal mechanism for protecting the grove, then that alternative can be prevented. Like you can still, maybe have the Sacred Grove in the future where, with formal protection, it wouldn't be encroached upon. None of its resources would be used and it would be maintained even, as long as the funds keep coming, of course. But anyway, the whole point of this is that it's a proxy measure to get to a price, like I said, to get to how people value the Sacred Groves. Because I can't ask them directly, how much do you value fresh air? Because things like that are very difficult to do. So instead, I pose to them an experiment like this, where I say, okay, how much are you willing to protect the groves? This becomes a proxy measure for how much they're willing to pay for the services offered by the grove.
So you mean this exercise was conducted by you?
Yeah, it was conducted by me in December of 2017. At the time, I was interning with the State Pollution Control Board.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because it could definitely be, with in coordination with some project, or was it with a project by the?
It wasn't a project. I was interning under SPCB, and this is so basically I proposed a lot of ideas, and this is the one that they stuck to.
And the response was that women were more responsive, right?
Yeah, first of all, women are more likely to agree to pay.
Agree, yes.
Yeah, and that although initially I did find evidence that there were divergences in how much they're willing to pay, once we control for anchoring bias, that difference eliminates itself.
Right. Thank you. So
thank you.
I've already set the ball rolling. We still have time. Anybody would like to interact? Well, I think they're all really satisfied with your presentations, and so do I. So with this, I think we can wrap up the session. Thank you once again, each and every paper presenter, for your presentations. And I again thank the organizers of this webinar for giving us this opportunity. And thank you, sir. I can see you're there. Thank you, Sir Lindo. And thank you all. Thank you. I also thank the participants. I can see quite a number of them who stayed on right from the beginning. So yes, David, thanks to you also.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. So we're wrapping up the session here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you everyone and everybody. And well, we'll start the session now only. So actually, Mr. Dhiraj, whether he's there or not. Okay, so we'll go with Dr. Joblin Hegg. Well, Dr. Joblin Hegg, you are there. So since Dr. Dehraj is not there, I would request you to kindly present your paper. Well, you'll be having 12 minutes. So please stick to the time.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you to the organizer. Thank you, sir. The paper that I'm going to present today is Analysis on the Politics of Youth Consciousness in Meghalaya. Why I'm presenting this paper? The reason behind presenting this paper because the youth also comprises a large chunk, to say so, of the population in India. When we look carefully, even in our state, they have played a pivotal role in one way or the other. But before looking or analyzing their contribution and what role they have played in the politics of our state, I would like to little bit define on the categorization of youth. Okay. So when we look at youth, okay, it is understood as a period of transition from dependence of childhood to adulthood and independence. And the UN has given different kind of definition of youth that is from 15 to 24 years of age to all member states. However, after a period of time, after the African Youth Charter, youth was defined between person between 15 to 35 years of age. And the youth is a person or an individual which has compulsory education and is between the age where he or she tries to find her employment. With regard to youth and development and their consciousness, we can see that it can be associated with their activism. And their activism is also their consciousness, and it can be said that it started in the year 1965 as a milestone, where internationally it started with the Students' Democratic Society in 1962. The concept of activism, as we know, is also, it evolved because of students' consciousness and their responsiveness towards the event and happenings of the time. Their involvement and participation was felt not only in matters related to academics and status of the student community, but also felt on matters which concern society at large, and they took keen interest in the well-being of the society as well as in the economic, social, and political scenario of the time. While looking at students' consciousness or youth consciousness, I have taken the definition of Philip Albach, which looks at developing nations, especially in the third world, where he attributes to the rule of or the colonized state or the political situation that was there that made them to be conscious that they can also play a role to bring in changes in society. So according to him, he says that youth consciousness among people sought to bring in a change in society. As planners, as teachers, researchers, evaluators, decision makers, advocates, and again, social injustice and other racism campaign. When we look at the history of student organization around the world, we would find that it started with the development of different ideology which dates back to 1900, including the Marxist and religious groups. So when you look carefully at it, we find that they have an impressive way of influencing the mind of the youth. And during that point of time, there are organizations like the World Student Christian and the Young Men Christian Organization known as the YMCA at that point of time, which played a pivotal role to look at, especially during that time, because when we talk of India during that point of time, the Britishers were ruling over it, and the ideology of liberalism or the ideology of capitalism was there. But with the emergence of Marxism, with the emergence of ideology of socialism, communism, it has changed the perception of not only those who are in power, but especially of the young minds during that point of time. Further, when you look look carefully at youth consciousness, we cannot forget that it deals with the notion of power. And this has emerged even before the pre-Reformation era. And when we look carefully, we'll find that these pre-Reformation era involves methods like protest, movement, and of not accepting what is there. They would try to question the ideologies that are present there, and we could associate it with the utilitarian view of the functioning of the different universities in different parts of the world. However, in India, if we look carefully, we'll find people like Sushila Mehta, who HC Upriti, which says that youth involvement, it has gained, and it is believed that because India is on the path of democratic system, it has penetrated not only into the political scenario, but also in the process of democratization uh, of the young people participating, whether at the university or the college level. So when we look carefully, we'll find that in 1819, the communal riots that was taken up by Bal Gangadhar Tilak and the Bombay terrorists was a useful vehicle for radical nationalism, which we see that the youth participated during that point of time during independence movement. So with regard to Meghalaya, because we're going to look at Meghalaya, we find that in Meghalaya, there are student organizations, there are youth in our society, and some of the prominent ones are the Khasi Student Union, the Jaintia Student Union, and the Garo Student Union. And the most active among them, I would say, is the Khasi Student Union, which has played an active role, especially during the time at the present scenario. We also find organizations like the FKGP, the HYC, the HNYF, and when we look carefully, beginning from the year of 1979, these organizations, or the KSU as we say, they have played a prominent role in highlighting the plight of society during that point of time with anti-foreigners and illegal migrants into the state. In 1987, there's also a drive for illegal migrants of Bangladeshi and also from Nepal. When you look carefully, these youth are not only concentrating on the education, but the societal and political problems of the society. And to a great extent now in modern times or in recent time in the 21st century, we see them involving in issues which are concerning the world at large, the environmental issues, especially like the uranium mining. The youth, when we look carefully, okay, because of their consciousness of what we say like class, when they realize that their things are being taken away, when we look at Marx, when we look at the ideology of communism, we also see that it is developing, it is seeping into our youth when they try to, when they look at, when they talk of the ILP, when they talk of the cut-off year of 1951 to generate jobs for themselves. Yes, some people might say that they are wrong, but in one way or the other, they are conscious of their rights. And being conscious of your rights, I would say that they are not wrong. Yes, we cannot hamper on others' right, but we also need to see that our youth also get what they deserve. So when we look at a democratic government, we have seen that at times these movements, they have become a consensus of agreement, especially with the ruling elite, and some of the decisions that have been taken by the government is also not only for the interests of the youth, but because of what they have highlighted, it has developed a keen interest for those people who are at the realm of administration. Because when we look carefully at our youth, they seem to follow the path of democracy. And if democracy fails, like what Hans Hermann Hoppe says in his book, Democracy, the God That Failed, then what happened? There would be unequal distribution of wealth and income. And what happens during that point of time? There would be no generation of employment, there would be no subsidized. And when we look at the age of modernization, we see that the concept of liberty, equality are transcendent into power, where what happens, those who are in power would not rather look at them, but now take those issues and highlight those who are in the opposition. When you look at the student organization in or the youth in our state, we find them that they also participated in the 1955 and the 1960s, which these organizations were also there during that point of time, who supported the Hill State movement and the development. And these organizations, they supported these organizations for one reason, so that what happened, they could rule over themselves. No doubt, in after the 1980s, there was a turn of.
Dr. Joblin, you have 2 more minutes, please.
Okay,
Wind
sir.
up.
Just 1 more minute, sir. So when we look at the political situation in Meghalaya, it has took a dramatic turn in the 1980s, where these issues that are being raised at different point of time, uh, they have they have been enlightened, they have been highlighted by these youth. If we look carefully, how would the people in the villagers would know? How would people in far-flung areas would know? It is because they have become a voice of the people. Let's not forget that in the 21st century, they are not only keen about economic or political or social, but they have also put forward to the government of India in 2018 under the umbrella of NESO, where not only the KSU but also the GSU, the Jaintia Students Union, they have put forward their desire for employment creation of equal opportunities, economic development, not only of Meghalaya but also of Northeast as a whole. And the recent thing that happened recently, we can see about their consciousness is, which was raised by the GSU about illegal timber trafficking, sorry, not trafficking, illegal transportation of timber in recent times, shows their awareness, that they are concerned about their future and the resources that are available for the future generation. Thus, we can say that these young minds now are not only involved as pressure groups, but they has act as agents of change. And even the government has seemed to be listening to them, and their voice have become mandates of various political parties in recent elections of the state. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joblin. Dr. Joblin is an assistant professor, Department of Political Science, Postgraduate Section, Synod College. Well, I saw Dr. Dhiraj is there. So, well, sir, I would request you to kindly present your paper.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to the chairperson. Thank you very much, and I would apologize for not being able to join exactly at 11 o'clock because of internet issues. And as you can...
Just 1 second, Dr. Dhiraj.
Yes, sir.
Just 1 second, you'll be getting 12 minutes to present your paper. Okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. I just had some few internet issues, but however, now I have come to the main server room to present my paper, and indeed it's a matter of pride for me that I'm being able to present my paper under the Honorable Member of Parliament of India and our very dear teacher from Synod College. So, very good morning. Well, I would like to present my paper. I'll be presenting my paper now. I'll present the entire screen. Give me 1 second. This cancel. 1 second, sir. I'll be presenting my paper. Is my screen visible to everyone? Sir, is it visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Well, my paper is on the autonomous district councils in Meghalaya, time for introspection. Well, first of all, I think this was a very apt moment for us to discuss about this paper because it's 50 years of Meghalaya. However, very interestingly, the autonomous district councils are much older than the state itself. And today, time has come that we need to discuss about the autonomous district councils because there is too much of a debate going on around the very relevance of the autonomous district councils that are under the 6th schedule of our Indian constitution. Well, I have just put few points out here. For when I talk about the autonomous district councils, we first go into the idea of governance as to what do we understand by the concept of governance. Because institutions play a very important role in the governance process, and today it is not the government which matters, it is governance which matters the most, because people are not really concerned as to which party or which government is in power. They are more concerned about what are the steps that are being taken by the institutions to deliver the basic services to the people. And the World Bank also defined governance as the manner in which power is exercised in the management of a country's economic and social resources for development. Now, for me, my basic premise ever since my PhD has been Jerry Stoker, and Jerry Stoker's idea of governance fits the model of the state of Meghalaya. For example, Jerry Stoker very clearly says that governance is about institutions and actors that are not only drawn from the government but also beyond the government. We do not depend on one particular institution for delivering the basic services to the people, but we are depending on many other institutions, which Meghalaya is a prime example. Because Meghalaya, we have multiple level of institutions who are working for the process of governance. And as you can see, some of the points says, governance identifies the power dependence involved in collective action. Governance is about autonomous self-governing network of actors. This very idea of governance is that the various institutions that exist in a society or a state must come together in providing the basic services to the people. Now, in the state of Meghalaya, which presents us with a unique situation whereby there are multiple level of institutions involved in the process of governance. If we look at the traditional institutions of the Khasis, the Garos, we have the CN shape, the Nokma shape, the Dollar shape. We have the Shillong municipality. We are one of the oldest municipalities in the entire northeastern region. We have the district councils, we have the state government, and interestingly, we are celebrating the state government which came in 1972, which will be 50 years very soon. But the district councils, we need to re-examine, we need to relook into their role and function in the state of Meghalaya. What is the problem out here? The problem is that the state of Meghalaya has seen multiple levels of institutions, and this itself has created the problems of complexities in the process of governance. And there have been major clashes amongst all the institutions. The state government does not see eye to eye with the district council. And similarly, we also have the district councils which are trying to control the traditional institutions. However, very interestingly, the point of discussion that has come again and again is about the debate whether the district councils in Meghalaya have outlived their utility and become redundant. Now, these are the methodologies which I have made use for this paper. Now, I'll go directly into the review of literature. We not talk about it. I'll go directly into the main debate. That the autonomous district councils in Meghalaya are an exception in the entire Northeast, as they exist for the majority within a state. Now, this is interesting for every one of us to understand. If we look at the 6th schedule, if we look at the autonomous district councils in the various states of Northeast, for example in Assam, for example in Tripura, for example in Mizoram, these autonomous district councils are there for the minorities in terms of representation to the state legislative assembly. However, in Meghalaya, if you look at the population wise and the representation wise, you have the Khasi, the Jaintias and the Garos who are the majority in the state legislative assembly. In fact, they are all in all in the state legislative assembly. Now the question is, do you really need the autonomous district councils? Now, if we go by the traditional debate of the autonomous district councils, it was supposed to protect the indigenous culture of the people with certain development functions. But over the years, it has come to our notice. We have seen that the autonomous district councils are involved in minor development schemes, such as construction of markets, providing drinking water to the rural masses, protection of forests, regulating trade practices by non-tribals. These are some of the important ones. Now the point is, it is almost 70 years that the autonomous district councils have been functioning, have been existing. Now we need to review its exact position in the process of governance. If we look at the problems of the autonomous district councils, we'll understand that in the entire northeastern region, the autonomous district councils of Meghalaya have remained static since its inception. There is a bill which is lying with the Parliament of India. Sir Khaluki would be able to know about it. That's the 125th Amendment Act, which is supposed to deal with the 6th schedule. It has not been passed. Now, once it is passed, they will add some more powers and functions. But the problem is, in Meghalaya, the autonomous district councils are under the direct control of the state government. You know, for many things, it has to depend on the state government. For example,
Dr.
if you
Dhiraj,
look in-
2 minutes
yes,
more.
yes, sir. If you look at the last point, it says that the biggest hurdle for the autonomous district councils have been paragraph 12A of the 6th schedule, which says that any legislation passed by the ADCs can be nullified by the state government if it clashes with the interests of the latter. That means the autonomous district councils are autonomous in name. It is not exactly autonomous because it has to function under the state government. And there are many such examples. For example, in various villages of the East Khasi Hills, water schemes, water supply schemes are provided both by the state government as well as the autonomous district councils. In terms of forest management, the ADCs are in control of 95% of the forest area, whereas the state government is only in charge of 5% of the reserve forests. But there is a mismatch. And here what is important, that we need to streamline the powers and functions of the autonomous district councils, because see, the autonomous district councils need to play a very important role along with the state government. And the need of the hour is they come together, that they come together and provide the basic services to the people, because both of them are constitutional institutions, and there is no question of doing away the autonomous district councils. There is too much of overlapping of powers between the state government and the autonomous district councils, and these are certain things which needs to be relooked into. And there has to be a new strategy for the autonomous district councils and the state government as to which of these institutions perform what role.
Could you kindly wind up?
Yes.
Doctor?
So to conclude, I would just say that the autonomous district councils, which plays a very important role in almost every other stage, needs to be revamped in the state of Meghalaya. And thereby, it is very important that both the state government, the autonomous district councils, along with the traditional institutions, play a very vital role in ensuring that the democratic process of the country as well as the state keeps on running in a very smooth manner. I think with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If there is any question, we can discuss it after the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dhiraj. Dr. Dhiraj is an assistant professor and head department of political science, Royal Global University, Guwahati. Now I'll call upon Dr. P.J. Jangamlung Richard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
You have 12 minutes, sir. And
sir, can you?
Yeah, I could hear you. I could hear you, yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for this time. I will not share my PPT. I will just go straight to my paper. My paper titled Traditional Political Institution in Meghalaya, Problems and Prospects. The Autonomous District Council and the other related local government and governance issues were spoke out by the previous resource person, especially Professor Gasa. And I will look into the local political institution, traditional institutions. And I feel this is very, very important, though it is very, very common topic for all of us. But indeed, it is very, very important topics to relook or revisit. Because in a democratic country like India, people participation is very, very important. and to participate, we really needs to know the political systems, laws, and rule and regulations, which we fail to understand, because especially tribal populations in the Northeast India and all over the world find very difficult to understand the working or the systems of modern political structures we have today. Therefore, we fail to participate in political process, and therefore we have the government, the democratic government, find difficult to successfully run the modern political system as such. Therefore, I will not go details, but I will focus here mainly the importance of traditional institutions. Here a local political institution. I will be focused on those traditional institutions or authority in Meghalaya which have been historical origin in the pre-colonial states. In Meghalaya, there are traditional political institutions that are part of the political systems. There are three main important political systems here, local traditional political system here, that is CMC of Khasi, Doloi of Jaintia, Nokmas of Garo. These institutions are well established and organized traditional governance structure that meets the needs of their tribes, maintain laws and order. Since British rule, tribes inhabiting the Meghalaya were allowed to govern themselves according to their customs, traditions, and kept isolated from the rest of the country and outside the purview of laws. Even after independence, local governance introduced in Meghalaya in the form of autonomous district council, which incorporate in the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution in order to safeguard and promote the right and interests of the tribal. However, there are issues in the traditional political institutions that are conflicting with the democratic principles and formal political state institutions. Thus, the traditional political institution often consider incompatible of incorporating in democratic form of governance. Now I will briefly introduce about the Khasi traditional political institutions, which is very much similar to the other Jaintia and Nokmas, which I will not go details about those because since we don't have much time. Khasi developed a distinct four-tier form of governance: the Hima, the state at the top right, commune at the middle, Snong village, the core or the client at the base, and the Dorba or council were the highest decision-making bodies in the Khasi political administrative setup. Now I will not go details about those things, but it is very important to mention that this structure is a very systematic structure which is very accessible to the people, and it is also still working very well where many people, especially in rural populace, depend or have faith on this system rather than modern political system or such state systems we have today. The other very important one is Khasi Dobar Council. This council, of course, it has four types, which I'll not go in details again. One is Dorbar core, that is Clan Council. The other one is Dorbar Snong Village Council, and then the other one is Raid Commune, and then the other one is Siam Dorbar Siam, and the Dorbar Hima State Council. These are the very, very important council, which is also very similar to other tribes in Northeast India as well as in other part of the world. I find very, very similar with the Pashtun council. They are called it Zirga, which is very common there in Afghanistan, which people are very much into that, and people prefer that till today. Of course, in spite of the fact the mighty American tried to introduce modern systems, but they failed, as we witnessed recently. The other this one traditional system, Garo traditional system institutions, which I'll not go in details, but the Aki Nogmas, Nogmas, where are there, and all in all, the civil administrations of justice, welfare of his subjects within his Akin lane were taken care by the Nogmas. They are all independent of each. The proceedings of this, the cases were not recorded, and every decisions and judgment were oral but binding on the offenders. The village elder took part in the meeting, argued the case, gave decisions according to the customary laws, and so on and so forth. I will not go in details regarding this matter, which is very common to every one of us. But here the limitations of the traditional political institutions during the during the entire British administration over Khasi and Jaintia Hills, they allowed these chiefs and the authorities to continue under overall supervision and control of the British authority to suit the British interests in administrations. After attainments of independent district council, which was incorporated in the Indian Constitution under Articles 244, Clause 2, incorporated in Indian Constitution under 244 in Clause 2 and 275 in Clause 1 introduced in Meghalaya 2. Hill District Council is being administered according to the provisions of under Para 1, Clause 1 of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution of India. District Council was introduced in 1952. District Council in power to make laws and autonomous districts, which has effect after the essence by the government. Now, when District Council came into being in the hill areas, Khasi and Jaintia and Garo Hills districts, the traditional elected chiefs or the traditional heads such as Siam, Daloy, and the other institutions which were appointed by, they are appointed by the district council after the introductions of district council. Now the right of elections of chief by the people were taken away. The autonomous district council, as part of the 6 schedules, were empowered to run the administrations. So therefore,
two more minutes for you, please.
The councils, the traditional power is given to the council. So with this new constitution development that took place under the independent, the Indian independence, the Jaintia Khasi society undergone many changes. This change has taken place is from the traditional ones to modernity. Now, the creations that also creates the strained relation between the traditional institution represented by the traditional chiefs and their institutions and the constitutional bodies or institution under the autonomous district council and the state. The introductions of the autonomous district councils also affect the traditional power function of the traditional chiefs and the institution from time to time. Of course, there are like 1959 acts, the appointment of and successions of chief headmen and its subsequent amendment have deteriorate the power and function of the chiefs and their institutions. This is due to the fact that the the sixth schedule has empowered autonomous district councils to supervise and control over the chief and then institution. Now, of course, there are some limitation here. That is the customary law of successions, exclusions of female, methods of elections of the leaders, and then exclusions of other committee, uncountable, uncodified laws, and so on and so forth are there, of course. But as I mentioned, the traditional political institutions are very simple, accessible, people-friendly, and then cost-effective, and it is very, very convenient for the people. And at the same time, these institutions play a very important role, and therefore it is still, of course, it is still plays very important roles and meets the need of the tribes, maintain laws and orders in different ways, not in the not same as the formal institutions. For many tribes, modern political system is not accessible because they are not aware.
Please wind up, Dr. Richard. Please wind up, please.
Sir, I'm concluding. Therefore, in order to have a good relations or cordial relations with the state, as well as in order to continue to help the people of the tribals, the measure which we can take up is the codifications, upgradations of tribal laws, amendments of tribal laws if necessary, legal empowerment of the tribal political institutions, adequate fund for the tribal political institutions are all things which we need to look into. And if we solve these problems, and if we can have a cordial relation, stronger and cordial relation with the state, I think the state government as well as the local institutions can join hands and solve. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Well, Dr. P.G. Jangamlong Richard is the assistant professor from William Carey University, Meghalaya. Now I'll call upon Mr. Arpra Banshans M. Kharkongor.
Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you. With the permission of the chairperson, I would like to share my screen in the form of
12 minutes, okay, Banshan? 12
yes,
minutes.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, start, Banshan.
Yes, sir. I hope my screen...
It's okay, fine.
Okay, so I will try to share my screen if possible.
Okay. It is not coming this side. I don't know.
Okay, I'll try one more time, sir. If not, then I will just continue with
Okay.
Is it visible now, sir?
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so good morning to one and all, and especially thank you to Synod College for giving me this opportunity to present this paper entitled "The Hill State Movement as a Mass Movement: Aspects of Social Forces and Social Mobilization." As is common perception that these processes of these political processes are usually only done at governmental level or at elite level between state governments and central governments, or maybe only those political leaders. But we will see that the Hill State Movement is unique in the sense that it involved a majority of the masses of the Khasi, Jaintia, and Garo, and elsewhere as well. So we know that India achieved independence in 1947, but we see several movements for assertion of national and ethnic identity in the following decades as well, especially not only in the Northeast, but also in other parts of India as well. If we look at the Northeast in particular, the concept of statehood for the hill areas of Assam can be seen to have first been sown by Reverend J.J.M. Nichols Roy. When the Constituent Assembly constituted the Advisory Committee for Minorities, Reverend Nichols Roy took the opportunity to demand the creation of a Khasi Jaintia federated state, which would have the power to legislate and perform such functions for good governance. But of course, we know that the the Indian government at that time under Jawaharlal Nehru offered the 6th schedule instead as a, you could say, as a bargaining power to incorporate most of the hill areas of Northeast India into the Indian Union. We have to keep in mind that most of these hill areas were independent before, or were independent in their own domain before the British came in. And when the British were about to leave, most of them wanted to revert back to that independent status. But as a bargaining power, Jawaharlal Nehru, the then Prime Minister of India, offered the 6th schedule to protect the interests and the culture and way of life of these tribal hill people. Now, if we look at the hill state movement in particular, a common perception again is that the official language bill was the main reason for launching of the hill state movement. Of course, the official language bill, which was passed by the Assam government in 1960, which stated that Assam would be the official language for the state. But if we look more closely, we will find that there are other factors as well, which were equally important. Socio-economic, there were political causes as well to the movement, but I will not go into detail about that, as I've already presented a paper on that. If we look at the cause of the hill state movement, we can maybe categorize them into 3 stages. The first stage, where the idea of a hill state was found to be viable in 1954 in a meeting of the chief executive members of the different district councils in the northeast of India in Shillong. This was convened by Captain Williamson Sangma, and it is here that the idea of a hill state was found to be viable, and steps were taken henceforth for the achievement of this purpose. The second stage was the formation of the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference in 1960. And as our respected Honorable MP had said in his earlier address in the morning, that the APHLC was identified with leading the masses to the attainment of statehood, not as a political party per se, until the attainment of statehood. And the third stage was the launching of the nonviolent direct action in 1968. Now, this was a very important phase because this brought the masses into the fold of the hill state movement. Until then, it was mainly negotiations between the central and the state government, or between the political representatives. But it is with the launching of the NVDA that the hill state movement took on a more wider connotation and also brought the movement to the masses. Here we can see that, the hill state movement was supposed to have included all hill areas of erstwhile Assam. However, disagreements arose among the different hill leaders. Here we can see the different CEMs of the different district councils of Northeast India meeting Jawaharlal Nehru. Of course, this was a picture I got from the Garo Hills, from a former hill state leader, and he showed me that this picture, he is pictured on the top left-hand corner. That this was one of the first meetings, and where the idea of statehood was brought to the central government. As I've mentioned before, there were differences that arose. Lal Soya and Kotlan, the CEM of the Lushai and North Kachar Hills district, respectively, felt that the demand might be confined only to the amendment of the 6th schedule. Of course, the Lushai Hills and the Kachar Hills wanted for a stronger 6th schedule, as opposed to complete statehood or complete bifurcation from the province of Assam. Nagaland, on the other hand, wanted complete independence. They wanted a complete and sovereign independence, and we know how the situation in Nagaland henceforth, went into a very unstable era. And in fact, political negotiations can be said that they are still going on. Now, if we look at the social forces and how the masses were mobilized, we will look at the different organizations or the different aspects that actually brought the masses into the fold. The APHLC launched the non-violent direct action on the 9th of September 1968 in the Khasi, Jaintia and Garo Hills, which made it possible for those in far-flung regions of the state to participate in the movement, thus ensuring that it was a mass movement. And of course, during that time, there were a lot of leaders who, from these urban centers, went out into the rural areas to educate the masses on the principles of the hill state movement. the adherence of the APHLC to non-violent and constitutional struggle ultimately crystallized into an organization known as the NVDA Volunteers. This was very important because it brought Gandhian principles into the practice of into the fold of the Hill State movement. The Volunteers organization consisted of both men and women. So in that way, it was very inclusive, who were carefully selected by the leaders and were then passed through an intensive training in the basic principles and techniques of the movement. So it was not random, it was very specific. Now, as we can see here, the training program consisted of physical exercise. They needed to be physically fit, prayer, and education. They need to be educated in the principles of the movement. Volunteers must understand the concept of Gandhian principle of non-violent agitation. The leaders, the Hill leaders at that time were very specific that the Hill State movement should always be a non-violent movement. It should never go a violent way. So as we can see, the pictures pictured there, that was actually Mr. Ripple Kindia, who was an NDVA leader at that time, and he was promulgating the principles of the movement to the young volunteers. And in fact, the non-violent direct action volunteers actually had a costume by which they could identify themselves, and the government also could identify them that they were carrying out non-violent agitation. And on the right, we can see the actual pledge, a pledge where the volunteers needed to read out and to sign before they entered the Hill State movement officially. Now, if we look at the role of youth organizations, several youth organizations also were very instrumental in bringing the youth into the fold of the Hill State movement. It wanted to be very inclusive. Of course, I will not go into detail about each and every association, but here we can see that the Khasi Students Association, the Khasi Jaintia Students Union, and also the Garo National Council were very, very instrumental in bringing the Khasi Jaintia Garo youth into the fold of the Hill State movement. And we can see that one of the demands of the students' bodies also was the setting up of a university that was separate from the Guwahati University, meant to facilitate the hill areas of erstwhile Assam. If we look at women's participation, now women's participation is something that I really had to research into because I could not find much. Of course, there were women leaders within the Hill State movement, but their collective involvement was done more through these unions, like the Mothers Union in the Garo Hills, that was very prominent in the Garo Hills, and Kasinjuk Kunthei, which was more prominent here in the Khasi Hills. And their involvement was more from a socio-economic perspective. We have to keep in mind that during that time, volunteers would come all over from the rural areas, from far-flung areas. In fact, the person who I was speaking to said that they would come all the way from these areas in Balpakram, in Bakmara, in the south of Garo Hills to Tura, and it would take them 2-3 days, in fact, to reach Tura by foot. So once they reached Tura, it was these women's organization who took care of their food, of their shelter, of any other socio-economic needs, so that they can participate in the movement as well. And in that way, the women's participation again was instrumental in that sense. Now, this was a very important aspect when we talk about social forces. It is interesting to note that songs, slogans, and poems became an integral part of mass demonstrations in the Hill State movement.
Banshan,
Yes,
2 more minutes for you.
Okay, sir. I will start concluding as well. They were instrumental in galvanizing and whipping up the passion of the masses. And in fact, this term, no Hill State, no rest, almost became synonymous with the movements. And here we can see that a very prominent youth leader at that time, Mr. Bremli Lingdo, actually composed quite a few number of songs to actually galvanize the masses. They would go in these processions and actually sing these songs. And these have been kept now in the Northeast archives, which is available in St. Anthony's College. And they've kept these copies of these songs, and they've tried to recompose these songs as well. And these were very instrumental at that time. And of course, in the Garo Hills as well, there were songs that were written in Garo, there were songs that were sung in English and then sung in Garo and then translated to English to galvanize the masses there. And in fact, most of these songs would have been lost if not for these surviving Hill State leaders. In conclusion, we can see that Meghalaya was inaugurated as an autonomous state on 2nd April 1970 and as a full-fledged state in 1972. And as our Honorable MP had mentioned in his earlier address, the APHLC led to success the realization of the Hill State movement. But then onwards, after statehood, there were a lot of political processes that were involved, and the APHLC, or rather most of the leaders of the APHLC, decided to shift to the Congress for political and other reasons. I will not go into the detail of that, but we can see that it was the APHLC that led the Hill people of erstwhile Assam in achieving this statehood goal. So thank you. That is my presentation on the Hill State movement.
Well, thank you, Banshan. Well, Arpra Banshan M. Kharkangor is Assistant Professor, Department of History, Union Christian College, Umyam. Thank you very much. Well, now I'll call upon Bame Debet. Bame Debet?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So you can...
Yes, sir. Thank you.
12 minutes you'll have, Bame.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I would like to extend very warm greetings to the convener, the chairperson of this session. Sir Karluki was my teacher in Synod, and Sir Dhiraj as well as Ma'am Jobden are also my teachers. So to get on with my presentation, can you see the screen, sir?
Not yet.
Please give me a minute.
Okay.
Can you see now?
No, not yet. Okay, yeah, now, yes.
Okay. So one of the reasons why I had, when the concept note was shared, I wanted to take up the Khasi Jaintia Welfare Association because, in my opinion, I felt that talking about the civil society and the role that civil society played in the democratization process of Meghalaya was significant. So there are many civil society groups, but I did take up the Khasi Jaintia Welfare Association because this was a part of the civil society, but at the same time, it was also a charitable organization that contributed a lot towards the people of Meghalaya. So to get on with it, if we look at the definition of a civil society, since antiquity, when we look at Cicero or Aristotle, they had already given a definition of civil society, and beginning with the social contractualists, Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and going on into Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, as well as Lenin and Stalin, all of these prominent scholars had given their definition of civil society. Whereas from antiquity all the way to the 19th century, there was a plethora of interpretations and varying displays of the meaning of civil society. But it was only in the 20th century, particularly in the 1980s, when a new discourse, a revitalization, and in the words of some scholars, a renaissance of civil society had taken place. Now, according to Duncan McDewey-Ra, there were 4 reasons why this happened, why there was a new renaissance on the discourse and dialogue of civil society, particularly if we look at the role of social movements in the overthrowing of communism in Eastern Europe, when we look at the new centers of authority that have become increasingly influential. Of course, no doubt the state is still very much a preeminent organization of society, but along with the overthrowing of communism, we saw these new centers of power in the form of civil society coming up. And other than that, we also had the advancement of technology that has become one of the main drivers of the concept of a global, regional, as well as a local civil society. And last but not the least, according to Duncan McDewey-Ra, he says that a rediscovery of non-state actors, movements, and networks in academics and social sciences has allowed this new renaissance, this new growth of a dialogue on civil society. So when we look at the definitions, I had taken up the definition of the World Bank. The World Bank has defined civil society as a wide array of non-governmental and non-for-profit organizations that have a presence in public life, express the interests and values of their members and others based on ethical, cultural, political, scientific, religious, or philanthropic considerations. When we look at the forms of civil society, there are many, many forms, diverse forms of civil society. We can, through the literature that I have gathered, many books and articles have described civil society in the form of non-governmental organizations, human rights groups, trade unions, social movements, non-profit organizations, student groups, women groups, charitable organizations, animal activists, environmental groups, and so on and so forth. But when we come to when we talk about civil society and its role in society, I had come across this paper written by Satya Prakash Das, The State, Civil Society and Democracy, a Note, as well as Francis Fukuyama's article entitled Social Capital, Civil Society and Development, wherein these scholars, these authors had talked at length about the role that social capital has played in the developmental process of developing nations as well as developed nations. So according to Satya Prakash Das, what exactly is social capital? Now, social capital, in his words, are nothing more than the communal resources as well as interpersonal trust, along with institutions, relationships, networks, and norms that shape the quality and quantity of a society's social interactions. According to Francis Fukuyama, he says that it is an instantiated informal norm that promotes cooperation between individuals. And according to Francis Fukuyama, one of the reasons why we need social capital, he had taken up the work of Alexis de Tocqueville. Now, Alexis de Tocqueville, when he had traveled from France to America, de Tocqueville was very impressed with the American society, especially impressed with their free association. In the words of Alexis de Tocqueville, he says that it was only by coming together in civil associations that weak individuals became strong, and that the associations that they formed could either participate directly in political life or serve as schools of citizenship where the individuals learned the habits of cooperation that it would eventually carry over into public life. And this was the main function and the main reason why we need social capital, because networking, relationships, building cooperation, building trust between people allowed individuals not to be weak, but to be stronger, helping them become a part of public life. So in talking about and analyzing the Khasi Jaintia Welfare Association, I looked at the Khasi Jaintia Welfare Association from the viewpoint of social capital. And when we look at the Northeast, we see a very vibrant and to a certain extent, a very, very strong civil society that has a presence in the Northeast. And particularly when we look at Meghalaya, ever since the inception of statehood, ever since even the Hill State movement for that matter, that was the result of civil society. So when we analyze the Khasi society, particularly if we look at its culture and the way that the Khasi society is structured, one thing that came to my mind was that in Khasi society, there are three things that every Khasi follows, despite no matter the subgroup that you come from or the religion that you follow, every Khasi has three things that they need to know and follow. The first one being second one being Tipkur Tipkha, and the third one being not Buram Lakajang, but Kamaya Kahok. So when we look, I will not be talking about the other two, but the first one, which is Kasaptibrutublay. In an interview that I had with a member of the Nyam Khasi, I had asked him, what exactly is the meaning of Kasaptibrutublay? And in his words, he said that conceptually has two primary areas. One is individual centric and the other one is society centric. When we look at the individual centric aspect of conceptually, every Khasi has an individual responsibility towards God or ublay nang bo nang tao. By following and walking on the moral path, their words and actions are supposed to reflect noble, honest, as well as principled values. Then when we look at the second aspect of the terms kasabtibriutable, we're looking at society-centric actions, society-centric thoughts and ideas. Because we live in a community and therefore we are part and parcel of this community, we have a social, moral obligation to contribute towards the progress and development of the said community, either through individual actions or in association with others. So therefore, before it even became a
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, I will conclude, sir. So even before it became a predetermined factor for development, the indigenous people of the Khasi Hills had already learned and talked about social capital. And it was with the precise intention of social capital, of building social capital, that the Khasi Jaintia Welfare Association sprang forth. It was the culmination of the efforts of certain personas in the late M.R. Alia, late Paim Olim Singh, late Reverend W. Manners L, late Reverend T. Rotborn, late Father Snee Lingdo, late Dr. Hamlet Barre Ngapkinta, Mrs. M.R. Maulong, and Dr. Mrs. Helen Giri. The contributions of the Khasi Jaintia welfare it's spread over so many areas, whether we're talking about conducting tuition classes, career guidance and counseling classes, charitable works and donations. Recently, the organization had contributed 50,000 rupees to Rinti Football Club. To this day, the organization is still conducting tuition classes as well as civil service awareness classes for the young people of Meghalaya. When we look at the contribution of the research cell of the KJWA, they had published many books relating to Khasi grammar as well as conducted seminars for the same. Other than that, when we talk about the charitable works and contributions of the group, the KJWA at one point of time had constructed a road from Waumhen to Thangkarang Sora. They had presented checks, donations to various, even to KJP Girls High School to construct a primary school there. They also have the SD Nongkinri Memorial Award, and the award was given to the students of the SSLC exams who had scored the highest in mathematics. And to this day, they also still conduct health camps, as well as they also are in collaboration with the government of Meghalaya. So in conclusion, when we look at the contributions of the KJWA has, in its very humble ways and means, tried to increase the stock of social capital in the state through participation, engagement, cooperation, and building the state and society by building its peoples first. Thank you so very much. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bamedabet. Bamedabet is an assistant professor, Department of Political Science, the postgraduate section of Synod College. Now we have the last presenter, Mr. Sengnat Achik Akitchak Marak.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, sir. I will be presenting a slide.
Okay.
So let me share first, sir.
You have 12 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sir, is the slide visible?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
You can start.
Okay, sir.
Off. Again, it's not there.
Yes. Oh. Sir, is it coming?
Okay, yeah, yes, come.
Okay, sir. A very good afternoon to you, sir, and all the paper presenters. I welcome each and every one of you. So I'll be presenting on this extremist group in Garo Hills, Achik National Volunteers Council, their organizational setup and its formation. So these are the outlines, sir. Introduction, formation of NVC, all this which I'll be reading through the main points, sir. So let me start, sir. Meghalaya is widely regarded as a relatively peaceful state in India's otherwise conflict-torn northeast if we compare it with other northeastern states, because we have seen Manipur and Nagaland, they are also affected by extremist activities. So comparing to them, we are much peaceful. Then Meghalaya was granted statehood peacefully on 21st January 1972 as a result of determined efforts by the combined tribal leadership of the Khasi, Garo and Jaintias, led by the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference. However, the repossession of tribal identity in the midst of grave shortages resulted in a slew of conflicts. Extremist activity first appeared in the state in 1992 with the formation of the Hindu Achuk Liberation Council, HALC. It was the first extremist organization formed to protect the local indigenous population's welfare from outsiders entering the state. Then again, shortly after the formation of HALC, the inter-tribal rivalry and differences between the Garos and Khasis on various issues led to a split leading to the formation of Achuk Liberation Matkirk Army, ALMA. Later, the ALMA was dissolved and a new outfit, which is the Achuk National Volunteers Council, ANVC, was formed in the year 1995. The extremist activities were more prevalent in the Garo Hills than in the Khasi and Jaintia Hills. This problem had caused problems for the entire Garo Hills community. There was rampant extortion, kidnappings, and extrajudicial killings, which had installed fear and insecurity in the minds of the people. Then formation of the NVC. The struggle of the Garo people for merger and a separate Garo state began after the injustices and harassments being meted out to the Garos in Assam. Many groups of young Garo youths felt the need to do something for their motherland, gathered and decided to dedicate themselves for a cause. To fulfill the wishes of their forefathers and dreams into reality, the youths formed the first ever organized body of a Garo extremist outfit in the year 1991. In May 1991, ALMA was formed in consultation with other underground outfits, namely the National Socialist Council of Nagaland, NSCN, and United Liberation Front of Assam, ALPHA. Its objectives were to liberate the Garo people through underground movement, to bring about a significant reformation in the social, economic, political, and religious life of the Garos, and to work together with the people and organizations to achieve this goal. Since their formation, they were involved in many subversive activities in many parts of Garo Hills. As a result, there was chaos and disorder not only in Garo Hills, but also in the neighboring areas of Assam, bordering Meghalaya. They were given training in the jungle of Garo Hills, Nagaland, and Bangladesh with the aid and assistance from the NSCN-IM outfit. In 1994, the chairman of ALMA, Wilbur K. Sangma, along with Dilas Marak, was caught by Assam police. Altogether, a total of 17 ALMA cadres were found guilty and were convicted by the state government under the Terrorist Activities and Disruptive Act, TADA. Then a general amnesty was granted to 15 ALMA cadres who were detained in Shillong jail on 25th April 1995 after a series of meetings between the Meghalaya government and the Shillong Local Peace Committee, SLPC. However, in a daring morning jailbreak on 25th August 1995, the two ALMA leaders also escaped along with the NSCN and ALPHA. The delay and indecision and the failure of the government to extend rehabilitation measures to the surrendered members of ALMA led to frustration and revolt. After that, the Shillong jailbreak, Dilas Marak, along with some former members of ALMA and recruits, formed the NVC on 20th December 1995 within 3 months after his escape. The plan to form NVC had been discussed in the jail itself. It can be said that the NVC first held its meeting in the jungles of Garo Hills bordering Assam. The NVC was formed for a particular cause, which was nothing less than a separate Garo state. The main goal behind the formation of this organization was to create a separate Garo land comprising all the Garo inhabited areas of Assam, Meghalaya, and Bangladesh. Subsequently, the NVC had also developed ties with the other organizations like the NDFB, National Democratic Front of Bodoland, and ALPHA. Both the outfits had received assistance from the NVC in terms of establishing safe houses in the Garo Hills, which borders Bangladesh. The NVC was officially formed on December 1995 with Dilas R. Marak as the chairman. It was a social organization which was formed on the ideas of social, cultural, and political advancement of the Garo people, the preservation of the rich cultural heritage, maintenance of the old Garo customs and traditions, elimination of every act of injustice, corruption, and bribery, and other anti-social elements in Garo society were some of the reasons for the formation of NVC. The NVC, I have talked about this before, strategic alliance with other groups. And in successive years, it called for the boycott of the Independence Day celebration on August 15, and they had also disrupted the Meghalaya Day celebrations by organizing bunds, and therefore its diktat had a good impact on the people. The training of the NVC. The NVC was held by NACN, who supported the organization by providing training, arms, and ammunition in exchange for 40% of the extortion money. The NVC first started a training camp in the jungles of Durama Hills and Garo Hills, and the NACN were the ones who gave training to the NVC. The NVC divided its area of operations into 4 regional zones, with Eastern, Western, Southern, and West Khasi zone directly under a general headquarters, and each zone is headed by a commander. The NVC is organized like most regular armies. They have divisions, battalions, companies, and sections, just like a regular army. They are liable to be transferred at the discretion of the commander-in-chief to any other zones if needed. There's a lot of emphasis on discipline with stress on personal example, as mentioned in the rules and regulations. They are to maintain a good relationship with the general public and must be approachable and impart a good sense of nationalism towards the other new recruits. Therefore, deserting the outfit is a severe offense and is seriously dealt with by the leaders. Those found guilty of running away with arms and money may be given a death sentence, and any cases of surrender are similarly dealt with seriously. The organizational structure of the NVC. In terms of its powers and functions, the NVC is a hierarchical organization. The organization's activities are focused on the group's central headquarters and the orders of the chairman, who is the sole authority of the NVC. The chairman presides over the meetings of the NVC and is the founder of the organization, elected unopposed as the leader. Below the headquarters are territorial divisions which are divided into certain geographic zones. The group leaders are organized according to military designations. So this is the figure chart showing the hierarchical structure of the NVC. The chairman occupies the topmost position. Then they have political and military wing. So under the political, the general secretary, the joint secretary, personal secretary, publicity secretary, and the public relations officer, they are the office bearers. And under the military, the commander-in-chief is the commander of district commander, area commander, then intelligence wing, then lance corporal, and the new recruits are a private soldier. So the public relations officer, he is the one who takes the activities of all the press releases and documentation. The hierarchical structure shows that NVC is divided into 2 tiers, namely political military. The chairman occupies the topmost position. The area commanders function below the district commanders in the operational hierarchy. They are given in charge of a particular area to look after. The publicity secretary is the spokesperson of the organization and carries out all the press releases on behalf of the organization. NVC and its principles. The NVC vows to safeguard and protect the Garo community from injustice and to struggle for a state for the Garo people. The organization says that they are the only organization which represented the whole Garo people. They criticize other splinter groups for not upholding the cause of Garoland and blame them for extortion and torturing their people. They maintain that they were a strong organization and were not afraid of any splinter groups or security forces. The NVC maintained that the people of any community or religion who are residing in Garo Hills should have the right to live in Garoland. Still, it should not hamper the land and identity of the Garos and their existence, as it will lead to conflicts if other communities oppress the Garo people. The powers and functions of office bearers. The chairman of the NVC is the topmost official of the organization and the sole authority. He presides over the meetings of the organization. If any resolution or decision is to be made, his approval is required. He suggests and supervises all the office bearers in the political wing and the military wing. Every member of the NVC has to swear an oath. In case the chairman is captured or killed, the commander-in-chief is the next leader. He takes care of the activities and assumes all the powers and functions of the chairman until a new chairman assumes charge. He also suggests and distributes his functions to other secretaries in consultation with the chairman and commander-in-chief. Then the rules and regulation of the NVC. The NVC has set up specific rules and regulations which each and every member has to follow. All the members of the organization should obey orders, should not smoke, drink, or use intoxicating drugs. They should be polite and gentle in behavior. Every member of the NVC is subject to disciplinary action as per the rules and regulation of the organization. Therefore, the NVC laid down some rules to maintain discipline among the cadres of the outfit. The leadership maintains strict vigilance on the activities of the cadres and also warn all the cadres not to join or form any other organization. Then the leadership, the chairman is the topmost official and the supreme commander of the NVC. Dilas Marak was the founder of the NVC, so he was chosen as the chairman unopposed.
The NVC was formed in December 1995, and Dilas Marak and Jerome Moment remained as the respective chairman and commander-in-chief, as there is no fixed term mentioned in the organization. Due to differences in ideologies, a breakaway faction was formed in 2012 with the breakaway bloc announcing the formation of ANBC-B with Bernard Marak as the self-appointed chairman and Mukos as the commander-in-chief. ANVC's membership criteria.
2 minutes more, okay?
Okay, sir. I will jump to, okay, sir. For acquiring the membership of the NVC, every son with a patriotic and nationalist spirit who declares allegiance to the NVC shall be eligible to become a member. But as mentioned earlier, they have adopted a policy that each Garo family shall give one son from the family to serve for the cause of Garo land. He shall have to undergo training for becoming a member, and he will be given the status of a private soldier. So lastly, sir, conclusion, I'll go to the conclusion. The peace in the Garo Hills has been disrupted for a long time by various insurgent groups, and policymakers should not take it for granted. The NVC was formed primarily as a result of discontent with the government and its policies. The state is approaching its 50th anniversary of statehood, and most extremist groups have been completely neutralized thanks to the combined efforts of the state government and the security forces. During these 50 years, the state had witnessed numerous violent incidents, particularly in the Garo Hills region. The common issues of governance and development, such as providing basic facilities for the day-to-day life of the population, were not addressed in time, which ultimately gave way to violent disturbances and conflicts in the region for a period almost 2 decades. When it was active, the NVC was able to grow in size until it was dissolved in 2014. Counterinsurgency and counter-extremism operations had weakened the organization over the years. The NVC had been under an extended ceasefire agreement with the government since July 23, 2004. Therefore, the government should deal with extremists properly, invite them for talks rather than closing doors. The people should not encourage the extremists, because it is through people that they can gain support and expand their networks. The people should be made aware of whether extremists are fighting for a cause or simply to meet their own needs. So again, non-violence and peace education should become an important component of the curriculum in both formal and informal education systems. Therefore, to achieve peace, stability, and development in the state, many proactive steps and activities of dialogue and capacity building for peace and development must be undertaken, because lasting and sustainable peace can only be achieved when the people are capacitated and ready to bring about change. So that's my presentation, sir.
Okay.
I have.
Okay, thank you, Sengnat.
Okay, sir.
Well, Mr. Sengnat Aktik Chakmarak is a research scholar, Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University.
Thank you, sir.
Now we're having at least 25 minutes. So I'll open the paper, all the papers for discussion. So all are welcome to take part. Please, it is open. The floor is left to you. Any question, any suggestions on those papers?
Sir, if I may come in.
Yes, yes.
This is Banchan Karkumar, sir, from Union Christian College. And if I may, I would just like to pose a question to Dr. Dhiraj Borkotoki, who had presented on the relevance of the 6th schedule. And I just wanted to ask for his insights on comparisons. Of course, Meghalaya, after achieving statehood, still decided to keep the district councils. But we see in the state of Mizoram, erstwhile Lushai Hills, they decided to do away with the district councils for the Mizos. Of course, they still have for, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for the Lais, the Chakmas, and the Maras. So why is it that something of similar process could not be followed in Meghalaya? Thank you.
Dhiraj.
So, see, Banchan, that's a very interesting observation. And well, when I was doing my research, we had a look into this very issue as to why the state of Meghalaya was allowed to continue with the autonomous district councils, whereas the Mizos, they did away with the Lushai Hills Autonomous District Council. Now, here, with due respect, I would say it was a lack of political farsightedness on part of the leaders of Meghalaya. B.B. Lindo, it's a very well-known fact. If you read Professor G.G. Swell's book, it is very clearly mentioned in his book that B.B. Lindo had very clearly told Indira Gandhi that we need these autonomous district councils because they can be the training grounds for the future politicians. Now, here was a mistake. We missed the bus in 1972. where the Mizos, I would say they were very progressive at that point of time, and they took a very progressive decision, because of which today you do not have any clashes in that part of the state. But in Meghalaya, there is a huge problem now. And there are suggestions, Banshan, that let's do away with the autonomous district councils. But I have gone deep into the autonomous district councils, and I have seen the number of people who are employed with the autonomous district councils, and also the number of people who are dependent on the autonomous district councils indirectly. So there is no question of doing away. It is just how we can streamline the autonomous district councils for our benefit to serve the state of Meghalaya, rather than to create a hurdle in the process of governance. Let's keep away Mizoram, because what has been done is done. We cannot undo it now. Now, what is the best solution for the state of Meghalaya? Professor Kharluki is here. He is a member of the Rajya Sabha right now. I think, sir, this is a very important discussion as to how do we streamline the autonomous district councils in tune with the governance that is required in the state of Meghalaya. Because a huge amount of money is being spent. The MDCs have their huge amount of salaries. They are getting all facilities. Now, the point is, how do we make the best use of these institutions? That is the point, Banshan.
Okay, thank you. Any, please. We still have, I think, 20 minutes more, please. Anyone?
Hello, this is Sangra Sangma here.
Yes, yes,
Can
sir.
I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come.
Sorry, sorry, I could not attend all the session. I somehow
Yes,
quite
Sangra.
interesting. Yes,
Sangra,
Sir,
something
I
wrong with
think,
your network.
Sangra,
It's
sir,
not
if you
clear.
can switch off your video.
Excuse me, PS.
Now we can hear
Okay,
you.
Sangra, now?
Okay. May I ask one question to Mr. Sengar? Is it? Hello.
Yes, yes.
I can't hear properly, sir.
Yes, Sangra? Sangra?
Hello.
Yes, yes. We hear you.
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah.
Mr. Mara, as per your research is concerned, whether what is your observation? Do you think that there is a nexus between the politicians and the militants, keeping in view that in 2018, Mr. Jonathan Mara, who was an NCP candidate, was killed by the militants? Can it be this thing cannot be ruled out whether having a nexus with the politicians and the militants, Mr. Mara?
Sir,
can I add one more
there is a
question?
very okay, sir. So you
very
okay,
dicey question.
Yeah, Sangat, I would just like to know, because going by your paper, one cannot make out whether you are actually talking for the extremist group or you are talking against it, because your position was very neutral. You were just giving us the information about the the outfit. We need to also know what is the role that they are playing.
Okay, sir. So first of all, I'll answer to Sir Sangra. So, sir, like that is a very tricky question what you have asked me. I want to divulge the details, but I cannot do that. So there is a, I can say that like we see in the newspaper and videos that Nexus, our reporters have also not denied. They have already said that there is a nexus, but going deeply and very insightly, sir, that is I can just say that when I meet you personally, I can talk with you, but it's very risky to say that, sir. And sir, Sir Bokoti, I just touch the organizational setup. I have, since you asked me whether I'm neutral or not, I feel that since we are living in a modern world, we need to have faith on our democracy and the constitution. So by taking up arms, we might not get anything. But yeah, people say that revolution is needed, the system is corrupt, but I feel that these things will only hamper the development of the state, because as we have seen, like if we compare other states of India, like we need investments, we need more people, global investments coming to the state, then only like I feel that we'll be a very developed state. So no one will come to the state if the insurgents are there. If anyone hears that extremism or insurgent activities are there, then I feel that no investor is willing to invest in the region. So I feel that so we should be doing away with these activities for the development of the state, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sengra. Hello, Sengra. Okay then. Anyone?
Yes.
Yes, Sengra, could you hear me? Hello? Okay, anyone?
Yes.
Please? Yes, you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, then you read, you remember once there was a case in which a letter by Ajaju, one of the militants. Should you read that one? I think it will be very clear. Okay, any other? Any other, please? We still have time. I think another 15 minutes. Yeah, we're on 145. Yeah. 15 minutes.
Okay, so if there are no questions, may I come in again with
Yes. Come.
And so actually, this is a query which, if I may, direct it to you from now that you are in government. This was actually a query that was posed to me in the previous India at 50 webinar, which I could not give a conclusive answer to. It was posed to me that when we form new states, because now we see these border clashes happening very often. For example, border clashes between India and Assam on the periphery, Mizoram and Assam, and so on and so forth. If we see in other parts of the country as well. Now, what are the political process that are involved once we demarcate states? Why are there border issues? I think these things should have been resolved right from the conception of a new state. But why do we still see these border issues happening? And what are the political processes that actually take place while demarcating new states?
You see, the thing is, actually, the way I've seen it is that I'm not talking of other states, but it seems so in other states also. While giving the state, the central government did not demarcate the boundaries of the state. So as a result, we have this problem. And well, this is a very political issue, is quite a ticklish problem, in which, of course, I really appreciate the Chief Minister of Assam for trying to do it. Because most government for the last almost 50 years, they always go on status quo. So let's see, it depends on the will of the people. If the people really want, it can be done. But I think, like what we said, it needs to involve everyone and everybody.
So can I come in this particular observation, sir?
Yes, come.
So what I have seen, as Banchan rightly pointed out, that why are there problems after the creation or formation of a state? First of all, Banchan, we have to understand that political boundaries are determined by an elected government, who would always act for the benefit of its own survival. Now, we need to understand that the boundaries in the northeastern state, amongst all the boundaries, Assam shares its boundaries with almost all the states. We have to understand many of the states were bifurcated or came out of Assam in the later 70s. Now, what happens when we bifurcate or, draw a boundary? You might draw a political boundary, but you cannot draw a boundary on the socio-economic dimension. What is happening in between Mizoram and Assam, in between Assam and Meghalaya, these, if you go to the boundary areas, into the borders, the so-called borders, I would say, you would find people of Meghalaya in Assam, people of Assam in Meghalaya. Now the question is, how do you draw a boundary out there? And as Professor Kharlukhi rightly pointed out, the Chief Minister of Assam, along with the other Chief Ministers, including the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, they have now actively taken up this issue of solving the border dispute. But Banchan, border dispute cannot be settled by drawing lines. There has to be other mechanisms to it. we have to respect each other's sentiment. There has to be a no man's zone where both the states have an active role, but the solution cannot be with the drawing of the boundary, or else India, China would have never had problems. We do not, because see, boundaries are drawn by people for their own benefits. From a historic point of view, you would know it better. Why boundaries are drawn and how boundaries are drawn. Can they be accepted by us? If I go to the border of Assam and Meghalaya, we see people of both the sides in each other's territory. How do you draw a boundary out there? So the best way is to bring them together, settle them, which is actually being done by the states right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr.
Some others, participant, please, if you have. Okay, it seems no one is coming up. So, well, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you who are presenting your papers. And all your papers are interesting. And especially, while discussing about the border issue is quite interesting because it is an issue that we're having today. And well, each paper has its own interest. And well, what I feel is that Northeast, I felt, is still a wide field to unearth by scholars. And I'm very happy to be part of this webinar organized by the Center for Historical Studies, Synod College. And, like being part with the academician, which is, I think is my better life. I'm really interesting. So once again, all of you, quite a few of you are faces which have been together. So thank you. And well, Dhiraj, a long time I have not seen you. So expecting to see you again. And Panchan also and others.
Surely, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I think we are on time. It's 1:45 now. And this session will be from it's as per the time allotment, it's from 1:45 to 3 p.m. And I would like to welcome everyone here in this platform. And here, as per the schedule, we have 5 papers. And the first paper is by Bayadal NP. The second one is Miss P. Gracefulness Boni. The third one is Mr. N. Karluki. The fourth one is Dr. A. Limba. And the fifth one is Miss Finley Sungai. So I hope all of you are there. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking into the number of paper presenters and the time, I feel that let us go with just around 10 minutes or 12 minutes for one paper. And maybe we can have the discussions at the end of the presentations. All right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can we start with the first one? First paper presenter is Miss Bayada Linti Christine Lanong. She's an associate professor from Sora Government College. And the title of her paper is Involvement of Students in the Politics of Meghalaya, Retrospection. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Ma'am, I'm unable to present it by PPT because my laptop just crashed just a while. It's acting funny. I'm using my handset. Will that be okay?
I think this should not be a problem.
Okay, then I think I'll start. First, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you. I thank Synod for giving me the opportunity. My paper is basically deals with the involvement of student in the politics of Meghalaya, but it's done in retrospect. So it's always something that we talk something that has been done earlier. At the very beginning, we have to understand that immediately after the Hill State movement, or during the course of the Hill State movement, many regional political parties came up in the political landscape of Meghalaya. Along with it, there was also a number of socio-cultural organizations. then by the sheer hard work of these political parties, I will not go into the detail because my paper doesn't allow so, we got a statehood. Then the first Chief Minister of Meghalaya, Captain William Sangma, in his inaugural speech when Meghalaya was inaugurated, he said that Meghalaya will develop according to its own genius. So taking that into account, many educational institutions came up. Then the growth of middle class was simultaneously, there was a growth of the middle class population in Meghalaya. Then alongside there were student groups. Students started organizing themselves and started having a lot of influence in the political landscape of Meghalaya. Like other northeastern states, Meghalaya politics was also greatly influenced by student movement. Because immediately after statehood, Meghalaya faced a lot of problem for migration to development because it shared its border with with Bangladesh. And then when Meghalaya was created, we all have to remember Bangladesh. Bangladesh was formed. So students have been active agents of social change, and it had repercussion in the politics of Meghalaya. But then this paper will deal basically with only one youth group, the most powerful student group, that is the Khasi Student Union. Its role in the politics of Meghalaya. For the background initially in the 1980s, there were some students and youth, they came together and formed the Hinyotrep National Front. That was the first political, influence, or the first political face of a student group was the Hinyotrep National Front. That was way back in the 1980s. The president of this youth party, he contested both the Lok Sabha and the MLA election in 1983. However, he was defeated. Then gradually in 1984, another youth party came up. It's called the Democratic Hill Movement. This party even contested the Lok Sabha election. They set up its own candidate. Yet again, the candidate faced defeat. Then gradually, the Khasi Student Union became more vocal because these were scattered. Initially, it was a very scattered way of organizing themselves. The students in a very scattered way organized themselves, but only when KSU came up, they was more organized. So prior to the 1988 Assembly election, the KSU launched what is called one of the major, for those who know the history of Meghalaya, we launched one of the major agitation which brought about even the 9-point Charter of Demands. This agitation by the KSU included removal of the CRPF from Meghalaya, implementation of Inner Line Regulation Act, to drop criminal cases against the students who were arrested during the course of the agitation, and as well as to reserve all 60 Meghalaya Legislative Assembly seats for the local tribal, and to change the 40% reservation policy of the state government, along with fixing the problem arising from influx of foreign nationals. So during this agitation, this Charter of Demands, the KSU received tremendous public support. And based on this public support, gauging on the public support that they received, the KSU started to have another kind of political aim. Because then they even draw inspiration from Assam. Because during that time, Assam also had a very powerful student group, that is ASU, which was also very successful in the political landscape of Assam. So gauging from the public support, the KSU leadership decided to either float a new political party or to support one of the existing regional parties. But then what happened was that this was something that many of the members did not agree, because the Khasi Student Union, we all know it's apolitical in character. It has no political affiliation. So supporting the existing regional party will be contradictory to their principle. So even forming a new political party was, at that point of time, felt that it was not suitable, because they didn't have enough capital. Because for having a political party, we need a tremendous capital. So not having all that, the KSU then decided to give a tacit support, tacit support, because there was another political party that came up during that period of time. It was called the Alliance for Reconstruction of Meghalaya State. What the KSU leadership then decided was that they will have a say in the selection of candidates for the election, and they will support those candidates. So based on that principle, the 5 candidates were fielded by this party, the Alliance for Reconstruction of Meghalaya State. Out of these 5 candidates, were heavily helped. There was canvassing was done by the student group, the KSU. However, out of the 5, only 1 was successful. And he is one of the tallest political leader that Meghalaya has, and it's late Don Cooper Roy. He was elected from Sheila through the armed ticket. However, immediately after his victory, the party ceased to exist. It immediately just ceased to exist because he immediately joined hands with Congress. When this party came up, when the KSU went to the public to support the candidate, it was clearly mentioned, that the party will have no alignment. It will not align itself with any national party, because they were the charter of demands that the KSU had at that point of time, the national parties were not willing to give. So they will not have any alignment or no kind of connection with a national party. However, immediately after his when he was elected, late Don Cooper Roy, he joined hands with the Congress. So the party immediately went into non-existent immediately after the assembly election. So again, that showed that the student body could not organize themselves in a way that will have a clear picture of their existence in the political scenario of Meghalaya. However, again, there was another attempt made by the KSU in the year 2000. That's not such a long time. In the year 2000, the KSU launched the Ksan Reneo movement. This Ksan Reneo movement had almost the same charter of demand, like the 9-point charter of demand. Charter of demand. However, there's some more. They added some more, like the opening of Nigrams, then opening of Nigrams, then implementation of Article 371, as in Mizoram and Nagaland, then the setting up of CHRSC in Shillong. Besides all that, even the Ksan Reneo movement, for those who still remember this movement, it was one of the most a very rigorous movement. It even brought the government, it brought our state to a standstill. It brought the state to the standstill. Moreover, the capital, that is Shillong, during this Ksan Reneo movement. And during that time, KSU, the leadership was on Paul Lyngdoh. I think we all know, we've heard of Paul Lyngdoh. It was during that period of time, even led to the collapse, to a collapse of the government because of his rigorous agitation that then was launched along with the Ksan Reneo movement. Yet again, the KSU then decided to even again try their luck. The student group even decided to try their luck in the election. So on the January 17, 2002, at the KSU office in Jayau, the KSU launched their very own party. This is one of the most, it's almost a very drastic change of stand taken by the student group. Because earlier it was just a support was given. They didn't ever launch a party, Many have confused that the other parties was launched by the KSU. They never launched a party. They only have provided a tacit support. But however, 2002, there was a completely shift of strategy, a shift of stand. They launched... Yes?
Kindly maintain your time.
Am I okay, ma'am? I'll wind up soon.
Conclusion,
Yeah. So they launched a party called Namkhon Hinyotrap National Awakening Movement. I'll not talk about this party. Then let's see the success of this party. The party made its debut in 2003 Legislative Assembly election. There were 22 seats were contested. However, only two candidates were selected. However, this party became a partner in the Congress-led coalition government, that is the MDA, the Meghalaya Democratic Alliance. Then they even tried, even 2008, the Khnam again contested 16 seats. However, only one was successful. And even despite having just one in their bucket, they could become a partner in the UDP-led coalition government, that is the Meghalaya Progressive Alliance government. Then gradually what happened was a president rule was imposed in the state. Then another new government was formed, that is the Meghalaya United Alliance. Even in that government, Khnam could fit in. Okay, it's a Congress-led coalition, but Khnam could fit in. But then despite the very weak response by the public, in 2011, Khnam President Paul Lingdor decided to merge the party with the UDP. And the merger was not well received by all the members of the Khnam. It led to its vertical split. The Khnam is now it's divided into factions. So now we can just overall we can say that the political experience of the student group has completely failed. In the sense that the public, the support that they received during the agitation, they were unable to translate that support into votes. Okay, they were unable to translate the support into votes, which clearly reflect that the student group venture into electoral politics of Meghalaya does not augur well with the public, who continue to see the student group as vanguard of public interest. So the student group, the KSU, is still perceived as something that was as a vanguard of public interest, but not as a group that can stand or that can have a say in the assembly. So, ma'am, I think I exceeded my time. I'll stop.
Okay, so that was your conclusion?
Yes, ma'am. Conclusion, it's that the student group, in Meghalaya politics, since statehood till date, the student group was not successful to have an important and impact in the politics of Meghalaya.
All right. So, Baya, that was really a wonderful paper. In fact, the topic itself, which says like involvement of students in politics in Meghalaya, we've been seeing this, involvement of KSU in the political domain. And you have touched many points, which was very interesting, like the actual role of KSU in the politics of Meghalaya. Then we have the new threat, National Front. You have also highlighted on them, and also that 60% reservation of seats in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. You also highlighted on the other regional parties. Then how, the politician called Don Kupurai, how he became popular and then he joined the Congress. So these things happen, like usually they join the bigger parties so that they can get more privileges. But then late Don Kupuroi's work has really been appreciated by everyone till now. And you also spoke on KSU at 2009. They had also joined a new movement, and you stressed on Negrims, opening up of Negrims. But I don't know if I'm wrong. Was not Negrims opened before that? Before this 2000?
No, it was there, but it was not functioning. It wasn't functioning.
All right. So thank you so much. It was really a wonderful paper, and I think I'll wait, and when your paper gets published in the book form, and we can really read at length about this topic which you have chosen. So thank you so much. But you stay on. Maybe at the end of when everybody finishes presenting, if someone has some queries or questions, we will take up. All right.
Okay, thank you, madam. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And now may I call upon the next paper presenter, that is Miss P. Gracefulness Boni, who is an assistant professor in the Department of History, Synod College. So her paper is on Meghalaya's journey of statehood, some reflections. So you can take over the platform.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. A very good afternoon to the chairperson and to all the co-paper presenters. My presentation for today is on Meghalaya's journey of statehood, some reflection. Now, the creation of Meghalaya as a separate state from Assam is a landmark development in the history of Meghalaya. The aspiration of the people of the Khasi, Jaintia and Garo Hills were not fulfilled after the independence of India under the state of Assam. Hence, the struggle for a separate state started. There were several factors and forces to shape, lead, and even impede the progress of the movement. In this regard, the contemporary newspapers also played an important role. It is in this background that this paper aims to highlight the role of the newspapers in Meghalaya's struggle for statehood. The paper comprises of three parts. The first part of the paper describes the development of the movement and the newspapers that were published during the movement. The second part of the paper, taking inferences from the reporting from the selected representative newspapers, tries to analyze their approaches towards the movement. And the third part of the paper is in the form of a conclusion. Now, as we all know that newspapers are one of the platform to inform, aware, and motivate the people at large. It helps to create a mass consensus in bringing out social, cultural, and political change in the society. People can connect to it easily and can effortlessly generate public opinion and create mass awareness. The struggle for Meghalaya statehood was an important movement, and newspaper proved valuable to the cause. Various newspapers and journals wrote in support of the movement and against it. Many of them were also created during the movement. These publications strove to inform, to motivate the people for the movement. In this regard, newspapers form one of the most important sources of information for reconstructing the history of the movement. Now we'll move to the first part of the paper. The first part of the paper describes the development of the movement and the newspaper that were published during the movement. But I will not go to the development of the movement since the other paper presenters has already been discussing on that. So I'll just move to the next part, that is the newspaper that were published during the movement. So besides the existing newspapers that existed during that period of time, new one came up to rally behind the demand for statehood and build supporting public opinion. This is the period when journalism in Meghalaya had taken a new turn. The intellectuals and the people who were involved in politics understood the power of the medium to hold greater influence on the people in the state. Amidst this development, the political parties of different lines started bringing out their own party papers. Some of the prominent weeklies and bi-weeklies that were in circulation in the Khasi, in the United Khasi, Jaintia and Garo Hills during the Hill State movement were Kapateng Kristan, the Shillong Times, Kaparta Uriulum, Uperman, Kamei Rilom, Kalumpong Rilom, Ukerwo Karilom, Rini, Unosan Hima, etc. And newspaper from Assam too, such as the Assam Tribune, also expresses their views on the granting of statehood to Meghalaya. This was also the period when many newspapers appeared which were able to hold on only for a few couples of years. Among them were Songni Songbad and Songni Ripeng from the Garo Hills, Kasur Khasi, Ushabuk, Ukerwo Karilom, etc. These newspapers played a very important role by providing us with news and other necessary information, and they also help in creating awareness and motivate the people during the movement. Now we will move to the second part of the paper. The second part of the paper, which take inferences from the reporting from the selected representative newspapers and also tries to analyze the approach towards the movement. But time will not permit me to bring in all those reporting, so I'm going to discuss just a few of them as an example. Now, the Khasi, Jaintia, Garo leaders, being conscious of their present position, began to raise their voice for the separation of Meghalaya from Assam. Newspapers played a vital role during this period. One of the newspaper, Kapateng Kristan, in its article reported on how the Assamese wanted their language to be used as an official language in Assam. This was, however, not acceptable to the other hill areas of Assam. This paper further reported that this created a rift between them because if this is implemented, then Assamese as a language had to be introduced as a subject to study right from the primary school up to the colleges. Discussing on the situation, the paper furthermore reported the development on the 24th October 1960. On that particular day, all the hill regions of Assam joined hands together in protest against the introduction of Assamese as an official language of Assam. On this particular day, there were picketing of shops and markets, and offices were also closed. Around 11 a.m. in the morning, 5,000 people held a procession from Maukhar to Laitumkra Nongthamai. And the demand of this procession was to separate Assam from the other hill regions of Assam peacefully. This development that the people were concerned with this development and wanted immediate separation from Assam. Another newspaper, the Shillong Times, in its article of 3rd January 1970, expressed its concern over the future of Meghalaya. The paper writes that the landlocked transports of Meghalaya would not be a bed of roses. The industrial and economic development should receive the topmost priority. A crusade should be launched against poverty and hunger. A complete breakthrough is the crying need of the hour. The standard of life of the hillmen should also be raised. So according to this paper, much will depend on the political sagacity, tolerance, mutual understanding, and hard work of the leaders. Again, the Shillong Times of April 11, 1970 reported on the incidents that occurred when Mrs. Indira Gandhi visited Shillong to inaugurate the new autonomous state of Meghalaya. Now, on this particular day, at one place, there were demonstrators with black badges. They belong to the splitters group of the All-Party Hill Leaders Conference, and the party was headed by, this group was headed by Mr. Hoppingstone Lingdo. Now, on that day, about 1,500 demonstrators waved black flags and shouted, Meghalaya, Murdabat, we want hill state, no rest, etc. While from the other group, that means the supporters of the APHLC, they welcomed the occasions. So the newspaper reported that there was, however, no clash nor any bitter feeling between the two groups. This reporting made by the Shillong Times reflects the kind of environment prevailing during the period which would have otherwise lost forever. Now we come to another paper. MC Kochar, in his article in the Assam Tribune, expressed his concern regarding the granting of statehood to Meghalaya. Now, the announcement made by the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in the parliament said that the government has agreed in principle to raise the status of the sub-state formed on April 2nd, 1970, only 7 months ago into a full statehood. The criteria of acceptance of the demand of statehood for Meghalaya was not economic viability or any other, but the human problems of securing for the area a sense of belonging and working together. The population of the new state is no more than the usual population of a small district in the Indian states. That's what the Assam Tribune had to say. Now, it may be said that India is going too fast in setting up new states. There may be internal stress and strain within the new state as the question of backwardness remains in Meghalaya. The educationally and culturally advanced Khasis has a far better advantages over their Garo brethren who have a lurking fear of domination. the Assam Tribune said that the Meghalaya full statehood may encourage North Kachar Hills and Mikir Hills district to also join in such regional demands seen everywhere. Thus, this paper from Assam criticized the central government and also warned them that this hasty discussion can create more harm than good. So based on the above discussion, I would conclude that it can be observed that the struggle for Meghalaya statehood by the people of the Khasi, Jaintia and Garo Hills started when their aspirations were not fulfilled under the state of Assam, and newspaper proved valuable to the cause. Hence, the growing consciousness among the people found expression in the newspapers and periodicals that were published during the period. Many newspapers were published during the Hill State movement, and some of them were short-lived. However, there were few newspapers which survived and remained in circulation. It is important to emphasize again that the newspaper of this region of India speak volumes of the voices, sentiments, and consciousness of the common people towards the statehood movement. Various newspapers and journals wrote in support of the movement and against it. Thus, the use of newspapers as a source of history added up more perspective to our understanding of the Hill State movement. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Gracefulness. That was really a wonderful paper also, something different. And, your topic which says Meghalaya's journey of statehood and some reflection. So I think you could have added some reflections, based on newspapers, I feel, because your entire presentation was reflecting on newspapers, right? On the different types of newspapers, on what they have, what were their content and how they reacted with this movement. So anyway, it was really, really informative. You spoke on many, many points, like especially the people, how they have reacted on the movement for statehood, and what contributions the newspapers have had during this movement. And also the different newspapers, not only from Meghalaya, but from Assam also, where they had stated so much on, how they had reacted regarding the statehood of Meghalaya. Okay, and you also spoke about how when our late Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, visited, and then, what were the reactions. I think this is really informative, and I think when your paper comes out in a written form, we will be having more insights into it. So thank you so much, Boni, for that wonderful paper. And now you hold on, you hang on there, because some questions may be coming up at the end. We will take up all the questions together. So now I would like to call upon the third paper presenter. That is Mr. Nangyasan Kartuki. He's an assistant professor from the Political Science Department, St. Anthony's College, Bindihapi. So you can go on, you can go ahead now. And you are going to present a paper. The name of this paper is Post-Pandemic Politics in Meghalaya, How and Why COVID-19 Requires Us to Rethink Development. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can take the platform.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone, my esteemed co-paper presenters, friends and viewers. I'd like to start off by saying that the pandemic has...
I think you're not very audible.
Okay, ma'am.
Kindly fix your speaker.
Okay. Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to start by saying that the pandemic has sent shockwaves through societies and economies around the world, and it still continues to do so. Now, the title of my paper is Post-Pandemic Politics. Despite the fact that we are not yet post-pandemic, yet I feel that it is timely to reflect on some of the bigger questions that the pandemic is raising. Firstly, about pandemic preparedness and the response, but far more broadly and fundamentally about development, past, present, and future. Our contention is that COVID actually offers really vital needs and now opportunities for quite some fundamental rethinking, which begin to ask why was it that the world was so vulnerable, and what needs to change in the future to mitigate harm from future threats. Now, it is the case that epidemics often provoke really big societal reckoning, but really on this kind of a scale. For better or worse, as the world takes leave of everyday normality, conventional means of transacting politics and rules of governance seem to set to change. Sooner or later, the lockdown will end. People will step out of the spaces they have been confined in, and even as they leave a sigh of relief, but the anxiety and fear of contraction and infection will endure. Now, governments with authoritarian tendencies will be unwilling to shed the extraordinary powers they have given themselves in this moment of national and global crisis. Much, of course, remains uncertain as the scope of the virus and its intensity are yet to be determined. However, given the extent and depth of the current devastation, one can reasonably surmise that the political and public spheres are likely to return to normal, whatever normalcy meant until 2022, anytime soon. So the twin strategies of isolation and lockdown aims at creating physical distance among people to prevent the spread of infection brings into question the continuance of mass collective politics and the endurance of the public, or I can say democratic spheres in the near future. Now, we recently saw the importance of the politics of peaceful resistance against the killing of Bache, which witnessed significant spontaneous mass gatherings, rallies, energizing a republic and stalling, even if temporarily, the march of majoritarianism. But everyday politics is more than mass protests. You see, the realm of politics includes a range of transactions at local, national, and even global levels. So in a post-pandemic lockdown world, hitherto familiar ways and means of conducting politics are also likely to mutate and transform. Important as they are, elections are only one critical part in the political life of democratic nations. So while midterm assembly elections are scheduled this year, postponing these polls does not appear to be a viable option. Even if the virus crisis were to endure or return in that time frame. On the other hand, physical distancing will not permit long queues of voters outside and inside polling booths. Last year, we have seen the disastrous consequences of forcing people to vote under such conditions in the United States. And we have seen the consequences of that. Political rallies also, where large gatherings are addressed by aspiring leaders from competing political parties, may be out of bounds for a while as well. So does this mean that in India or even in Meghalaya, voting would become even more staggered than unusual? How will campaigns strategies evolve? Will large public gatherings and street meetings give way to more intense political messaging on social media and greater digital engagement? Will the chief minister, other ministers, and political leaders turn their social media handles into primary tools of political engagement? That would leave the vast majority of people, particularly those marginalized by the democratic process and hit hardest by the epidemic, out of the political networks they need to represent their interests in however inadequate a manner. So such transformations would also create obstacles for political parties because creating political messaging online is just not the same as calling forth gatherings of people in public spaces. These change circumstances could potentially further widen inequality. Besides deepening existing alienation between political classes and the people at large. But there is another significant change of power that has taken place in the midst of the upheavals. As thousands of youths or even adult workers are let off from their jobs because of the pandemic, people are coming back, they have to leave back their jobs, civil society members are stepping in. All across the state, young people, old people have got together distributed financial aid and food packages among the most vulnerable sections of the people. So it remains to be seen whether the socio-political changes affected by the pandemic endure in the long run. But for the time being, the humdrum models of doing politics have been ruptured. Despite dire predictions, therefore, the future is not set in stone. It could become what we make of it. And with this, I conclude my paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hassan, for that a lot of information and wonderful paper which you have presented. And this paper speaks volumes on the different type of political scenario which was there during, the lockdown, the COVID-19 pandemic. It has actually hit us educationally, politically, economically, health-wise, in all aspects it has hit us. So you've really given a very nice justification on many points. You spoke on, how the politics, how they would affect as a mass, how it was affected by mass protests. You also spoke on, the lockdown, after the post-lockdown, the role of the politics, and you also spoke on how political gathering also affected the governance. And your insights were also there. In fact, your paper also included on the civil society, the role of the civil society. That is also very important. So thank you so much for your paper, and you finished it on time, and that was also another very important point. So anyway, you hang on there. We will be having queries maybe at the end of the session. So thank you so much. And now we will be moving on with the fourth paper presenter. And I would like to call upon Dr. A. J. Limba, who's a lecturer in Lady King College, Higher Secondary Section, and Amanda Parrott, Research Scholar, Department of Sociology, NEHU. And they're going to present a paper on the following title, that is Meghalaya at 50, what has it not achieved? So the time is yours. You can go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chairperson, fellow presenters, the organizers, and participants of this webinar. The Center for Historical Research, Synod College webinar on retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood has opened opportunity to many of us who aspire to contribute something to commemorate the 50th years of Meghalaya statehood. Madam Chairperson, I am grateful for this opportunity. I am thankful to Ms. Amanda Parrott also, who co-wrote the paper. The name Meghalaya was adopted by the government of India's Assam Reorganisation Act 1970. Meghalaya became the 21st state of India when it attained its full-fledged statehood in 1972. Thus, the year 2022 honors the state of Meghalaya to its 50 years of statehood. States at 50 have different variations. Some states develop faster while others take a slower pace. The growth and development depends on a strong foundation of politics, secure economy, stable society, and promising industrial and infrastructural activities. The objective of this study is to bring into account the one side of the coin of the state of Meghalaya, that is, certain areas where it has not been achieved much or has not achieved at all. There are many fields and areas where the state had attained height at par with other developed state of India, while in many fields it is still lacking far behind. The expectation of the Khasi and Garo people are development and welfare and promising future. The Middle Age Meghalaya has produced great leaders, especially at the earliest outset of its journey. Society and politics go through both certain and uncertain circumstances, but the economy ventures on a snail pace. Agriculture as the main occupation in the state comprise about 80% of population who engage in it. Despite such large percentage, the state is still depending upon imports from other states for most food items such as food grains, potato, eggs, etc. After 50 years now, many farmers still conform to using the indigenous and labor-intensive methods of farming with hoes or spade as the main tools, which result to low productivity. No organized or advanced method of irrigation system and machineries are available to subsidize by the state. Lack of expertise and strained financial conditions of the state perhaps restricts the extension of assistance to the farmer for faster and better productivity. Trade had sustained the Khasis or people of the state over time, but trade and market centers of Meghalaya have not reached the level of standard of other states of India. Markets or trading centers have not been able to raise or build its status and system at the technological and scientific levels, where machines and computerized mechanism monitor the market and trading activities. Some changes will start when change is wanted and initiated. Let's look at some other fields where Meghalaya has not been achieved much. Meghalaya still own in industries and technology. Meghalaya still own low esteem in the field of industries and technology. Riboy district with Bernihat acts as one of the main industrial centers. Jaintia Hills district hold more civil industries than the rest of other districts. But iron and steel industry have not been achieved in large scale. The Khasi, as of now, smelts iron in traditional methods in places such as Milim and Linecot till the present day. Unfortunately, the state has not been able to plan large-scale industry, even when coal and the iron are available in the state in abundance. Nonetheless, private possession of land became one of the general problems of the state to utilize such resources. With regards to tea plantation industry, Meghalaya provide plantation in places like Umsning, Opashilong, Sorenkam, Rengdo, Rongram, Tobengre, etc. However, despite initiatives and assistance offered by the Horticulture Department, tea production is still far from self-sufficiency, and common tea consumption in Meghalaya so far largely depend on exported products. With regards to transport and communication, Meghalaya is a landlocked state with road as the main means of transportation, but road connectivity also in other parts of the state is relatively poor and in dilapidated condition with uncertainty of repair. Railways remain one of the major problems in the state. The only railway line that has entered Meghalaya is in Mendipathar, North Garo Hills district. The Northeast Frontier Railway Initiative to connect with capital cities of Northeast has met with some obstacles in Khasi Hill, that is with regards to Titilia, Bernihat, and Bernihat Shillong lines, as has been earmarked. These projects are met with opposition from some NGOs, such as the Khasi Students' Union and Youth Rabi Youth Council. They demand a proper mechanism to check the influx of illegal immigrants. Eventually, land survey have been interrupted and several villages have denied railway authorities access. The present protests are also linked to demands for an inner line permit, which still remains a pending issue. With regards to air transportation, the first public airport in Meghalaya was constructed in 1960 at Umroi, Riboy district. This small size of the airport does not allow the operation of large aircrafts. More innovation and expansion are required to enable more destinations for public, business, and commercial conveniences. So far, the Indigo Airlines operate only to 4 destinations from this airport, that is to Agartala, Imphal, Kolkata, and Silchar. Another airport in Meghalaya is the Balchik Airport. which is also known as Tura Airport. With regards to renewable resources, as solar and wind energy has not been utilized well in the state as they receive very less attention. The construction of dams and reservoirs disrupt the normal livelihood of people, as thousands of acres of land and natural property would be submerged underwater. The Meghalaya New and Renewable Energy Development Agency was created in 1987 with the objectives related to non-conventional and renewable resources of energy like solar energy, wind energy, and bioenergy, etc. The MEECL map certain areas of the state where windmills could be set up to harness the energy. The corporation has so far identified some wind potential areas in West Khasi Hills and Jaintia Hills for setting up windmills, but the program has been halted. Meghalaya wants a power surplus state, but the corporation has also fallen into that trap. For instance, it has to pay crores of rupees as a loan to NEPCO for purchase of power from such central corporation. Border issues. Meghalaya has a long pending issue of border dispute with Assam and Bangladesh. Assam and Meghalaya have border dispute mainly in 12 areas. Undeniably, border dispute result to violent clashes between the people of Meghalaya, Assam, and Bangladesh. Meghalaya, along with Assam government, constituted regional committees to conduct a survey and inspections in the dispute areas. But until now, people residing in the borders are not happy or satisfied with the matters that the government is undertaking, and still remains an incomplete task. In conclusion, the contribution and sacrifice of the forebears in the movement to achieve the statehood will remain in the pages of the state's history, and it is up to the present generation to carry out and fulfill the tasks and criteria that still lay unfinished. Many critical tasks have not been achieved by the state till the present day, besides many other important fields. Education, qualitatively, are still lagging behind vision and expectation. Leaders of the state today requires a sacrifice, dedication to the extent of being patriotic and selfless to be able to achieve greater heights of achievement for the state. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Limba, for that nice presentation. It was really elaborative and you have touched on many points. I think we also need papers, which are critics and which tells us, in which way the state has not done, sufficiently for the people. All right. So you have really informed us right from the start how the name of Meghalaya came about, and then you spoke on the trades and the market centers. You also highlighted on the industry, why industry has not reached to that level, when we compare ourselves with the other states, or especially the developed states. We have many flaws and loopholes like the road connectivity. We do not have railways, and then also the airports which are there, which are not very functioning. Maybe of late it started functioning in a small way. We are catering to the northeastern, some of the northeastern states, and maybe it's also going to the national capital. But this is actually, but a lot of issues are there. The weather is the main problem which hampers the transport, the air transport. You also gave a very nice idea about the windmills, which we never thought about. Windmills actually, because you see most of the time, like in Nongstoin, in West Khasi Hills and also Jaintia Hills, a lot of wind flow, or you can see speed is there, which can be tapped as an energy. In developed nations like in Europe, like in Netherlands and other places, they have tapped all this wind energy, and then they can utilize that even in a small way. Also, it helps. All right. So I feel that Meghalaya can also, collaborate and also bring about a lot of changes which is required at this modern age. We are moving forward day by day, and we are always being compared. Comparison is a way of life. So we are always being compared with the others, and therefore I think development is very, very important. And if these are really pertinent points which you have pointed out. And I would also just like to add that, for our local industrialization to actually go about, or you can say some strategies to come up for local industrialization, I think we can also, make use of make use of some kind of case studies, maybe of other cities which are doing well, and that can be a main focus, how they have economically grown, and we can, if not follow exactly, but in some way, we can take up some points. And then also we can identify the opportunities to unlock the growth. What happened? Why are we not growing? All right. And also we can consider how the national and global economies are evolving. Right now, the globally, how economies are evolving, we need to have very good experts at the economic level, where they can contribute, where they can come from abroad, they can come from there are certain success stories, like success cases, where they can come and then, give us ideas as how are we going to, manage or control. Then there are new ways of coordinating. We can coordinate in a new way. And we can also identify where our city, Shillong, is actually lacking, okay, with regards to the policy tools. So I think policy is also very important. There may be so many policies, but they're not being implemented well. So we need to work on that also. So it's a very nice and informative paper. So thank you so much, but you please wait, because I think we may be getting some queries at the end. And now I would like to call upon the next paper presenter. Hello. Yes, Miss Finley.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Miss Finley Sinai. So I would like to call upon you so that you can give us. Miss Finley is an professor, is an assistant professor in sociology. She's the head of the department from sociology, St. Edmund's College, and she is going to give us an insight into the paper which is titled as The Role of Music in Our 50 Years Journey, the Retrospect and Prospect. So you can go ahead, Finley.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, a very good afternoon to respected chairperson and our fellow paper presenters. And I would like to also extend my great sense of appreciation and gratitude to the organizers of this webinar. The name of my paper is entitled The Role of Music in Our 50 Years Journey, Retrospect and Prospect, with emphasis on the Khasi Hills. Music has and always will be an integral part of human life and experience. Music is intrinsically linked to culture, and it provides cultural identity to a group. Therefore, it is very difficult to ascertain if culture or music comes first. The fact remains, music enriches culture and is enriched by culture. Music reflects the cultural characteristic of a given society. Music is an expressive language of culture. It teaches about the language and creative levels of expression, where rhythm, melody, and words are used to convey a message or tell of an experience. Music is like a time capsule, and it can produce a burst of nostalgia, patriotism, and camaraderie. While anthems ring and national songs echo, a sublime sense of unity, music has come in use in social movements and protests, election campaigns, sporting arenas, movies, and so on. In fact, music has the capacity to enhance in-group unity and out-group antagonism. A traditional tune or folk song can do this at once, and its impact is enormous. Sare Jahan Se Acha, for instance, has done its bit in igniting internal cohesion and external coercion in India's struggle for independence. Music touches emotions and brings to rapture mental states that cannot be achieved by any means. Music can connect people. Uh, when we talk of music, music is a very, very wide term, and a definition of music endeavor to give an accurate and concise explanation of what music's basic attribute or essential nature must mean. But defining music turns out to be more difficult than anyone might ever imagine in the first place. And this is an ongoing debate. There is an ongoing debate regarding this. So to ease the tension of this paper, I shall select only one definition by the Oxford Dictionary, and I'm going to use this as the working definition for this paper. And it says that music can be understood as the sounds that are arranged in a way that is pleasant or exciting to listen to. The other thing that we can translate this is that music can be understood as an arrangement of sounds having melody, rhythm, and usually harmony. It is the art of producing pleasing or expressive combinations of tones. Now, the sociology of music, is concerned with how music or how social groups relate to music through the practices of musical production, consumption, and distribution, and the meaning that music has through these processes. Music is central to the cultural life of the people, and therefore it is perceived as central to social life as well. A sociology of music tradition can be traced back to the birth of the discipline itself. The study of music had been of great interest to canonic social thinkers like Weber, George Simmel, and so much more. And their works establish what we would say a sociological pedigree for this subdiscipline to grow. Now, the sociology of music becomes that special branch of sociology that focuses on the social aspect of musical behavior and the role that music plays in the society. Now, what tends to distinguish sociology of music from other disciplines is a commitment to the sociological imagination. And sociologists have also coalesced around the study of different genres of music to help understand the dynamics of gender, power, sexuality, race, class, culture, religion, and even work. Notably, there is now a growing tendency or interest in understanding the role that music play and to break the dichotomy that music is not connected to society, and therefore the interest is to study the role of music or music in itself as a mediating channel for social interaction and its impact on the members of society. In retrospection of Meghalaya's 50 years journey, the role that music has played cannot be undermined. Meghalaya is the home of music and dances. Folk songs, folk tales, dances, and folk theatres have always been a great part of the social cultural life of the people here. Folk music or folk-based music are the living proof of the centrality of music and rhythm in the lives of the people here. The explorations and contributions of songs and music is disseminating a sense of solidarity and we feeling requires attention. The facts are in a state like ours, where traditional folk art form plays a very, very important role. Songs carry the history of our journey and our existence. Folk music generally understood as something that developed within a collectivity with no known originator has contributed tremendously to the unity of the people in the state. In the midst of the statehood movement, the songs of Meghalaya continued to grow and produce rippling impact on its people. Folk or collectively generated tunes were sung to invoke the spirit of unity and nostalgia amongst the citizens of the state. Kinriam upnar ubhoy uwat deupad Khasi bayar, or Rikhasi Rikhasi, produces such a feeling of love for one's motherland. These songs are a reflection of the society. They are resilient, and in spite of the manifold events and waves of change from the West and mainland India, they still retain their characteristics. The Pinther Orchestra, the professional musicians from Wakhen, Padma Shri recipient Bakirias Walang, the local known and unknown artists have contributed to this in a very large way. In a privileged interview with Bakirias Walang, he said that music runs in his blood, and ever since he was small, he knew the art of playing instruments. The Duitara expert enchanted people around the world with his songs, especially about the sacred grove, wrote Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. But Curious Walang has been an inspiration to many artists in the state. He mastered the duitara, the sitar, and a few other instruments. And he was one person who could also make his own musical instruments from locally available material. The role played by the All India Radio Shillong must be recognized in this regard. It provided a platform to popularize local and folk or folk-based compositions. The All India Radio also became a medium of entertainment. In one way, the Western impact on local artists began to surface as many would do covers on popular numbers. However, budding artists were provided a stable platform for their performance, and a touch of professionalism dawned in as artists could extract payments for the numbers performed. This, in a way, popularized the radio in our state. The radio became a great source of entertainment and recreation. Families and neighbors often stationed themselves close to the transistor to listen to songs, news, and sports relay. It was then that popular or modern songs started to come in and local artists started to write and compose their own music. Indeed, folk influence cannot be totally absent from the new songs. Thus, folk songs or music have traveled a great many distance, and their impact on the local artists could not be easily erased. Popular artists like Skendrowels Aimle, Listimais Aimle, Elkin Swear, Lumtimais Aimle, Arnis Swear, to name a few, have retained the folk tune in their compositions. Eventually, modern songs also appeared with Rana Karkongor, Hedingson Rindthyang, and the more recent artists like Desmond Soen, Somersault, and so on. With the passage of time, the Dudarshan Kendra Shillong was introduced, and the evolution of music scaled to a next level. Many artists from the state began to perform, and somehow this also transformed the way an artist perceived the art of performance. Concerns on how to sing in front of a camera, costumes, makeup, moves, and arrangements became important. The evolution of the music scene in the state reached newer heights as music bands, solo artists developed music videos, and added new styles of music and songs. Bands like Vanguard's, I'm told this is the first pop group of the Khasis, the Vandives, Blood and Thunder, King's Apples, Mojo, Soulmate, Rebel Soul, etc., have enlivened. They have really enlivened the music scene in the state. And as we talk about this, we'll also understand here that where's it? Okay, I just lost my page. Just one second. So as we are talking about this, then we also understand then that the Jaya Orchestra was also, it came into being round about that time. And when we understand over there that, people like Webster Davis Jirwa, he was very much a prominent member of the band. And, the success of this was that they managed to introduce and create an interest on a different kind of a different genre of music and a different style of performance. And this was also something that cannot be left unnoticed, because it has affected the the way people perceive music and the idea of performance over here. Then currently many more local artists are doing covers and pitching their songs and compositions in virtual platforms like YouTube, Instagram, and so on. In prospect, one sees the music scene in Meghalaya as thriving and promising because with greater exposure and training, our artists are, they can really go the distance. With the passage of time, music cognition got crystallized, and this includes preference, emotion, recognition, and musical memory. The inroad of massive technological, demographic, cultural, educational, political, and social changes in the world at large dropped an impact in the lives of the people here. Music education started to wriggle its way into the society. Families are encouraging their young ones to pursue music learning and training. We saw individual artists like Toshan Nongbet, Namprang Imle, to name a few, bringing laurels to the state by competing and winning in the national and international events and competitions. The ultimate triumph was in October 2010 when the Shillong Chamber Choir won the reality talent show India's Got Talent Season 2. Another great achievement was when the Aroha Children's Choir won the first prize at the prestigious World Choir Games at Wales, UK in 2018. Music education is now offered in some colleges and universities in the state. The desire for formal training is very encouraging, and this is not to suggest that it will undermine the folk genre where the beauty of performance rests in spontaneous improvisation. The mirth and sarcasm that accompanies the pawar or the dual wit is still cherished and loved by all. As a matter of fact, election campaigns are packed with pawar, even though now political parties and candidates have produced their respective campaign songs. This is possible because of technological advancement and technological know-how that is easily available to one and all. Indeed, music is a point of convergence, though different genres are preferred by different sections of society. Thus, music has addressed the history of the musical canon, tastes, and social currents of inclusion and exclusion. The 50-year-long journey of our state has also been, among other things, a journey that addressed issues of musical value and the perceptual politics of musical reputation. Most importantly, it has developed perspectives that highlight music's active properties in relation to social action, emotion, and cognition. Such a perspective dispenses with the old music and society paradigm.
Finlay,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt you. Can you please conclude because it's
Yes.
near time? Yeah.
Yeah, this is my conclusion, ma'am.
Okay.
So we, the paradigm where music was understood as something distant from society. So in the end, valued cultural tastes and cultural dispositions are the means of social regulation and social solidarity, and these are reinforced in songs and music where social values are instilled. Indeed, in the 50-year-long journey, the scene displayed a picture of a close affinity between music and status consumption, especially in the sudden interest in expensive pursuits of classical music education. There is a subtle yet undeniable recognition and respect for those who have received music education, as in a church setup, their status increases even further. In fact, a rift did appear when traditional instruments were not accepted and used in churches for a very long time. Today, there is a contrasting image reflecting appreciation and recognition for artists with the ability to play traditional or folk musical instruments, even in churches, educational institutions, and other platforms. The focus now is on the construction of value and talent in music. It is here that artists bring out their best in competition, as hierarchies of talent and articulation of musical values matters now. Musical talent is recognized as a multifarious process. This is apparent in the current music scene in the state at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Finlay, for that wonderful paper. You have highlighted so many points, on music, and we know how music is. Sometimes we don't understand the language, but yet we listen to the music, that particular song, or most of the time. So it really touches our heart, and music has no boundaries. So therefore, you have, touched on many, many aspects of music, which was very informative and elaborative. You also, spoke on how music can, be used for integrity of the nation, of the state, and how it touches the emotions. You also spoke on the different mediating channels of music, which which can be used for social interaction. So that is also, I think, very, very informative. And of course, when we look into our state, Meghalaya, we know that Meghalaya is culturally very rich, and we have our own, own music tunes. We have our own traditional, instruments, which which is becoming popular now. Of late, it was not popular, but now it is becoming very popular. And then, of course, you also touched on many, many personalities who have music personalities. You can call them, were great musicians of our state who have contributed a lot during this 50 years. And then the role of Doordarshan. Then you also spoke on the folk songs of Meghalaya, which are also very popular. Then, of course, now with the new age and with technology, we know that the virtual platform has also become very important with YouTube and other things, where we have many likes and how many citations you have on those particular videos. So of course, music education is very important also, because you can go right from the classical music to, you can go many types of music which is there. And then of course, which when you spoke on this Shillong Chamber Choir winning competition and many others, we understand that how they have taken the name of Shillong not only nationally but internationally. And then, of course, now, we have seen that even for election campaigns, we have one party has their own songs, which has become so popular. So therefore, we know another very important aspect was that playing of the traditional, Khasi instruments in the churches, which we never saw before. We would always see either, a piano or a guitar, which are very westernized, Western musical instruments. But now it's a new trend where we're bringing in this traditional instrument in the churches and other places. So therefore, exposure is coming. And I think more exposure is required regarding our musical instrument and our music, and especially the folk songs. All right. Thank you so much, Finlay, for this nice paper, and it was very elaborative and informative. So now, in fact, we have finished with all the paper presenters. So I would like to call upon the participants and the others who are here in the platform. If you have any queries regarding these 5 paper presenters, starting with the first to the 5th one, you can bring about your queries now. We are ready now for the queries. The paper presenters will take up one by one. So yes, Nang Yaisan Karluki, you can come in. We have he has raised his hand, so you can come in. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask this question to Madam Baya Dalimpi Lalong. First of all, I'd like to congratulate her for a very informative paper on the Khasi Students' Union. But I've always had this question in mind, that why in our Khasi society, which is a very microscopic society, we are so divided. Even amongst the Students' Union also, we have many Students' Union, the Khasi Students' Union, Jaintia Students' Union, West Khasi Students' Union, and many times we don't even see eye to eye with one another. We are so divided. Like, for example, in the early 90s, the West Khasi Students' Union would always go against any decision taken up by the Khasi Students' Union. Whereas when we look at our Mizo brothers and sisters, in the whole entire state, they have just one students' union, which is the Mizo Students' Union. But why are we so divided in our society?
Okay. So, Miss Baya, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Please answer to his query.
First thing, thanks for the question. I mean, regarding why are the student group or the student bodies heavily divided?
First thing, many of these student group, they take they raise issue concentrated, they concentrate on issues particularly inclusive of their domain, okay? The Khasi Student Union, it's the oldest. They were previous, but the nomenclature keeps on changing. Then you talk about the West Khasi, the Jaintia Student Union, because they have another issues that the Khasi Student Union as a whole or cannot take up these small issues that are concentrated in their area. And that is one reason why the launching this political experiment of the student group has failed miserably in Meghalaya, unlike in Assam, where the ASU has come to power almost 2 terms. Whereas the student group, KSU, if both way, when they launch arms as well as KNAM, it was a very premature death. They almost had the political parties suffered a premature death because of this division. They couldn't consolidate. They couldn't consolidate support. Now, the Khasi Student Union is seen basically Shillong-centric. It's Shillong-centric. The West Khasi is again has its own issue. The Jaintia Student Union has their own issue. Then the Rewar, they have their own issue. That's one reason why the political experiment of student group has failed in Meghalaya, because they are the divided house. A divided house is unable to sustain. In any platform, it won't be able to sustain politics. You know, politics is numbers. So when you don't have support, you usually suffer premature death. I think am I clear?
All right, Nang Yesan, are you clear?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very well, well said. So thank you so much, Baya, for that information. Now, anyone else is here who wants to ask some kind of question or have some doubts regarding the paper presenters?
Ma'am, can I ask one question to Ma'am Bada or Baya Dalente?
All right, Finlay.
Ms. Baya Dalente, you mentioned something about the middle class. Can you just briefly say, what do you think is the main reason for the rise of the middle class in an egalitarian society like ours? Thank you.
Okay. First thing you have to understand, thanks for the question. First thing you have to understand the background. When was Meghalaya created? All of us, it's a debate that Meghalaya is a political blunder. We were not yet ready for our statehood. It was a political blunder, but that's a debate, ongoing debate. Let's not bring it up here. So gradually, when we got to Meghalaya, when everything was given to us, it was the fathers, of Meghalaya who were at the forefront, like Captain William Sangma. He made it very clear when in the inaugural speech when Meghalaya was created. He said that Meghalaya will develop or will grow with its own genius, with less interference. And then when we were part of Assam, we faced a problem of Assam government imposing the Assam official language bill. That was the reason why we fought. We really demanded Meghalaya. Then there was many schools came up. When schools came up, educational institute came up means one. Automatically there was education. When education came in our hands, there will be jobs came up. Then there was when job came up, there's economic prosperity. Immediately there'll be economic prosperity. Then gradually there was a growth of the middle class. And student group, if you notice, the leadership, I'm not talking of the members of the student group, but the leadership comprised from the middle class. There's a book, Adam Finley, if you are interested, there's a book written, I even have an unpublished thesis. My dissertation is unpublished. It's written, I've broadly mentioned all this, but there's another book, Student and Politics in Meghalaya, by Pascal Mangyang. Professor Pascal Mangyang. If you go through that book, you will get a very clear picture. I won't be able to elaborate here, but you'll get a clear picture about the growth of middle class, how it affected the politics of Meghalaya, how it brought about demands. Many demands came up with the growth of this section of the society, about the educated section of the society. We demanded, many demands came up, like functioning of Nigrams. Then just one second, let me check my. Then as well as the change of 40% reservation policy, then to reserve all the 60 Meghalaya Legislative Assembly seats. Because a society is dynamic. It's a living organism. So growth of middle class will come up, and for good or for bad, we'll have them. They'll here, they'll stay with us. Then we have a lot of hope. I mean, personally, I have a lot of hope that this class of society will speak not just for themselves, but for Meghalaya, for the growth of Meghalaya, so that not just 50, we'll not just celebrate 50 years, but we'll have a very dynamic, a very vibrant Meghalaya with vocal people from the middle class. Am I clear?
Okay, thank you, Baya. I think you have elaborately discussed on this issue. Finley, I hope you are satisfied with the answer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, now one last question only. We will wind up now. If anyone has any queries, one last question. If not, then we will wind up.
All right, ma'am. Yeah, I have one question.
Okay, one last question. Okay, for your question is for who?
Yeah, no, it's Mr. Nang Son, right? Mr. Nang Son.
Okay, okay.
Since you discussed about this pandemic, COVID-19 impact on society, particularly on society economy, it has an effect on politics and religion also. I'm curious if this COVID-19 has some impact on other aspects like culture.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Okay, let me get straight. Does this COVID-19 has an impact on, beside the aspects you talk, on the culture, or in particular the customs and traditions of the people of Meghalaya?
Now, I personally do not think that it has any particular effect on the culture. However, it has got an effect on the political culture of our state. We have seen many changing trends, right from the economic trends to the political trends about where the government works, where the government does not work, whether people trust the government, whether people do not trust the government, where people do not depend on institutions to lift themselves up anymore, but they are becoming self-reliant, where people have developed new skills in terms of economy. So all of these things, I think, basically it does not really affect the social culture, but it does affect the political culture in a limited way. So I would say that COVID-19 post-pandemic world has taught us how to make, unmake, and remake things. So in a nutshell, I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, all right. Yes.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
All right, all right. So I think we should not be taking any more queries now. We will be winding up now. And so before winding up, I would just like to thank everyone, especially our, the organizers of the program who have organized this so well. And my special thanks goes to Dr. David Kharshandi, who is, in fact, my gratitude also goes to him because he's really the backbone behind organizing so many events in Synod College. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank Dr. Charles Ruben and Lingdo, who is also, very much involved in many programs. And of course, not forgetting the principal of the college, who has come up with so many events one by one. And I think this is very, very important also for the college. And if having so many important teachers and the other, members from the backside, from behind to help out, I think this type of program is very much needed, and it is really successful from what I see. I don't know about the others, but thank you so much and for inviting me. I have also presented my paper in yesterday, and now, of course, thank you so much for giving me a chance to be a chairperson. And we had some very beautiful papers from 5 paper presenters of different varieties. So I would like to thank all of them, and also the participants who were here from the beginning till now, listening to all the important papers. So thank you so much. And I think you all will have to give must have already provided your full paper to Dr. David. Otherwise, he's going to be after you. And, because he's very strict with the full papers. So please submit all the full papers to him. And thank you so much for this entire team, organization, and having this type of topic, which is very much needed now.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Can I just make sure, can you switch your video on? The three presenters, we are Lingdo, Chare, and...
Yes, ma'am.
Andor, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Since all of you are here, it's my pleasure to be part of this very important webinar. And because we have only three presentations, so I think we can do justice to all the three. As you know, this is a special, this is one of the parallel sessions, and this is parallel session 4B, and the papers on gender are being discussed here. So without any further delay, may I now request Ms. B.R. Lingdo, Assistant Professor, Department of English, UCC, Uniam. And although it's written 12 minutes, but you may present for 15 minutes, followed by, we will have the presentations of 15 minutes from each, and then we can go into the question and answer session, taking together the perspectives on gender. So the first paper, Cheers of Names, a study of its ecological implication with a gender perspective. May I now invite Barbie to make her presentation.
Thank you very much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all. Our chairperson, Professor Sukalpa, my co-presenters, and before I start, I just want to say thank you to David and Synod College for this platform. The name of my paper is Tears of the Nymphs, a study of its ecological implications with a gender perspective. This is a novel written by K.K. Khaluri, published in 2015. And with the permission of the chairperson, I would just like to read a part of some parts of my paper, and I'll start it with the introduction. What is nature and what is nature made up of? What kinds of things exist in the natural world? Such questions can always be asked but never completely answered. Answering them is embarking on a descriptive account of the natural world or natural history. In a collective sense of the word, nature is used for the sum total of aggregate of natural things. It is implicitly a living whole. It is treated by man as something external, and it is definitely something which cannot be mastered by man. The Khasi sees the processes and transmutations of the elements of nature and necessarily grasps its essence. The secret of nature automatically becomes apparent to him, allowing himself to various ways of regarding it. In regarding it, the Khasis are immediately presented with still further ways in which to relate to it. And just like any other tribes, the Khasis are lovers of nature. To them, she's a mother, a teacher, a provider, and a preserver. Nature presents itself as a source of infinite wisdom, pouring out to its people the laws and norms of living. A Khasi sees nature as a perfect order to follow and imitate. If our culture, custom, tradition, religion is to be taken as a form of thought or ideology, then of philosophy, its existence is in the context of history. And there is no history of our people when nature does not have a role. The belief of the Khasis, the belief of the beginning of the Khasis itself is linked to nature. In it and with it, our ancestors built their lives, forming their culture, custom, tradition, and religion. And in the absence of a written history, oral tradition has sustained our society, and our present is bound to this oral heritage. One cannot refute the fact that the introduction of the Roman alphabets to the Khasis by Reverend Jones in 1841 was a major milestone in our literary history. It brought the oral literature to the written form, though it is important to note that it did not replace the oral. My interest in the Tears of the Nymphs, as brought by K.K. Khaluri, is how it talks about forests and nature. And in the prologue, the author very brilliantly used the technique of persuading the readers to convince them about the general belief of the Khasis at the existence of the Puris or the nymphs. We have water nymphs and and wood nymphs and so on. From time immemorial, our people believe in the supernatural, and according to this novel, the lives of the people, especially in the villages, were intricately linked with the spirits. They walked the forests with one eye on the shadows and look with suspicion at any strangers or things that they do not understand. To them, the dark forest, the woods, the trees, and the undergrowth are the realms of the numerous spirits. They believed in them, they feared them, and some even revered and defied them. The writer very intricately brings out the lives of the supernatural, convincing readers that no doubt, unlike the villagers, one must not attribute every inexplicable thing to the supernatural, for there is a high probability that all tales about the Puris are not quirk of faith or just a mockery to one's sanity. In the book, there's a passage that says that almost every month a sleek car would come cruising into one field of forest or another, disgorging men and women who inevitably would end up owing what they came to see. Then the trucks would follow, and soon a hill was stripped bare of its boles, its boughs, branches, and twigs. In the words of the villain of the text, he says, "My felling of logs from the reserve forest is not anyone's business. Besides, it has never been proven that I did it. To him, everything in life has a price. The man, mountain, machinery, everything. Even the will of man, love and loyalty are obtainable at a cost." And this is the general attitude of the people that we have now when it comes to attaining anything from the forest. The writer also talks about the booming timber trade that makes people rich beyond imagination, where we see unregulated and uncontrolled timber being ferried out of the province, where forests were ravaged and jungles disappearing due to indiscriminate destruction. And again, there's a passage that says, very soon not a tree would be left, and then he would be fingering new wads of currency notes in his hands. This villain Baden represents the last few decades of man's greed, whereby nature is reduced to a mere quantitative instrumental mode of being, the means to achieve wealth, progress, and development. The world of fantasy of the nymphs makes us wonder if they are indeed myths or realities, but since the Khasis believe in them, this story is worth reading. And in reading this text, I was trying to bring this gender perspective by looking at the concepts and theories of nature and culture, that is men and women, in the works of Sherry Ortner and Bina Agarwal, and also other feminist writers and personalities such as Vandana Shiva and others. Nature and culture, women and men. Ecofeminism approaches problems regarding gender and the environment and looks at subjugation and oppression on environment and women by a larger system of culture, which is patriarchal. It regards the association between women and nature as essential to the very way to the way they are both treated. Women and nature have multiple ways in which they have been perceived, and by Marxism, ecofeminism recognizes that gender is socially construct, and there is an urgent need to develop conceptual tools that will look at ecological and social change. Bina Agarwal talks about the important connection between domination and exploitation of nature and women, and stress on how women are seen to be closer to nature and men to culture. The feminist movement and the environmental movement must stand together to create a more equitable and just society. The source of subordination, according to these studies, and the domination of men, the oppressed women, are in the existing beliefs and practices since generation that has passed. The correlation between women and nature is an interesting development in terms of studies, and I rest on Sherry Ortner and among others who work upon the universal fact of how women and nature in their inferior position is socially and culturally categorized and endorsed. Women are identified symbolically with nature primarily because of her physiological and bodily makeup. Her social roles are based on the functions of her body, thus putting constraints to her. And in reproducing the human species, women have to adapt to the needs of the X rather to her own requirements. The natural procreative function specific to women is an absolute physiological fact that has great significance. Her body and her functions place her in social roles, which in the long run are of lower order in the hierarchy of cultural processes. A woman's participation in the natural processes of reproduction takes up more of her time and her body, sometimes at the cost of her health, strength, and general stability. Her own strength and energy is being depleted while nourishing the forest, and this is what we see in nature as well. The whole enterprise of natural processes would collapse without females, for she is half of the human race. She participates with men and guarantees life and science and symbols and language and so on. She is involved in the cultural project of transcendence over nature. The psychology of women also is affected by her physiological nature and the social roles that she has to play. Men create more than in life than life. They create meaning, they create existence, and they exist beyond the level of mere existence for the survival of the species. While men create inventions of novelty and value, which are meant for future, women, by virtue of their physiognomy, are fated to repeat and recreate the human race. And in the history of humankind, civilization has engaged in the process of generating and sustaining systems whereby men bend the natural existence for the purpose of controlling them to gain. And this also is where we see nature being treated. Every culture asserts a relationship between human existence and nature by creating and adopting their own regulated ways. Men have never been passive takers over the centuries, but they always employed all sorts of regulations to regulate and control nature, which is also women. The ability of men to destroy life in hunting and warfare are valued and seen as their invention and participation, where they act, but they do not create, but they destroy. And surprisingly, in humanity, the superiority of men has been accorded, and the high position is accorded to males who kills, but not to females who brings forth life. Men continue to remodel the face of the earth by generating and defining inventions and discoveries for human species. The association of women continues to be in the domestic space where they contribute, and this contribute to the view that she is closer to nature in several ways. The dichotomy of domestic and public space has rendered women more to reproducing and socializing new members of the society, and this is also opposed to public entity. This has significance of the opposition between nature and culture, which means men and culture. This biological group are together, which means women and nature, and there is this absolute dominance over them by culture or by men. Cultural reasoning have propagated the notion that mothers and their children belong together, and women are thus involved with child-oriented activities of procreating, nurturing, and supervising, etc. And this and the idea of cooking itself is woman's work, where the raw materials of food items are transferred into cooked ones. This represents a transition from nature to culture, where women are important and they do take part in this culturalizing process. But in the higher level of the same function, it is restricted to men. Thus, we have famous chefs all over the world who are men, even though women have proven to be powerful agents in this cultural process. In fact, she's constantly transforming raw materials into cultural products. And in this sense, we see them as intermediaries. And my interest in the novel is to see how the female character, who is Day2, is a very valuable mediator between nature and man. Just like nature in its cycles, women are important participants in social and cultural processes through their roles. They are primary agents in the transmission of cultural values to the younger generation. Like nature, a woman disregards any categories and seeks communion with others. And so therefore, her experiences and emotional bonding is interpersonal, not individualistic or particular like men. And so therefore, participation of women in the domestic domain is seen as a form of lesser culture, and in opposition to the higher culture that men belong to, such as the finer and higher aspects aspects of religion, of law, of politics, of art and rituals and other human creativity. An indigenous approach in ecofeminism acknowledges women's interaction with nature to be reciprocal. For there is a way that women look at nature. They take its products and also replenish it and the earth. They are in partnership with nature by not using its resources, but also but giving it back. They do not own nature like property, but insist on participating in the process to grow and to make grow. Women are producers who help sustain society and relations. Aligning women with lower order of culture is very compelling, though it is obvious that women cannot be fully assigned to nature. This paper intends to call for management and conservation and sustainability of forests around human settlements by exploring traditional beliefs and inculcate ways of being more inclusive of women. Village communities need to do a lot of gender sensitization in order to restore and manage forests. And my primary concern is to show how men look at nature and women. The reference of biological determination does bring women and nature closer. And because they are, both have been manipulated and exploited and oppressed one way or another by systems of thought and technology. They have been made to exhaust themselves in terms of what they can give. We have seen this in the text and other reference also. The most important act of performance that I so value in this novel, I'm closing, ma'am, that made the mediator between man and so life continues. Is there anything, ma'am? The most important act of performance that I so value in this novel is the function and the role that a woman made as a mediator between nature and man so that life continues with promises of the future. One cannot deny the fact that the divinity of nature has become a very remote concept. We delude ourselves with the pursuit of heaven by feeding our souls and turning our hearts against nature. Kingship with all creatures of the earth, the sky, water was a real active principle. Which is paling to insignificance now. The destiny of the future generation of our people should not be a mystery. It should be a recovery of the sense of majesty of nature to bring ourselves to humility and reverence before our earth, who we call Kamei Ram'au. Women need to be at the forefront of planning and implementation of forest landscape restoration. Indigenous women have knowledge to contribute to restoration. So an adoption of gender responses lens is required in assessment and restoration processes. This will help advance specific conservation roles. Rural women and girls have a huge roles in agriculture, food security, land management, and other uses of nature, but they are the missing link in the restoration. And building this restoration process requires an explicit inclusion of human element which questions the inherent social dimension where gender bias exists. This is important not because it is morally and ethically right, but because it increases our chances of effectiveness, of effective restoration. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbie.
Yes, ma'am.
I must say it was a very, very creative and a very interesting presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
For those of you who would like to ask Barbie a question later, let me summarize in 2 seconds' time. What BR Lingdo basically does is to go back to the classical binary of nature culture, which is one of the starting points of looking at this debate on nature and culture as we see in gender studies, and drawing on very important thinkers of our times, Beena Agarwal, Vandana Shiva. I'm reminded of Mary Daly's very important book called Gynecology, from gynecology, Gyn/ecology, very interesting. So this very complex relationship going through ecofeminist ideas, and also the question of indigenous faith. Many gendered subjects prefer to rely more on spirituality than on institutional religion, because that is where the exact coming together of women and nature, the metaphors being depletion. So women's life women's culture, women's femininity, all on the verge of a kind of a degradation, devastation, and how it actually relates to also the devastation that we see in nature. So this brief summary, and with this I go to the next presentation. Please keep your points ready. The next presentation is by Ms. Chare Marak. She is Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Tura Christian College, and the topic of her presentation will be political participation of Garo women in Meghalaya, a study. So may I request Chare to start presenting her paper. You have 15 minutes time.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, Madam Chairperson and all my participants. And I would like to thank Synod College for giving me this opportunity. I would like to share my screen. Hello, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, it's
Yes.
visible.
Okay. My topic is on political participation of Garo women in Meghalaya, a study. Introduction. Meghalaya has its own legislative assembly consisting of 60 seats, and it has its own autonomous state in 3 different hills administrating their own tribe. Garo Hills District Council has total number of 36, which consists of 29 elected members and 1 nominated. And I would like to say that according to the survey of India, India ranks 20 from the bottom in terms of representing women in Parliament of India. In Meghalaya Legislative Assembly, there are 55 reserved seats for ST and remaining 5 seats for general seats. The Khasi and Jaintia Hill division consists of 36 legislative assembly constitution, and Garo Hills has 24 legislative assembly constitution. The members are directly elected by the people for a term of 5 years. The first Garo woman in the who represented in MLA her name is Josephine Saka Mumun, who was nominated by the governor, and the second one is who got elected from the constitution of Rongram constitution was Mrs. Priscillina R. Sangma. But unfortunately, Mrs. Priscillina R. Sangma, she was she was killed by the unknown militant in Boko in the year 1979, along with the Captain Manik Das. The Garo Hills Autonomous District Council came into the existence as an autonomous body on 14 April 1952. And the first person to get elected, the woman first person to get elected in this Garo Hills Autonomous District Council, her name was Smriti Roneswari R. Marak from the Pulbari constitution. Now the current only lady who is elected is Mrs. Sandhya Rani M. Sangma, who is also the wife of MLA Zenith M. Sangma. And for the short term, Mrs. Sandhya Rani also served as the chairman for the Garo Hills Autonomous District Council. There were no Garo women representative in parliament until 2008, when Agatha K. Sama won by election, and in the year 2000 she was re-elected. Currently, she is the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in Government of India. I did this study in the Tura town, which has 2 different constitutions in legislative assembly, which is divided into North Tura and South Tura, and 1 seat in the district council. The significance of this study, it is important to know what is the reason behind lack of women participants in election, especially in this matrilineal society. Second one, it is important to make aware, especially youth population, that women are capable as male gender in authoritative decision making. Third one, to urge and support the capable female youths to participate and contest in election and political campaigns. The objective of the study is to study the people's opinion and views regarding women's participation in election. Second one, to study people's opinion of having women as a leader in higher authoritative. Third one, to study the cause of lack of women participants in politics. The methodology that I use in this research study is I use both quantitative and qualitative research. I divided the questionnaire into the basis of 40 people, 20 belonging to the youth and 20 belonging to the elder. Among the 20, the age group I divided is from the 18 plus till 30. Among the elder, from the 40, and the highest respondents in the elder group is 98 years old. And all the collection was totally completed in the Tura itself. And I use both secondary and the primary data. The analysis and the finding of the study it is found that the total number of 36 respondents, that is 90%, are regular voters. The highest time of number of voters is 70 times, who is also the 98-year respondents, and the lowest is one-time voter. A total of 17 people, that is 42.5 participants in political discussion, rallies, etc., while 23 people did not participate, nor they neither ever participate in this kind of rallies. 12.5 people like the opinion about people contesting election, while 70 people do not like it at all, and 20% consider only if a woman is deserving, then only that woman can contest the election. 72.5% people think that women are incapable of taking part in decision making in higher authoritative system, while 27.5 people think the other way. 21 people, that is 52.5%, have the opinion that discrimination is the reason behind the female candidate losing the election. 12 people, that is 30%, think that money, power, and 7 people, that is 17.5%, it is due to the political party and power. 4 people, that is 10%, think that women are not interested in contesting election, while 15 people, that is 37.5%, have the woman opinion that they should be restricted, and 21 people have the opinion that it is due to the both reason, that is, they are not interested and they are also restricted. 34 people, youth, have not interested in taking part in political matter, especially the gender youth, while 4 people have no proper guidance of politics, and 2 people thinks that youths should focus on education. They should not take part in any this kind of political rallies and other discussion. They should only take part in the studies. 31 people thinks, that is 77.5 people thinks that older generation should be more involved in political activities, while 9 people, that is 22.5%, young generation should be more involved in politically. 35 people, that is 87.5%, thinks money factor is the reason behind the less participants of women, while 5 people, that is 12.5%, it's not. They think that money power is not the reason behind the less participants of women. but the majority thinks that money is the reason behind it. And the 4 people, that is 10%, thinks that women are meant not only to stay at home but also to look after the children and the household, while 36 people, that is 90%, thinks that women can do more capable than this. Not only by looking at home, they can also go out and do some work. 5 people, that is 22%, want to contest in near future, and 17 people, that is 77%, does not want to contest in any near future, even if they get chance. The reason for the participation of the contesting of election in the future of the female, the 3 people thinks that if they get a chance, they will, if they get a chance in terms of money factor, and if the political parties give them a ticket, they will like to contest an election, while the 2 people, that is 9.0%, if there is no family objection, they would like to contest an election. Since the family, most the reason for not contesting the election for female is the family rejection. They object them not to contest in any political rallies. The reason for not contesting elections are 10 people, that is 45%, are not interested, while 3 people, 13.6%, have no political background. 2 people, that is 9.09%, will not be able to give time to family, and 2 people, that is 9.0%, will ruin their family property if they contest an election. 37 people, that is 92.5 people, thinks that there should be reservation of seats for women in the Legislative Assembly, while 3 people, that is 7.5 people, thinks there should not be any reservation for these seats. Why they're saying is that they think that women and the men should contest the election equally, not only by the reserving of the seats. The reason for women winning election is 32% public choices, 47% legacy, and 20% money factor. The reason for not contesting election, 12% will ruin their family property, whatever they have earned. They think that if we contest an election, will ruin all the family properties. And 12% thinks that they will not be able to give time to the family, because if they contest an election, they have to go outside of the house. And 18% thinks that no political background, that's the reason for them to not get a chance to contest an election. And 50%, which is the majority, they are not interested in contesting an election at all.
Please conclude, okay?
Pardon, ma'am?
Please summarize now, okay? Come to the end, yeah.
Like few women political leaders mentioned are from the informants are Deborah C. Marak, Agatha K. Sangma, Miriam D. Sira, Miami D. Shira, Dekanchi D. Shira, Bluebell M. Sangma, and Sandhya Rani M. Sangma. The reason for no woman chief minister in Meghalaya till now is the 57.5% thinks that no women are capable to become a chief minister till now. Whoever have won the election, they are also not capable. And 20% thinks that male chauvinism. Even if they're capable to become a chief minister, due to the male dominated in the Legislative Assembly, the woman does not get any chance to become a chief minister. 22.5% thinks that discrimination and negligence is the reason for not becoming a chief minister in Meghalaya. The suggestion from people to become a more women political participants are 65% campaigning and awareness. they think that the society should keep some campaigning and awareness so that the youths can participate more in these political rallies. There is no campaigning awareness in the terms of political issue. There should be more. And 20% thinks that better facility during campaigning. Even if the woman wants to go for campaigning during the political assemblies, political rallies, they are unable to do so because even if they have to go far away from their hometown, the problem is that they don't get any places to sleep, and it's very uncomfortable for women to to sleep anywhere, and also they think that the women are not given any proper care during the political rallies. The number, the 10% thinks that assurance, the government should give some assurance while the political women are participating in political rallies. 5% thinks that social service is the reason that by doing social service, the woman can come up more during the political rallies.
Please conclude, okay, Chare?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Conclusion. Overall, from the research, we have found that the lack of women participation in political it is that due to the women are not taking part in any political decision and they are not able to contest in male-dominated ground. The other part is that although Meghalaya is a matrilineal state, discrimination and negligence and male chauvinism dominates the society very much, although it is a male-dominated society. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Jared. This is a very, very important paper. And,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
you know, in future, if you could actually develop it to understand as to what is the implication of matrilineal, you know, in not being able to affect in a certain way this very, very, you know, sad statistics that you have presented. I'm particularly disturbed by your statistics on 72.5% people who think that women are incapable of delivering, and 70% of women totally disinterested. This is also very alarming. And we are talking about Meghalaya, where rest of the world looks up to, and that's again another misnomer, that because it's a matrilineal, so maybe we find empowered women here. And 87.5% think that money is the reason why they cannot contest election. This is very significant. The deep relationship between women and economic development, poverty. So women actually do not have the resources to. So yes, these statistics, when discussed, and the next paper is also going to focus a lot on these issues that you have discussed, and it will be very interesting to put them together and discuss. With this, I thank Chare, and I now invite Ms. M. Dorini. Thank you. She's Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science of the PG section in Synod College, and her presentation will be on women in Meghalayan politics, missing in action. This is again very interesting, and I think we could look together for the holistic perspective, one from the Garo Hills, and I'm sure M. Dorini will focus on the situation here. So with this, I now invite M. Dorini to make her presentation. Please unmute yourself. M. Dorini, please. Unmute.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. The 15 minutes time.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank the chair for granting me this time to present my paper entitled Women in Meghalayan Politics, Missing in Action. And also good afternoon to everyone present in this session. So while we know that the state of Meghalaya boasts of a matrilineal society, right, and it accords high status to women in the family, yet it is astonishing to see that women play a very lackluster role in politics today. So my paper seeks to examine the role of women in politics in Meghalaya, and it wants to answer the burning question: Why has the state generated only a handful of women leaders? So it wants to examine the socio-cultural conditioning that causes very few women applicants in the polls. Now, to begin with, I'm using the data that I have found from the Election Commission website and opinions of experts to back my points, 7 to 8 points that I have discovered after looking at these data. The first data is I've looked at the women representation in all the 10 assembly elections that has happened right from 72 till 2018, right? The second one is I've looked at basically I went to get this from the Legislative Assembly library, and they gave me in a pen drive all whatever was discussed in the assemblies, and I just scanned through to see what women members or what women legislators, what issues have they raised. Okay, that took a long time. And the second one, I've looked at the Meghalaya Assembly elections of 2018. The number of elections, the candidates, and how many turned up for the elections, right? And the last I've looked at some data before statehood. Were there women representatives in the Assam Legislative Assembly before we got statehood? So the first one you would see throughout the 10 years, I mean, I would rather not mention every year, but okay, let's just do a few years. So when Meghalaya was carved out of Assam, only one candidate won out of 9. That was in 72. In 78, there were 7 women candidates, all lost. In 83, there were 8 candidates, all lost. In 88, there were 3 candidates, 2 won. In 93, there were 7 candidates, 1 won. So the names, it's in my paper, right? I've written the names. In 2003, again, 3 women leaders won out of 14 candidates. In 2008, 21 candidates, only 1 won. In 2013, out of 25 women candidates, 4 women were elected. And this was the largest representation of women. That was 8.33% of the total seats in the Legislative Assembly. In 2018 as well, there were 3 leaders who won. There were 3 women who won out of 32. That was the largest number of women contesting for elections, and 3 won. But Agatha Sangma would then give up her seat, right? And in her Miani Shera, sorry, 3 women won, okay? And Miani Shera would take the seat of her father in the by-elections. So again, that was also 4. That was the data that was taken from the website and from the Quint. The second, as I was saying, was the data on the assembly elections of 2018. The Congress was the party that fielded the most number of women candidates with 7, NPP 5, BJP, PDF, HS, PDP, GNC fielded 2 each, UDP 1, and this is interesting, independents 10. Now, when I analyze, there will be some reason for that. So 32 women out of 370. So before we got statehood, obviously there was the Government of India Act of 1935, right? It restricted women's participation based on only those who had properties or those who were educated. But still, the Act provided for reservation of seats from the Shillong constituency in the Assam Legislative Assembly. And this would be called as the Shillong women's seat. So in 1937, 46, we had one winner each who won because of that reservation seat. In 52, there were 2 candidates, both forfeited, right? 57, 62, 67, no woman candidate. That was before we got our statehood. So these are the datas. Now, what I've analyzed, I've gotten some, say 7 to 8 points, right? Some of the key realities and takeaway from this is that, okay, after independence, women have started taking active role in politics, but this participation is gradual and painfully slow. It's actually dismal because we've seen a little over 100 women candidates who participated, who have contested, in the assembly elections in 50 years. And we've never had more than 4 women winners in the assembly. In fact, even the autonomous, although I'm not going to talk a lot about the autonomous districts, I'm concentrating on the assemblies. Even in the autonomous districts, there were just 11 women representatives seen from the year 1952 till 2018. So it's obviously wrong to say that they are missing in action. They are there. But there is an upsurge in participation of women, right? Because there's women's movement, there are some government regulated quotas, access to public offices. But we have to note that women participation and inclusiveness are varied, uneven, and distorted. And I'll explain this by the pyramid participation. At the top strata, we have women leaders and representatives, either in the parliament or either in the state legislative assemblies. They have the narrowest participation. They have the narrowest number of women, right? Below them, women as candidates, they are more in number. They are slightly more participation. These are the ones who have dared to enter the male realm, right, and contest elections. Below that again, these are women who are active campaigners for the elections. And below that are women voters, which are largest in number. In fact, in Meghalaya, ironically, we have more women voters than men. So what we see is that the lower the rank and the position, the higher the participation. Female involvement is more on labor intensive, sustained political interactions like voting, door-to-door campaigning, candidacy, lobbying, holding political offices, distributing leaflets, attending rallies, donations. So what we see is that women are more approachable. Okay. Now, the third thing that I've seen here is that the barriers that are posed on women's participation are imposed by political parties. There is a strong reluctance shown by political parties to field women candidates. They shy away from giving tickets to women. They discriminate on the basis of seat allotment. Why? Because of 3 things. 1, winnability factor. This is what Deshbande asserted. Why women are not given seats or candidature is because they have a very low success rate. Apparently, they're not seen as leaders. Muscle power, women are not willing to enter into all the dirty politics, as we say. Then Ampareen Lingdor says that women has other tasks. They have role as other tasks, as a woman, as a mother. They're not willing to sacrifice these roles as homemakers to fully invest themselves in politics. So there are visible exclusionary trends in providing a space for women to participate as candidates, which stem from marginalization within the party hierarchy and structure. So on the other hand, there's increase in mobilization of political parties to include more women. But on the other, there are exclusionary practice as well. So it seems that political parties, they support reservations, just not in politics. At the end of the day, elections is nothing but a competition between political parties. Competition is inherently male-dominated and with a patriarchal mindset. The political system would rather see women at home than to be included in an electoral process. Politics is a realistic game of power. As Sir One rightly said, it's the art of gaining power and the craft of retaining them. In this struggle for power, women cannot compete because they have no winnability factor. Political parties take the easy road and blame it on the interests of women, that they lack interest. But the fact remains, they have failed to create a space for women by showing hesitancy in giving party tickets. And this will explain why there are more independent women candidates. Now, another point, women leadership is actually a male dependent leadership. The few women candidates that crop up very now and then, they come from powerful political family. They're also called women dynasty. Their fathers, their husbands have trodden down the same road, and they have the family influence, the resources to back them up. Ampareen Lingdor is the daughter of Peter Marbanyang, who is a well-known MLA. Agatha Sangma is the sister of Conrad Sangma. Deborah Marak is the niece of the former Chief Minister, Salsang Marak. Dikanchi Shira and Miani Shira, they're the wife and the daughter of the then Chief Minister Mukul Sangma. So women rose to power in addition to men, rather than through women movement and institutional channels. There is double exclusion for women in the lower economic strata. In the offhand, improbable chance that these newcomers enter this domain, this male-dominated domain, they are faced with issues like nominations, party sponsorship, and records have shown that political parties, even the ones that preach women empowerment, they rarely back a woman candidate, right? The next point is the winning percentage, and that is the ratio between how many contestants and how many win. So women show a greater percentage, they are greater chance of winning, right? The most important, I think, from all of this is the people's mandate. People's mandate is the most important factor in determining women's participation. Democracy stands for demos krasha, people's rule. And it is the people, just like Sir Bindo Lanong yesterday said, it's the people who share the responsibility in elections result. They are the ones who vote for non-performers. They are the ones who vote for ineligible representatives. And they do not see women as leaders or policy formulators. They are seen as caretakers. So this is the socio-cultural implication. This is the legacy that we inherited since statehood. When women win elections, they are seen as delicate leadership. Their power is very limited. They are expected to strictly adhere to party policy. They cannot raise women issues. Questions regarding women inequality, they're not high on their agenda. So they are the ineffective minority, quote unquote. They are the weak representatives. They're seen as weak representatives by the people of their own constituencies. Their insignificant number, their low proportion in the assembly puts them in a very vulnerable position where they have to seek alliances on the lines of religion, on the lines of education, rather than on gendered interests. Meghalaya, okay, this is the right quote that I have taken. Meghalaya's matrilineal is indeed an illusion, which hides an insidious form of patriarchy. This quote was taken from Patricia Mukim. Matrilineal in that's Meghalaya, and it's patriarchal in practice. The worldview continues to be patriarchal. Yes, okay, the lineage is traced through the mother, but we still place a lot of authority and leadership on men. Professor Tiblut Nombri also opines that the system leads to double suppression of women. The youngest daughter is not only the custodian of the ancestral home, but she's responsible for taking care of her parents and the other members of the clan. Women's participation in economic and rural business is large, especially in the low and menial economic activities. As you can see in the market, Bara Bazaar, it's all women sitting in pavements, right?
Ambrosini, please conclude now, okay?
All right.
Please summarize, yeah.
All right. But their presence in politics is amongst the worst in the country. Women are responsible for the home as well as the world, so double duty. Whereas there's lesser burden on the males. Matrilineal seems to have backfired because men readily abandon their families and women are left to fend for themselves. So matrilineal in no way has empowered women. So the next point, I will talk about the factors that determines women's participation in Meghalaya. And lastly, I talk about why it is important to include women in the political processes. And there were many points. And one of the point is that, the last point is that because the priority placed by women representatives are different to those of men, right? They address long-term issues like education, health, violence, basic amenities like maternity leave, while as men usually focus on trade, economy, coal, road, bridges, commercial centers, defense, finance. These are the heavyweight. That's why men always get these portfolios, right? They run these departments, while as women always end up with departments like which are feminine department, like children welfare, women welfare, information, social welfare. So to conclude, just Professor Gasa was in his special lecture yesterday. He asked in the last part of his presentation, he said, "Kivades Meghalaya, where are you heading to, Meghalaya?" Just hopefully to a brighter future where women are given the space to participate in the higher rank of politics and the platform to raise women issues. Thank you.
Thank you, M. Dorini. Extremely articulate and very powerful presentation and extremely contemporary. And what is very important in your presentation is your critique of matrilineal, which many, let's say many scholars have done. And we need younger scholars like you to actually come up with new ideas as to how we could trace, for that matter, certain questions that were raised in CHRSC's paper, how some of it are answered in your paper through your critique of matrilineal. And this is extremely important. And with this, actually, now I leave all the three papers, I open them for discussion. You're most welcome to make your observation, comments, and questions. Please be very brief. No one is asking a question?
Hello, ma'am. Can I ask you one question? I'm Sandra Sangma here.
Yes.
Hello,
yes.
can I ask one question?
Of course.
I have one question. I have one question for both Chare Marak and Imdoni from Synod College. You have talked about women's participation of politics, missing in action, and one is a study. According to my observation, the women in Meghalaya, whoever have contested and won election as an MLA or MDC, they have been winning at least twice, thrice, and all like that. Not like, on the other hand, the male. Some of the male candidates, they are Ayaram Gairam. They are winning one term, and the next time they are losing. Why they were so successful? What is the secret of their success? Number one. Then my observation is this: whenever the woman contested election, it is not the male who is trying to pull them down, it is the women trying to pull it down. So what do you will say about this? My observation. Thank you.
Yeah, first Mdorini can answer this question, then Chare, the same question.
Yeah, so as I was saying, because the data that has been, and also opinions by experts, is that the women winning percentage is more than men. Because of the fact that so few women participate, their chance of winning is more, right? And the issues that are raised by women in the assembly, I would say, they are very long term. They are beneficial for everyone in every level. So I would say that would be a reason why they have a clear understanding of their constituents, the people in their constituency and what they need, right? And obviously, as I was saying, those who won 2-3 times are also because they're backed by family, money, and resources, right? And about that woman bringing them down, I don't really know what you're talking about. Can you maybe?
Yes, even me, I'm interested to know.
What exactly do you mean by women bringing each other down, or bringing who down?
No. What I mean trying to say is that whenever women contested election, it is the women who have made a false propaganda against their own. It is it is a woman. This is a responsibility. They should concentrate on the domestic work. All sorts of allegation rather than the male counterpart. This is what I'm saying. This is from my observation.
Mdurini, I think what he means to say is that there are many women who have a patriarchal mindset, which is not necessarily that only men have a patriarchal mindset. He means to say even women. And this is very normal. This is very natural, because patriarchy as an ideology impacts not only men, but it impacts women. Women internalize patriarchy
Yes.
very many ways, whereby women sometimes behave as greater patriarchs than men themselves. So we are not discussing questions about who versus who, but we are interested in seeing how the gender politics plays out itself in actually the question, the old Victorian concept of the public and the private revisits itself when women actually entered into the public domain, where they do not have, they face questions about the home and the world. They face questions about their capability, questions about not, having more commitment back home than in the public space. So it's the old, let's say the Victorian logic played out. And it is here that not only men, but even women come forward to support such regressive ideas. This is what he means, if I've understood. Okay. So if Chare kindly take this question and answer, Mr. Sangma.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Taking a cue from Sangra Sangma, I have a question from for Mdorini or maybe Miss Marak. Mdor, do you have, in terms of statistics and numbers and sex, do you have any indication in your record that a large percentage of women do not vote for women? It is the women. I cannot. Please unmute yourself, Mdorni.
Sorry. Yeah, so I have my my data only from the Election Commission, so I don't have any of that.
Okay.
I just have data of how many women have participated, in fact, more than men, but not about how many women have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Chare, please go ahead.
Okay. According to me, why the women are not winning is, even if the woman is contesting, I feel the most of the men, they don't want the woman to win because they have the egoistic, that male chauvinism is there. They don't want to stay behind the woman. They don't want the woman to go forward. That's the reason I feel. And the other big reason is the family themselves. They are like the walls. They are the barriers. They don't want their children, their daughter, their wife to go ahead. They think that if the women go for the election, if they contest the election, who will look after us? Who will look after their children? That's the reason behind the less participants of women. I feel that. And another reason is why less women in the election really also is that for the safety reason. Like if they go for the very far constituency from their hometown, they're not getting a place to sleep, to spend a night. Since a woman, their safety also, they have to concern for their own safety.
Safety.
Yeah.
Okay, Chare has answered. Mdor, would you like to answer the Barbie's question, or do you have?
She did, ma'am.
She did. Okay.
Yes.
Do we have any more questions?
Maybe I'd just like to add that some other factors, in addition to what you've mentioned, what determines a woman's participation is basically the interest. The higher the interest, the higher the participation. Yes. So an educated woman's interest is likely to be more. So she's more interested. Also, there was a study conducted, those who are exposed to media exposure, those people with the media exposure index are higher, they are also likely to participate more, right? The vote matters factor. Does my vote matter? Right? That is the best predictors. If they feel that their vote matters, that is what will push them to participate, right? So, so those are, I think, what additional determinants of why women participate.
Is there any question for Barbie Lindo? Would anyone like to make any comment, suggestion? We have had some discussion on the other two papers. If no one is asking, then Bobby, may I just
yes, ma'am,
and say that do you have any evidence of any eco-feminist movement or save nature movement with regard to the preservation of sacred forests, and any initiative by women, rural women in rural Meghalaya? Do you have any evidence of that?
No, ma'am. As such, I've not been able to see that. That's why I have shifted my interest just recently to ecofeminism. And in talking with a lot of gamburas and sodas and whatnot, I was thinking that even though the women have this natural inclination, like there was a very interesting paper in the morning by Daniel Shalam, where he was talking about sacred groove, and where he was talking about how there was a lot of difference between women's attitude and men's attitude towards that involves money and payment for the safety and preservation and conservation of sacred groove. And interestingly, women thought that it was their duty, whereas the men's participation and involvement was only when there was any government intervention or programs. So in that sense, what I observe is, even though the women really feel, and they are closely, they really feel the need, but the formal institutions do not allow them in any way in terms of participation. That is why, if you remember in the conclusion, so with this new interest of mine, I hope to get to different people and request them to perhaps create a formal, or maybe allow women to participate in planning and things like that, so that they will be able to make a difference. When you look at the sacred grove also, it was only today from Daniel that I heard that women were very concerned, women want to save, want to preserve, but then in no way they were involved in planning, or maybe in any discussion of how to go about with it. And I've been working in informally around these villages of around our area, our college, and I see that I have requested even one particular Rangbashnong a few months, and even is still pursuing with it last week. I asked him, what is the formal responsibility you give to the Senkinthei, for example? And besides, bringing those aromatic plants and herbal plants, which was just merely schemes from the government or other companies, is there any area or any allotment to the people where they can take it as their own, in order to preserve what they want and be closely linked with nature? But there's no response so far, and I hope to continue and to go about it this December after the heavy sessions we have. We have no time, ma'am, to go anywhere with this semester system. It's driving us really crazy. But I think maybe if we go to other districts, maybe there will be some, because there are some places where some minds of the Sodars are very progressive, even though formally they have not brought it in the formal institution.
Yeah. I think, okay, thank you, Barbie. I think the whole issue of political participation, social participation, also recasting of the relationship between women and nature, I think also needs to include a discussion on the role of traditional institutions.
Yes, that's exactly what I want to pin on.
So the role of traditional institution and the role of institutional or the institution of religion. These are very important parameters that actually determine, the circulation of patriarchal ideologies, and how sometimes patriarchy can operate in very, very subtle layers through our own system, our traditional institutions, our religion. You know now that in India we have this very important movement called Right to Pray, where women are strictly trying to draw a line between the institution of religion, which is also found to be patriarchal, and therefore whether spirituality is a more let's say a viable word as to to explain one's own relationship with one's own God or one's own religious practices. So these are some of the important parameters, and I think we need to discuss this to understand how, because at the heart of it is the question of social patriarchy, how it operates. Even in communities where one would like to rule out the existence of patriarchy, but patriarchy as an ideology exists in every sphere of our life. And therefore, no area of our life can be explained without understanding the nuances of patriarchy. Use of myths, folklore, from the time a child is born, how gender as a cultural construction initiates this kinds of false myth, creating stereotypes about gender capabilities. Even our classical ideas go to Aristotle, Plato, woman as a deformed man. So she's always explained, or she's always represented as a lack. You look at the quintessential ideas, look at Manusmriti, okay? Woman depicted as a temptress. Look at Eve, okay? Quintessential, she's a derivative. She's born from the rib of Adam and the quintessential temptress. So this is how our religious texts, our reading of scriptures and myths, everything needs to be understood. And against this anvil alone, we will be able to understand the implications of patriarchy, how it divides the home and the world, the private and the public, and the participation of women.
That is the main problem we are facing. The main problem we are facing is, even though a lot of women percentage understand this, but and even men do understand it, but there is no space in the structure, in the social structure, and even with our darbars or whatever. Like, for example, when I was talking to one Gambura, he said the idea is good, but we have been given these women all some sort of scheme, some sort of works to do, but then they have not responded well. Women, when I ask the women why, it's because they don't feel that they own any part of the land. And even if they want to give their ideas or bring in what they feel, because they relate more to what they can give, they have no space. So that is why in my conclusion, I was resting and venting on women's inclusion when it comes to policy making and all that kind of stuff.
Economic empowerment.
Economic empowerment, yeah.
So many years ago, in 1929, Virginia Woolf said, a room of one's own. You have your earning at the end of the month and you will be able to have your say. So economic empowerment, one of the things that the first wave of feminism insisted on, it to be economically. So poverty being one of the, not only your access to resources, access to the public space, all this is determined by your economic empowerment. And therefore, this is very important to see that women often cannot, and CHRSC data is very disturbing, that 87% think that, because we have no money, we cannot contest election. So this is how we need to look at this whole thing. Unless there are some more questions, I think we would put this session to a close. Is there any more comments anyone would like to come in? If not, then I don't know if David is here. I thank Synod College, and I particularly thank the Center for Historical Research. They have been doing wonderful work. Thank you for having me. Thank you. A very lively session. 3 paper presenters, Barbie and Endolini.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, Jenny. And
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I sincerely welcome all the participants of this last session of webinar organized by the Center for Historical Research, Synod College, and the Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. Right from the beginning of British rule in India, there are many non-locals, maybe the non-Khasi, the non-Garos, especially Meghalaya, who have come to this region and are instrumental in the development of the state and the region as a whole. These people, they work as doctors, engineers, officers in the government sectors, teachers in schools, colleges, and also in trade and commerce. We are indebted to these people whose contribution towards the development of the state in general is significant even till today. One such personality is Sri K.K. Muktan, retired Meghalaya service. Sri Muktan was born on the 31st of January 1931. He did his graduation in economics from St. Anthony's College, Shillong in 1953 and MA in economics from Allahabad University. He joined Assam Civil Service in 1960, and when Meghalaya got its statehood, his cadre was changed into the Meghalaya Civil Service, cadre in 1975. He had the opportunity to serve the people of Meghalaya from the very initial stages of statehood as the block development officer at Mairang, Mastagram, Menosla, and thereafter in Garo Hills as additional deputy commissioner, and at Shillong as director of an OSD of agriculture and veterinary fishery departments. During his service in the government of Meghalaya, he came into close contact with the people at the grassroots level and knew the problems from close quarters. He also had the privilege of working in remote areas in Garo Hills during the chief ministership of Captain Williamson Sangma. Sri Muktan has authored about half a dozen books and written many articles in journals and newspapers. His area of research include Gorkha and their contribution to Indian Army, India's freedom struggle, and his latest book, which is in print, is on comprehensive history of the Nepalis in the Northeast in 3 volumes. We are unfortunate that Sri Muktan is not well today, but his paper will be presented by his daughter, Dr. Rekha Sangpliang, who is associate professor in the Department of Sociology, Day2, Shillong. Now I handed over the time to Dr. Rekha Sangpliang. Madam, you can proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Vice Principal, Sir, Synod College, Mr. S. Jirwa, the organizers of this webinar, Center for Historical Research, Synod College, CHRSC, and the Department of Art and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. It is indeed my privilege to be present here at this moment. In fact, it came to me as a surprise that I have to read out this paper on behalf of my father, Mr. K.K. Muktan, who cannot be present here today due to his ill health. Well, as has been read out by our Honorable Chairperson, Sir, just now about the biodata of my father, he is now 90 years old, but he is as active as ever. He writes, he reads, and he works on his computer, which are his passion. Reading books and writing has always been his pastime. And the number of books that he has written and one which is already in print are a testimony to the fact that he has not just served in the government as the long years of service that he has dedicated, but also he has given his time to his hobby, which is reading and writing and contributing something to the society here. Well, the first day that I personally interacted with him and told him about this webinar and the theme of the webinar itself, Retrospection into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood, really caught his attention, and he was expressing his excitement that I would surely present a paper because he himself felt, so much a part of this long journey that he experienced along with the statehood of Meghalaya, as you heard from his biodata, that he was converted, his cadre was converted from ACS to MCS. And he really had a lot of interest in, serving the people here, and the number of years that he served in all the remote parts of Garo Hills and Khasi Hills has given him that kind of a strength and confidence that he has had with the people here working at the grassroots level. So today, as has been mentioned, he is not able to be here because of his ill health, and he has been having this continuous cough, which would have disturbed his reading the paper. So I took up this responsibility of presenting his paper on his behalf, and I hope I do justice to that. Thank you to the organizers for making this possible, because I had actually telephoned David to tell him of this inability, and I thought, this program would be scrapped. But thank you so much to the organizers, and I will do my best to read out the paper in the best way I can. The title of the paper is 200 Years of the Gorkhas in Meghalaya. Just a summary about the paper. This present article here gives a brief account of the migration, settlement, and the life of the Gorkhas in Meghalaya during the past 200 years. After annexation of Assam in 1826, the East India Company set forth its process of subjugation and annexation of the surrounding hill districts and consolidation of British rule over the whole of northeast frontier. It was in this connection that the Sylhet Light Infantry, composed of Gorkha soldiers, was first stationed at Cherrapunji in 1832. That may be called the genesis of the Gorkha connection with the people of Khasi and Jaintia Hills. The following anecdote, stated by Major Ivan Wilson, of the 8th Gorkha Rifles, gives us an idea of the kind of rapport that the Gorkhas had built up with the Khasis during the few years of their stay at Cherrapunji. And I read, quote, in 1845, a Gorkha regiment was established at Umban in Cherrapunji under the command of Subedar Devraj Ajay, who was given the civil powers of a third-class magistrate. After 2 years of his working as civil administrator, he died at Mumbai. But during that short time, he had endeared himself so much to the local people that they placed a chew of quai on his grave to show their regards as they passed by, unquote. With the transfer of administrative headquarters from Cherrapunji to Shillong in 1864, the 44 Assam Light Infantry, along with its regimental hospital, moved into their new quarters at Shillong in 1867. In those days, Shillong was a barren plateau devoid of any human habitation. In this context, Lieutenant Colonel H.J. Huxford narrates an episode on a lighter vein. He said, Captain Kalu Singh Thapa of the 44 Native Infantry, when asked what was the place like, replied, there was not a rat over there. Within a decade of shifting of the Gorkhas, however, there grew up a village called Jhalupara near the cantonment area of the present Shillong, mostly inhabited by the retired Gorkha soldiers and their families. Professor Amena Pasa, in one of her writings, rightly said, the first recorded settlers in Meghalaya were the Gorkhas or the Nepalis. Subedar Jaichand Thakuri is believed to be the first retired Gorkha who settled down in Shillong. He established the Thakur Bari Radha Krishna temple, which served as the nucleus of the present educational complex which served as the educational complex of the Gorkha Pathshala Higher Secondary School, the Kanya Pathshala School, the Buddha Bhanu Saraswati College, and the Mani Singh Guru Auditorium. In 1891, the government established a Gorkha regimental home for accommodation of Gorkha families by leasing out a plot of land from the Siem of Millim in the vicinity of the cantonment area north of the Umshirpi River. From this land, the government started allotting small plots of land to the Gorkha ex-servicemen who had brought their families with them at a very nominal revenue of 8 annas per pura annually. The Gorkhas then readily availed of this offer of land and started settling down in Shillong permanently. In the same way, the British annexed Garo Hills in 1879 and set up a civil administrative unit at Tura, where a small force of frontier police composed of 300 men raised chiefly from the Gorkhas was stationed. The frontier police later on became the Garo Hills Military Police. Gradually, the Gorkha population started growing up, centering around Tura Police Headquarters, and then by the year 1901, the population of Gorkhas in Garo Hills rose to 753, while in Khasi and Jaintia Hills, the number stood at 1,694. With the increase in population, they spread out from Jhalupara to Barapathar and then to Upper Mauprem. The Gorkha population extended further to Naspati Ghari area and then farther towards the north, extending up to Lower Mauprem, where a retired Captain Gambhir Singh Lama, or better known as Sardar Bahadur, had his sprawling estate called the Lama Villa. The Gorkhas worked as soldiers, office peons, and chokidars, and also as graziers, farmers, and porters. The graziers, mostly Brahmins, and the Chetris initially kept their cattle or pathas and the goats in the green hills and valleys skirting Shillong. The Assam District Gazetteer 1901 records, and I quote, "Buffaloes are kept in the neighborhood of Shillong by Nepalese herdsmen," unquote. Lajumkhra, Maulai, and Nongthamai areas of Shillong were all dense forests then, when Nepali graziers kept their cattle batans. A few Khasi villages dotted sparsely in these areas, and they were intervened by patches of pasture used by cattle sheds by the Nepalis. In later years, these graziers spread out their cattle farms in far-flung areas of Mairang, Maukarwat, Nongstoin, Nongspung, Nongklau, Mausenram, etc., in the south of Shillong and towards Barapani, Naya Bangla, which is in Umsning, Bhoilambong of Ri-Bhoi district in the north, etc. The immigration of the Nepalese was mainly encouraged by the local chiefs, by the Siems and the Sardars, who earned money by levying grazing tax on them. No community other than the Nepalese have ever penetrated into the interior parts of Khasi and Jaintia Hills so far. Clusters of Nepali villages grew up in areas of Naya Bangla, Gunte, Nongri, Mauhati, Umran, Umroi, and Bhoirangbong. They established Nepali schools for their children on the lands which were donated by the Siems and the Sardars. The place names like Naya Bangla actually originated from Nepali word which meant new building, and it is said that one such rich Khasi businessman from Gwalapatti, Shillong, named Alman Bla, had once constructed a huge bungalow-type house at Umsning for his newly wedded wife, Konglior of village Nongri. And the Nepalese living there often referred to that place as Naya Bangla, after this big new house of the so-called person called Alman Bla. So this village, Umsning, came to be popularly known as Naya Bangla. In Garo Hills, the Nepali graziers set up their cattle batans in far-flung areas like Rongram, Asanangiri, Mendipathar, Rongjeng, Bagmara, Dalu, Sibbari, Kherapara, etc. For their occupational benefit, the Nepali graziers formed primary milk producers cooperative societies. There were as many as 9 graziers primary cooperative societies in the whole of Bhoi area. The mushrooming of cattle batans often caused unpleasant disputes between the graziers and the Khasi farmers due to the damage of crops done to their cattle when the Nepalese had to compensate the losses often. Nevertheless, they lived in close and cordial relations. The Gorkhas constituted the Gorkha Panchayat in 1876 with the approval of the Deputy Commissioner for Development of the Gorkha community with regard to both executive and judicial matters. The Panchayat carried out developmental works like education, health, and sanitation and submitted its reports and returns to the Deputy Commissioner. Initially, 2 Gorkha Panchayats were functioning simultaneously then, namely the Gorkha Panchayat, that is the civil, and the Gorkha Panchayat in the cantonment area. The former, that is the Gorkha Panchayat civil area, covered the area falling under the civil authority, while the latter, that is the Gorkha Panchayat in the cantonment area, covered the area falling under the army and the cantonment authority. After India's independence in 1950, the Deputy Commissioner Khasi and Jaintia Hills, in a public meeting, amalgamated both the panchayats into one single unit under the title of Gorkha Public Panchayat of the United Khasi and Jaintia Hills District. For socio-cultural development, the Gorkha Association was formed in Shillong in the year 1886 with different branches such as the Social Service Wing, the Cultural Wing, Games and Sports Wing, the Gorkha Library, Nepali Sahitya Parishad, Nepali Sangeet Kala Samiti, and the Nepali Srijan Sahitya Parishad. For the development of education, the Gorkha Pathshala as early as 1876 was formed, and the Gorkhas of Shillong took pioneering steps in establishing this school. Initially, this school was started as a tutorial class cum library to help the Gorkha students. It was then converted to primary school in 1915, and after 12 years, it was upgraded to ME school in 1928, and thereafter it was upgraded to higher secondary school. Another primary school was started in 1946 at Upper Shillong with the efforts of retired Captain Bhuwan Singh Rai, which was upgraded to Middle English School Standard in 1949, and finally to higher secondary school by the efforts of the Assam Ex-Servicemen Union. The Gorkhas lived in close association with the local Khasis and adopted their language, tradition, and culture. They spoke Khasi language fluently, and the women folk started wearing the Jainkarsha just like the Khasi women. The Khasis too found the Nepalis to be simple and similar with them in many ways and welcomed them with an open heart. Some of the Khasi cuisines share a lot of similarity with the Khasi cuisines, and they became each other's fond delicacies. They even mixed up their blood in legitimate matrimony and assimilated with the Khasi society beyond recognition. It looks like no other community had this closeness and love for each other as between the two. There are certain names of places like Mahadev Khola, Dhan Kheti, Naspati Ghar, Naya Bangla, Lalchan Basti, etc., which were first initiated by the Nepalis, and they became common to all in no time. Professor A.C. Sinha, who is a noted social scientist, had once remarked, and I quote, "The Nepalese have a great capacity to assimilate themselves with the hill communities. They adopt the language of their neighborhood, contract marital alliances, and turn out to be an inseparable part of the local economy." Unquote. Unfortunately, this long-standing bond between these two communities was shattered by an ethnic maelstrom that swept over the whole Northeast during 1979-87. It was a political gimmick that whipped out every heart. Save your ethnic identity before it is swapped away by your alien neighbor. This rose its ugly head in the form of ethnic violence in Assam in 1979. The All Assam Students Union launched a campaign of genocide against the outsiders and started driving them away in thousands in the name of Bangladeshis. This wind of ethnic violence swept over the state of Manipur in 1980 and finally reached Meghalaya in 1987. The Khasi Students Union even targeted the Nepali communities of Meghalaya who lived there for generations in close harmony. However, this was the only time that the Khasis rose against the Gorkhas, while in the past, such ethnic violences did take place in similar instances against the Bengalis and other communities, but it was never against the Gorkhas. However, it happened this time, and it is believed that it was due to some interested quarters that floated a rumor stating that the Gorkhas of Shillong are going to demand Gorkha land in Meghalaya. According to a reliable source, during the ethnic violence, more than 15,000 Nepalese left for Nepal and more than 6,000 people took shelter in the government-run relief camps at Barapani, Barapathar and Rajbagan for more than 4 months. The agitation continued for many months when curfew was lifted in November 1987. Today, the Nepali speakers in Meghalaya are a marginal community with a population of only 54,716 according to 2011 census, and they constitute 1.84% of the total population. The dairy farming business, which they carried out as a monopoly, is now taken over by other communities. The Gorkhas have shifted their occupation mostly nowadays to service, trade, and other business. They are now socially, politically, and economically better organized. They have a rich and diverse culture and a language of their own, which has found a place in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India. They like to identify themselves as Indian Gorkhas in exclusion of the Nepali nationals coming from Nepal. They love Meghalaya as their motherland and want to live in close cooperation and brotherhood with all others towards the building up of a prosperous Meghalaya. So that is the end of the paper, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Dr. Rekha Sangpliang. No discussion. Yep, the paper of your father has brought us to light many things that the Nepalis are very close to the Khasis, even the resemblance in the appearance. So the we can see that the history of the Gorkhas in Meghalaya is part and parcel of the history of Meghalaya itself. Because as we know, all the writing history started with the coming of the British. So these Gorkhas, they are coming to Meghalaya right from the British time. So again, thank you very much, Madam. And I wish a speedy recovery for your father. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I will request one of our colleague, Ms. P. Gracefulness Boni, to propose a vote of thanks and a concluding remark.
So on behalf of the organizing committee of the webinar and on behalf of the Synodian family, it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. To start with, we are very grateful to our principal, Dr. R.M. Lindor. Thank you, sir, for your encouragement and support. I also thank Mr. F.R. Kharkongor, Commissioner Secretary, Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, and his team for their aid and assistance. I also thank Dr. G. Lindor, Coordinator, IQAC Synod College, Dr. M. Rani, and Sir S. Jarwa, Vice Principals of the College, for their guidance and constant help. I would like to thank Mr. Kiki Muktan, retired MCS officer, for his special talk on 200 years of the Gorkhas in Meghalaya, with focus on the migration and settlement of the Gorkhas and their contribution to Meghalaya. Though sir is not able to present the paper himself because he is not keeping well, but we are very happy that we are still able to listen to his paper read out to us by his daughter, Dr. Rekha Shampliang. So we thank you, sir, for enlightening us with a new insight into these developments. I am pretty sure that the previous knowledge that sir shared with us today will definitely be beneficial for us all as we are celebrating Meghalaya's 50 years of statehood. Once again, thank you so much, sir, and thank you, Dr. Rekha Shampliang, for your presentation on his behalf. We also wish sir a speedy recovery. Thank you. I also thank our Vice Principal, Sir S. Jarwa, for the welcome address and for introducing the speaker in today's lecture. Not to forget our keynote speaker, Professor L.S. Gasa, former Professor, Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, for his revitalizing speech on the theme, a retrospection or into Meghalaya's 50 years journey of statehood. Thank you, sir, for taking us back to the history and development of statehood movement in Meghalaya. Thank you, sir. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Mr. Bindo M. Lanong, former Deputy Chief Minister, former Speaker, Government of Meghalaya, former CEM Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, and currently co-chairman Law Commission, for his special talk on contribution of regional parties to the state of Meghalaya from the Hill State movement onwards, and for giving an excellent coverage of his topic. We also would like to acknowledge our gratitude for exposing us to this very important talk. We are all inspired by your speech. Thank you, sir. We are also very thankful to Dr. Wanwei Kharluki, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, who is also a former head of the Department of History, Synod College, Shillong, our colleague, our mentor, and yes, our friend. Thank you, sir, for delivering a special talk on electoral politics in Meghalaya, which throws a lot of light on the political development of the state of Meghalaya, especially from statehood movement onward. Thank you, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule and enlightening us with your thought-provoking and interesting talk. We would also like to thank all the chairpersons presiding over the different sessions in these 2 days webinar. Thank you for all your valuable suggestions and concluding remarks, at the close of every sessions. Thank you once again. Yes, we express our gratitude to all the paper presenters for your contribution through your presentations and your research papers, which covers various aspects on the Hill State movement in Meghalaya. Thank you for your patience adhering to the instruction given by chairpersons during your presentation. Thank you all once again. A big thank you to all the members of the working committee and faculty of the different departments of the college for their valuable inputs and contribution in the preparation of this webinar. A big thank you also to the technical team of Synod College for all the technical arrangement who make sure everything is in place. Thank you. In case I miss out on anyone, I do apologize and I extend a heartiest big thank you to all. So once again, a big thank you to everyone. With these words, we have come to the close of these 2 days webinar. So take care and stay safe, everyone. Thank you.